The death of the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion was naturally a huge matter to the people of the Divine Spirit Mansion. It was imperative that they elect an interim Mansion Master as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, the election would not be carried out so hastily, nor would they need to elect an interim Mansion Master first. However, the competition in Destiny Canyon between the Divine Kingdoms in the Southern Heaven continent was just around the corner. As such, the messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom and advanced Emperor of Gods stronger than Mo Wendao was quickly dispatched to the city a few days after Mo Wendao's death. The messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom said all powerhouses are welcome to participate in the competition to elect the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. The competition will start in 2 months. After that, the interim Mansion Master will follow our Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the Southern Heaven Continent's battle of the Divine Kingdoms. If his or her performance is good, our Lord will officially appoint him or her as the new Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. Following that, the news spread like a wildfire. The messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom would oversee the competition to elect the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Kingdom 2 months later. The interim Mansion Master was obligated to follow the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom to Destiny Canyon and participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. If the interim Mansion Master performed well, he or she would be officially appointed as the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. The Divine Spirit Mansion was one of the mansions under the righteous Divine Kingdom. It was only natural that only the worthy would be appointed as the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. The competition in Destiny Canyon would help judge if the interim Mansion Master was worthy of the position. Destiny Canyon? Battle of the Divine Kingdoms? Will there be any benefits in participating? Duan Ling Tian naturally had never heard about Destiny Canyon or the Southern Heaven Continent's battle of the Divine Kingdoms. In fact, many people also did not know where the Destiny Canyon was. They only knew it was the venue of the Southern Heaven Continent's battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Based on the messenger's words, he could tell that the lords of the various divine kingdoms took the battle of the divine kingdoms rather seriously as well. After eavesdropping on a few conversations, Duan Ling Tian learned that they were indeed benefits to participating in the battle of the divine kingdoms. He would also be able to meet the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom. Perhaps I should compete to become the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. If I win, I'll follow the Lord of the Kingdom to Destiny Canyon and participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The benefits aside, I'd like to meet the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom. However, I'm sure there'll be quite a few people clamoring for the position of interim Mansion Master. It's quite a big deal after all to follow the Lord of the Kingdom to Destiny Canyon and participate in the battle between the Divine Kingdoms. Moreover, one could simply give up the position of Mansion Master after the competition. After thinking about it, although it would not be easy, Duan Ling Tian was confident about being elected interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. Moreover, although the number of people competing would not be small, it would not be big either. If it were not for the battle of the Divine Kingdoms, perhaps not many would be attracted to compete for the position of Mansion Master. The position seemed fancy, but it came with a huge responsibility as well. Moreover, if one was negligent with one's duty, one would be held accountable by the Lord of the Kingdom. Apart from that, one's cultivation would also be delayed. However, an interim Mansion Master was different. After all, they were only electing an interim Mansion Master so quickly to participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. As such, the interim Mansion Master would not carry the responsibilities that Mansion Masters had. Such an opportunity would be attractive to reclusive advanced emperors of gods like Zhong Bainan. I'll spend the next 2 months raising my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. He naturally was not interested in becoming the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, but he was interested in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. As such, he decided to participate in the competition to elect the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian spent another 2 days in the Divine Spirit Mansion city before he grew bored. He then wandered the outskirts of the city and hunted intermediate emperors of gods. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was now comparable to an advanced emperor of gods, his cultivation base was that of a rudimentary emperor of gods. As such, the rewards he received for killing intermediate emperors of gods were still rather bountiful. Conversely, if an intermediate emperor of gods killed him, the intermediate emperor of gods would not be rewarded at all. Based on this, it could be seen that the trial of gods was skewed toward people like Duan Tian, who was strong enough to kill those with a higher cultivation base. Apart from the intermediate emperors of gods, Duan Tian did not spare the rudimentary emperors of gods he came across as well. At the same time, as the news spread, many powerhouses came out of seclusion and began to gather in and around the Divine Spirit Mansion city. 2 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Duan Tian had spent nearly a year in the trial of gods. I still have 2 years left in this place. It shouldn't be a problem for me to become an intermediate emperor of gods, but I wonder if I'll be able to stabilize my cultivation base by then. Duan Tian wondered inwardly as he sighed. He did not dare to think about becoming an advanced emperor of gods since it seemed beyond his reach now. In his opinion, it would be great as long as he became an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilized his cultivation base within 2 years. At this time, he was returning to the Divine Spirit Mansion city. After all, the competition to elect the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion would be held the next day. He checked into an inn in the city and called it a day. Unlike the real world, inns in the trial of gods or in this world were called temporary restorative grounds. Duan Tian found the naming choice a little strange. Duan Tian managed to secure the last available room in the inn. Due to the competition, there was a sudden influx of visitors to the city. Most of these people came to watch the show since they were not prohibited from watching the competition. While he was in the inn, he overheard the hushed conversations in his surroundings. Most of them were talking about the competition tomorrow. It would be held 10,000 miles east of the Divine Spirit Mansion city, and the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom would be overseeing the competition. Anyone could participate in the competition regardless of their cultivation bases as long as they were strong, and killing was permitted during the competition. When Duan Tian arrived at the door of his room, he heard someone say, since the competition involves one's life, it'll stop many who only want to join the fun from participating. I don't think there'll be many participants, but I'm sure all of them are very strong. At night, Duan Tian sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed as he reflected on his time left in the trial of gods and what he would do after leaving the trial of gods. After leaving the trial of gods, it's time for me to enter the realm battlefield. Although the realm battlefield is dangerous, it has many fortuitous encounters as well. If I want to become a supreme god before the 1,000 years are up, my best chance is entering the realm battlefield. Based on my current strength, even when I become a supreme god, my strength should be above average. Kue, I hope you're safe in the realm battlefield. If anything happens to you, I swear I'll make the Yun clan pay for it. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. The Yun clan was a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land and had the support of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Tian was aware of this, but he was not afraid. He knew he had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse himself. Once he became a supreme powerhouse, he was confident he would be at least on par with the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. After all, how many supreme powerhouses possessed all 5 divine elements and comprehended 2 out of the 4 daos of heaven and earth like he did? These were the source of Duan Tian's confidence. As for his laws, he had the supreme powerhouse divinity to help his law of space and the divine tree of life to help his law of life. As for the other laws, he could improve them with time. Early the next day, Duan Tian left the inn and followed a group of people out of the city. He was not the only one without companions. Shortly after leaving the Divine Spirit Mansion, someone walked over and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you alone?" Duan Tian looked at the young man, and he could tell the young man was a rudimentary emperor of gods. The young man must have sensed his aura and discovered that he was a rudimentary emperor of gods as well before approaching him. In this world where the strong were revered and the weak were preyed upon, it was common for those at the same cultivation bases to form groups of their own. Indeed, the young man only approached Duan Tian after he discovered they had the same cultivation base. He would not have approached Duan Tian if Duan Tian was in or above the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, and he also would not have approached Duan Tian if Duan Tian was in or below the realm of an advanced lord of gods. Duanling Tian only nodded slightly in response to the young man. The young man was dressed in a light green robe. He was tall and big. His features were very distinct. Although he could not be considered good-looking, his bearing would leave a strong impression on most people. The young man did not take offense upon seeing Duanling Tian's indifferent response. He only sighed and said, "Who would have thought that a powerful person like Mansion Master Mo would die? Based on what I know, only two sexless advanced emperors of gods in the Divine Spirit Mansion are a match for him." The young man paused for a moment before he continued to say, "From what I heard, one of the two powerhouses comparable to Mansion Master Mo Zhong Bainan is dead as well. It seems like if the other powerhouse decides to compete for the position of interim Mansion Master, he'll definitely be the winner." Initially, Duanling Tian did not pay attention to the young man's words. However, his interest was piqued by the young man's words at the end. He asked, "How strong is the other powerhouse? Is he stronger than Zhang Bainan?" The young man shook his head. "I don't think so. In the past, he was not weaker than Mansion Master Mo. However, many people said he was weaker than Mansion Master. Even if it were true, he wouldn't have been much weaker." Duanling Tian was slightly worried. After all, he had great expectations regarding this competition. He naturally did not wish for someone to pluck the fruit that was within his reach. However, if the other party was on par with or weaker than Mo Wendao, he would not have to worry at all. With his current strength, he was confident about defeating the other party. Moreover, the other party might not even participate in the competition. Since the young man provided rather useful information to him, Duanling Tian did not ignore the young man. He would occasionally nod or reply to the young man as the young man spoke. After a while, Duanling Tian asked, "Did you come to watch the show? Don't you have any intention of participating in the competition?" The young man was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "Are you joking with me? This competition is one of life or death. If I participate, I'm afraid I won't even be able to surrender before I die. I'm just a rudimentary emperor of gods, after all. If you ask me, I think there'll only be a small number of intermediate emperors of gods participating in the competition. In my opinion, this competition is for the advanced emperors of gods. However, there aren't many advanced emperors of gods in the Divine Spirit Mansion." The young man continued to chatter until they arrived at the venue of the competition. It was in a valley about 10,000 miles east of the Divine Spirit Mansion city. At this time, quite a number of people had already gathered at the venue, and at the same time, more and more people were still arriving, both in groups and alone. Not long after Duanling Tian and the young man arrived, someone exclaimed, "The messenger is here!" Everyone, including Duanling Tian, looked over and saw a middle-aged man who was flanked by two old men in the distance. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light silver long robe. His expression was stern, and his eyes were piercing. He was the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom. It was due to his announcement 2 months ago that Duanling Tian did not leave the Divine Spirit Mansion city. The middle-aged man did not waste time and said straightforwardly as soon as he arrived, "The competition to elect the interim mansion master will begin at noon and conclude tomorrow. Those who wish to participate can enter the arena when the competition starts." After that, he raised his hand, and a vast and square piece of land shot up into the sky above the valley. Then he said again, "This will be the arena for the competition. If you step foot out of the arena during the fight, it'll be counted as your defeat. Needless to say, surrendering and dying are also counted as defeat. While 2 participants are fighting, the third person will have to wait for the fight to conclude before fighting the winner. The final person standing in the arena tomorrow will be the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion." After listening to the middle-aged man's words, many people shuddered. These rules, the first person who steps into the arena will be at a disadvantage, right? Even then, so what? Those who are determined to participate will have to abide by the rules no matter what. There's no need to think so much. If someone's strong enough and acts ruthlessly, no one would dare to challenge him or her after that. At the same time, Duanling Tian, who was standing with the spectators, looked at the arena silently. At this moment, the talkative young man, who took the initiative to tell Duanling Tian that his name was Wang Chun, said, "Brother, it's the first time I've witnessed anything so lively. What about you?" Wang Chun looked around in awe as he spoke. Duanling Tian only responded with a smile. Upon seeing Duanling Tian's indifference, Wang Chun glanced at Duanling Tian a few more times before he concluded that Duanling Tian's background was likely not simple. He thought that Duanling Tian might be a descendant of a powerhouse outside of the Divine Spirit Mansion who came to watch the show. It was also possible that Duanling Tian was from a big clan in the capital of the righteous Divine Kingdom. At this moment, Wang Chun saw a figure in the distance, and he exclaimed, "Hu Donglan!" Quite a few people did the same thing when they saw the newcomer in the distance. Duanling Tian looked over at the newcomer, Hu Donglan. Hu Donglan was a young man dressed in a blue long robe. He was handsome and he seemed to wear a perpetual faint smile on his face. When he arrived, he faced the messenger before he cupped his fists together and bowed slightly as he said, "Greetings." The messenger glanced at Hu Donglan before he said tonelessly, "You're Hu Donglan? I've heard about you. You're one of the few advanced Emperor of Gods in the Divine Spirit Mansion. Good luck. Perhaps the position of the Interim Mansion Master will be yours." Hu Donglan replied with a faint smile, "Thank you. I'll do my best." The messenger nodded faintly in response. Although they were both advanced Emperors of Gods, he was stronger than Hu Donglan. Moreover, as the messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom, he had higher status and had the support of the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom. As such, he felt much superior to Hu Donglan. As for Hu Donglan, he did not seem to be dissatisfied with the messenger's indifference at all. In fact, he had expected it. Soon after, a group of people gathered around Hu Donglan. Some of them were sectless cultivators and some of them were prominent figures in the Divine Spirit Mansion. Lord Hu, it's rumored that old Zhong has met with misfortune. This time, you'll likely win the competition. Lord Hu, please take care of us when you become the Mansion Master. I heard that you have a son. Coincidentally, I have a daughter about the same age. She's rather good-looking." The group of people did not hold back as they flattered Hu Donglan and treated him as though he was already the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. At the same time, Wang Chun, who saw this, shook his head and said, "It's too early for them to flatter him like that. Hu Donglan won't be the only advanced Emperor of Gods participating in the competition, after all. Moreover, among the known advanced Emperors of Gods, his strength is only average. If he wants to win, he can only hope that the other advanced Emperors of Gods don't show up. Otherwise, he doesn't stand a chance at all." While Wang Chun spoke, the sounds of exclamations rang in the air again, signifying the arrival of another advanced Emperor of Gods. In the Divine Spirit Mansion, most people recognized all the advanced Emperors of Gods except for those who intentionally hid themselves. Someone said, in the Divine Spirit Mansion there are 3 advanced Emperors of Gods who are acknowledged to be the strongest. Apart from the late Mansion Master, there are Zhang Bainan and Eugene Shan who are sectless cultivators. However, there's news that Zhang Bainan is dead, so he won't be participating in the competition. I wonder if Elder Eugene Shan will show up. When the name Eugene Shan was mentioned, many people, including Hu Donglan and the advanced emperor who just arrived, fell silent. The advanced emperor of gods, who was a sectless cultivator, said to Hu Donglan through voice transmission, "If old you shows up, you and I have no chance of winning at all." Hu Donglan replied, "Old you likely won't show up. A few hundred years ago, I heard that he left the Divine Spirit Mansion due to some matter. I've yet to receive news of his return. Of course, I can't confirm the veracity of the news, but there's no smoke without fire. I hope you're right. In any case, whether he shows up or not, don't expect me to hold back when we fight." That's exactly what I want to say. The competition had yet to start, but the tension was already rising between the 2 advanced Emperors of Gods. They did not bother to hide it at all. Time continued to pass. More and more people arrived, but no other advanced Emperor of Gods arrived. When it was noon, the messenger's voice reverberated in the air. "The competition starts now. The final person standing in the arena tomorrow at noon will be the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion." However, following the messenger's announcement, no one stepped into the arena. As such, many people began to look at Hu Donglan and the other advanced emperor of gods. Only 2 advanced emperors of gods showed up. As such, their fight is the only fight that matters. Aren't they going to enter the arena? Don't tell me they only plan to enter the arena tomorrow? After a while, seeing that the 2 advanced emperors of gods had no intention of moving, a few intermediate emperors of gods grew restless. One of them said, "Since the advanced emperors of gods have no intention of entering the arena yet, why don't I get the ball rolling? Although I don't stand a chance of becoming the interim mansion master, I can't let go of the chance to perform in front of the messenger of our divine kingdom. If he takes a liking to my talent, he might even bring me back with him to the capital." The 2 advanced did not enter the arena, but a few intermediate emperors of gods were eager to display their strength, hoping to gain the attention of the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom in order to follow the messenger back to the kingdom's capital. After all, if they managed to catch his attention, their lives would be changed. For half a day, a group of intermediate emperors of gods tried to perform their best during their fights. A few of them even managed to garner praise from the messenger of the righteous kingdom. "Come to the capital to look for me once you become an advanced emperor of gods. I'll make some arrangements for you at that time." Contrary to the expectations of the intermediate emperors of gods, the messenger of the righteous kingdom had no intention of bringing them back to the capital with him. He only told those who caught his attention to look for him in the capital after they became advanced emperors of gods. This was not what the intermediate emperors of gods wanted at all. Once they became an advanced emperor of gods, even the weakest one would be able to easily gain a position from the Lord of the divine kingdom. Moreover, most of them were not willing to serve the Lord of the divine kingdom even if they were advanced emperors of gods. What they wanted was to become a subordinate of the messenger of the righteous kingdom so they could obtain resources that would quickly help them become advanced emperors of gods. While the intermediate emperors of gods were battling in the arena, another advanced emperor of gods arrived. He was a sectless capital from the divine spirit mansion as well. Most people present did not recognize the advanced emperor of gods when they saw him. Wang Chun glanced at the advanced emperor of gods before he said, "He's not old Su. I've heard of him before. If the rumors are true, he's not stronger than Hu Donglan and the other advanced emperor of gods." With this, there were now 3 advanced emperors of gods who showed up to participate in the competition to become the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion. Needless to say, the crowd anticipated tomorrow's fights even more. At midnight, the competition was still ongoing, and most people present on the scene were bored and falling asleep. Suddenly, swoosh, Hu Donglan suddenly flew into the arena. He looked at the strongest intermediate emperor of gods and said indifferently, "You're no match for me." Hu Donglan's opponent hesitated for a moment. However, before he could surrender, Hu Donglan suddenly threw out a punch. Bang! The void shook as a terrifying divine energy imbued with the law swept toward the intermediate emperor of gods. Afterimages of Hu Donglan's fist could be seen before the energy it swept out. The intermediate emperor of gods had prepared to surrender when he saw Hu Donglan entering the arena. However, as the strongest intermediate lord of gods so far, he was curious about the difference between his and Hu Donglan's strength. After all, he knew Hu Donglan was only considered average among advanced emperors of gods. However, he regretted his brief hesitation as he defended Hu Donglan's attack. Despite mustering up all his strength, his defenses were crushed in just an instant. He cried out hastily, "I surrender." Although the intermediate emperor of gods surrendered, Hu Donglan did not withdraw his attack. The wave of energy landed on the intermediate emperor of gods and sent the intermediate emperor of gods flying back out of the arena. The intermediate emperor of gods' face was ashen as he tried to regain his footing in the air. His energy was greatly weakened at this moment. He looked as though he was going to pass out at any moment. He did not hesitate as he quickly brought out and consumed a few healing divine pills. Fortunately, it did not take long before he felt better. After witnessing Hu Donglan soundly defeating the intermediate emperor of gods, the crowd finally realized how strong Hu Donglan was despite being only average among advanced emperors of gods. With his display of strength, the other intermediate emperors of gods who had yet to step into the arena no longer dared to step into the arena. "He's so strong. as expected of an advanced Emperor of Gods. No one is a match for Lord Hu except for the other advanced Emperor of Gods present on the scene. Isn't that obvious? Lord Hu is an advanced Emperor of Gods after all. Moreover, he also has a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. With this, the other two advanced Emperors of Gods should be entering the arena soon as well, right? The crowd's attention quickly shifted to the two advanced Emperors of Gods present on the scene. However, it seemed like the duo did not have any intention of making a move. Perhaps they were each waiting for the other person to make a move first. After all, the rule of the competition made it such that it was more advantageous to enter the arena later. At this time, a burst of laughter rang thunderously from the distance. Hu Donglan, I'll fight you. Subsequently, a burly figure shrouded in flames appeared. As soon as the newcomer arrived, the crowd could feel the scorching heat. It was as though they were right in front of the sun. An advanced Emperor of Gods who comprehends the law of fire. Without needing to use his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian could naturally sense the aura of the advanced Emperor of Gods who just arrived and that the other party comprehended the law of fire. The burly figure belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a red long robe. His beard and his hair were unkempt, and they were fiery red as well. His large eyes stared at Hu Donglan pointedly as soon as he arrived. On the other hand, Hu Donglan frowned slightly as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. Before he could say a word, the middle-aged man attacked. Swoosh! 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 Flames surged in the air, forming a giant net as they swept toward Hu Donglan. Following that, a red 6-foot-long saber with a mysterious aura appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. While Hu Donglan and the middle-aged man were fighting, people finally began to recognize the middle-aged man. It's Cheng Yen. Cheng Yen is a famous sectless advanced Emperor of Gods in the Divine Spirit Mansion. However, I thought he left this place a long time ago. That's right. No one has heard from him over the last few hundred years. Cheng Yan's fame wasn't inferior to that of Hu Donglan a few hundred years ago. I heard that the both of them sparred in the past and the fight ended in a tie. Hu Donglan was no pushover. Although Cheng Yan took the initiative to attack first, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The two fought continuously, releasing terrifying shockwaves into the surroundings. Fortunately, the arena was shrouded with a formation absorbing most of the shockwaves and protecting the crowd. Cheng Yan laughed. Hu Donglan, you haven't improved much after all these years. If this is the extent of your strength, prepare to suffer a defeat. As he spoke, Cheng Yan's divine energy began to surge as the flames around him surged higher into the sky. Swoosh! The flames in the air gathered, forming a huge fiery saber. Its appearance made everything in the surroundings pale in comparison. It fell toward Hu Donglan, looking as though it would cut down everything that stood in its way. Hu Donglan's expression turned grim immediately. He did not expect his opponent, whom he was on par with, had now surpassed him. Moreover, he could tell Cheng Yan had yet to unleash his full strength. Nonetheless, he had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he began to mobilize all his energy to retaliate. Boom! Alas, Hu Donglan's effort was futile. In just a moment, Cheng Yan's fiery saber destroyed Hu Donglan's counterattack and sent Hu Donglan out of the arena. After Hu Donglan stabilized his footing, he looked up. His face was slightly pale, and blood could be seen at the corner of his lips, but he was mostly fine. He had quickly used his divine energy to remove the blood, but the crowd had already noticed it. A few people sighed. They did not expect Hu Donglan to be defeated so quickly. Hu Donglan is defeated. At the same time, the expressions of the other two advanced Emperors of Gods were rather grim, clearly feeling pressured. The duo began to communicate through voice transmission. Do you have the confidence to defeat Cheng Yan? I'm not 100% confident about facing Hu Donglan, let alone Cheng Yan. Me too. Since that's the case, let's make a deal. One of us will challenge Cheng Yan first to exhaust him so the following person will have a higher chance of defeating him next. All right. However, how do we decide who attacks first and who reaps the reward at the end? I'm willing to go first if you offer something in exchange. The two advanced emperors of gods quickly came to an agreement soon after. Following that, one of them flew into the arena to challenge Cheng Yan. As expected, he was defeated, but he successfully exhausted Cheng Yan's energy. The fight caused Cheng Yan to exhaust about the same amount of energy he had used during his fight with Hu Donglan. It was not difficult for him to figure out that the two advanced emperors of gods had come to an agreement. As he consumed his healing divine pills, he looked at the duo and thought to himself, "It seems like the both of them came to an agreement." Cheng Yan. As expected, the other advanced emperor of gods flew into the arena. At this moment, the sun was slowly rising on the horizon. It was as if the entire land was sparkling with golden light at this time. Cheng Yan was now going to have to face the remaining advanced emperor of gods present on the scene after consecutively defeating two advanced emperors of gods. Upon seeing this, Wang Chun shook his head and said, "The other advanced emperor of gods was trying to exhaust Cheng Yan's energy. I wonder if it'll greatly affect Cheng Yan's performance now. If it doesn't, Cheng Yan will definitely become the winner of the competition." Naturally, Duanling Tian could also see through the two advanced emperors of gods' plan. Clearly, one was trying to exhaust Cheng Yan's energy, so the other would have the upper hand when fighting Cheng Yan. Even if Cheng Yan had consumed his healing divine pills, it would be impossible for Cheng Yan to recover all his energy in such a short time. As for Hu Donglan, based on his reaction, he could also figure out the duo's plan. Not only that, but he also realized that Cheng Yan had intentionally hidden his strength earlier when fighting him. When the final advanced emperors of gods entered the arena, even Duanling Tian could not say for sure who would emerge victorious. However, based on the confident expression on Cheng Yan's face, it seemed likely that he would win. "Cheng Yan, I didn't expect you to hide your strength," the advanced emperor of gods said solemnly as he looked at Cheng Yan. The advanced emperor of gods did not dare to let his guard down at all, even though the other advanced emperor of gods managed to exhaust Cheng Yan's energy. After all, Cheng Yan did not seem significantly affected. He was not completely confident about defeating Cheng Yan, even if his plan to exhaust Cheng Yan's energy was a success. But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and advance. After all, a golden opportunity was at stake. He did not care about becoming the interim or official mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, but he really wanted to represent the righteous kingdom during the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. It was a great chance, and it might help him become a supreme god. Without a great chance like the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms or a fortuitous encounter, he knew it would be impossible for him to break through and become a supreme god. It seems like this will be the final fight of the competition. The winner of this fight will be the interim mansion master of our Divine Spirit Mansion. That's right. This will definitely be the final fight of the competition unless another advanced emperor of gods shows up. The crowd, including Wang Chun, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, shared the same sentiments. Meanwhile, the advanced emperor of gods did not waste time. Soon after he entered the arena, he began to launch his attacks. His attacks rained down on Cheng Yan heavily. He was clearly hoping to defeat Cheng Yan before Cheng Yan could recover more of his energy. However, Cheng Yan did not flinch at all when faced with the fierce attacks that were like torrential rain. With this, the crowd, including the messenger of the righteous kingdom, realized that Cheng Yan had hidden much more of his strength than they had expected. It was not difficult for them to figure out the outcome of the fight. If there are no other surprises, that advanced emperor of gods is definitely going to lose. Cheng Yan is going to be the interim mansion master of our Divine Spirit Mansion. As expected, it did not take long for Cheng Yan to gain the upper hand and defeat his opponent after 10 moves. With this, he successfully defended his position after defeating 3 advanced emperors of gods consecutively. Although the 3 advanced emperors of gods felt slightly bitter about their losses, they were convinced by Cheng Yan's strength. As such, they congratulated Cheng Yan, displaying good sportsmanship. "Congratulations, Cheng Yan." Cheng Yan smiled faintly as he said, "It's too early for you to congratulate me. The competition isn't over yet, after all." In everyone's opinion, Cheng Yan was just being modest. There was no doubt in their minds that Cheng Yan would definitely be the winner of the competition and the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. At this time, Wang Chun said with a sigh, Cheng Yan will definitely become the interim mansion master of our divine spirit mansion. He's quite strong and young. If he's really lucky, he might even have a chance of becoming a supreme god during the battle of the divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. No one, including Duan Tian, knew much about Destiny Canyon or the battle of the divine kingdoms. However, most of them thought that the competition likely entailed the advanced emperors of gods from various divine kingdoms fighting, and that during the process they might run into fortuitous encounters that would help them become supreme gods. While the crowd whispered among themselves, confident about Cheng Yan's victory, Cheng Yan stood in the arena, looking invincible as he waited for his next opponent. Time seemed to pass slowly before it was finally almost noon. Although everyone was confident about Cheng Yan's victory, as soon as he defeated the final advanced emperor of gods present on the scene, no one left. After all, they did not want to miss out if another advanced emperor of gods, no matter how unlikely, showed up. There are only 15 minutes left. If no other advanced emperor of gods shows up, Cheng Yan will be crowned the winner and the competition will come to an end. That's right. Moreover, now that a few hours have passed since the last fight, Lord Cheng must have also almost completely recovered his energy with the healing divine pills. Isn't that obvious that he's now stronger? Even if another advanced emperor of gods shows up, it'll be difficult for him or her to defeat Lord Cheng. Not long after, someone said with a sigh, "We're halfway through the final 15 minutes. I guess we'll be able to leave soon. There shouldn't be any more changes with so little time left." At this time, Wang Chun, who shared the same thoughts with the crowd, said to Duan Tian, "Brother, there's nothing else to see now that time's almost up. I think we can return to the mansion city now." Since Duan Tian had occasionally replied to Wang Chun assumed that they were not friends. Alas, it was only a one-sided feeling. Duan Tian nodded and said, "You're right. It's about time to return to the mansion city." After a beat, he continued to say, "However, before we do that, there's one more thing I have to do." "Huh? What is it?" Wang Chun asked in confusion. Duan Tian did not reply to Wang Chun and suddenly vanished out of sight. Upon seeing this, Wang Chun grew even more confused. He muttered to himself, "He left? Why didn't he wait for me?" Wang Chun, who assumed Duan Tian had left, turned around. He was thoroughly shocked when he saw a familiar purple figure in the arena. At the same time, the crowd broke out into an uproar when they saw a purple figure had flown into the arena to face Cheng Yan, who had defeated 3 advanced emperors of gods consecutively. Similar to the others, Cheng Yan was shocked when he saw Duan Tian. He did not expect anyone to challenge him so close to the end of the competition. Most importantly and shockingly, Duan Tian was just a rudimentary emperor of gods. He asked incredulously, "You're just a rudimentary emperor of gods, but you want to challenge me for the position of the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion?" The crowd was even more shocked upon hearing that Duan Tian was just a rudimentary emperor of gods. Many of them thought that Duan Tian had mistakenly entered the arena, while some of them felt that Duan Tian had a death wish. A rudimentary emperor of gods? Does he have a death wish? How dare he challenge Lord Cheng Yan? I saw him casting the teleportation profundity. Perhaps he mistakenly entered the arena. This is the first time I'm seeing someone who miscalculated and arrived at the wrong place after casting the teleportation profundity. At the same time, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom could not help but furrow his brows slightly. He naturally thought it was absurd that a rudimentary emperor of gods had the audacity to challenge an advanced emperor of gods. Although the likelihood was low, he could not help but wonder inwardly, did Cheng Yan arrange for him to enter the arena to prevent other advanced emperor of gods from challenging him at the final moment? The messenger's gaze turned frosty when he thought about this. He despised this kind of petty trick the most. He scoffed coldly, catching everyone's attention. Then he said, "To think a rudimentary emperor of gods is bold enough to challenge an advanced emperor of gods. To prove this isn't staged, this fight will be a life or death fight. If both of you are unwilling to fight a life or death fight, both of you can surrender and both of you will be disqualified from the competition. The interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion will then be chosen among the other 3 advanced emperors of gods." The crowd was stunned and confused by the messenger's words. However, after a moment, some of them figured out the messenger's thoughts and intention for suddenly changing the rules. So, is this purple-clad young man here to help Lord Cheng stall for time? Is that even necessary? I think Lord Cheng likely didn't expect the messenger to suddenly change the rule. Right? I guess Lord Cheng will have to kill the purple-clad young man now. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified. If he's Lord Cheng's accomplice, I think Lord Cheng won't kill him, right? That might not be the case. If he's not related to Lord Cheng, I think it's possible that Lord Cheng will kill him to become the interim mansion master of our divine spirit mansion. Everyone's gazes were skeptical and suspicious as they looked at Duanling Tian and Qing Yan. At the same time, Wang Chun muttered under his breath, perplexed. So Duanling Tian came to help Cheng Yan? If that's really the case, then things aren't looking good for him. Wang Chun sighed inwardly. I hope Qing Yan won't kill him just so he can become the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan felt extremely wronged as he thought to himself, the messenger thinks I set this up? At the same time, Cheng Yan looked at Duanling Tian indignantly, feeling his blood boil. He said coldly, Brat, everyone thinks I hired you to stall for time, but you know the truth. I don't know why you'd suddenly enter the arena at this time, but prepare to die. Duanling Tian was stunned. He had expected the crowd to be amazed to see a rudimentary emperor of gods challenging an advanced emperor of gods. Contrary to his expectations, everyone was convinced that he was hired by Qing Yan. Consequently, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom even changed the rules. Both of them would be disqualified and lose the chance to become the interim mansion master of the divine spirit kingdom if they backed out of the life or death fight now. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian was very calm when faced with Cheng Yan's threats. Although Cheng Yang was rather strong, he was confident about beating Qing Yan. He said expressionlessly, if you think you can kill me, then make your move. Cheng Yan sneered. Then, his divine energy, which was imbued with the law, surged violently as he charged toward Duanling Tian. With every move, the void shook. He bellowed, since you have a death wish, I'm more than happy to fulfill your wish. Everyone shuddered inwardly as they watched Cheng Yan make his move. Lord Cheng Yan is really going to kill him. Based on the current situation, I don't think he's hired by Lord Cheng Yan to stall for time. I agree. Otherwise, that purple-clad young man wouldn't have said those words and would be begging for his life now. Since he's not hired by Lord Cheng Yan, where did he find the confidence to challenge Lord Cheng Yan? Who knows? I really thought he had mistakenly teleported into the arena. Seems like that's not the case. Anyway, he doesn't seem afraid at all. It would make sense if he were an intermediate emperor of gods, since there would be a high chance that his strength was comparable to an advanced emperor of gods. However, he's just a mere rudimentary emperor of gods. At the same time, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom was perplexed as well. He frowned as he thought to himself, was I wrong? Where did this rudimentary emperor of gods find the confidence to challenge an advanced emperor of gods? In the arena. An earth-shattering sound rang in the air as Qing Yan threw a punch with his bare fist at Duanling Tian. He did not even bother to bring out his prominent divine artifact. He felt that it would be embarrassing for him if he had used a prominent divine artifact to deal with a rudimentary emperor of gods. Faced with Cheng Yan's terrifying attack, Duanling Tian did not even move. He only said nonchalantly, "You made a fatal mistake not using your prominent divine artifact." Then, he sighed lightly before he added, "If you'd used your prominent divine artifact, I wouldn't be able to kill you with just a strike." As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, a spatial storm raged around him as a seven-colored sword ray shot out toward Cheng Yan. Swoosh! The sword whistled in the air as it tore through the air, looking as though it could destroy everything that stood in its way. Although Duanling Tian had cast both the Mastery Dao and the Sword Dao, the crowd only sensed the Sword Dao. Only a supreme god would be able to sense his Mastery Dao. Upon seeing this, Cheng Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible." The seven-colored sword ray destroyed Cheng Yan's attack before it suddenly multiplied and pierced him before he could attack again. After that, his body that was riddled with holes from the seven-colored sword rays was destroyed by the spatial storm that swept out. When the commotion died down, only a mist of blood and a spatial ring could be seen. Silence descended on the entire place. When Duanling Tian claimed Cheng Yan's spatial ring and put it away, everyone finally regained their senses and gasped in shock and disbelief. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at him incredulously as though he was a monster. Even the experienced messenger of the righteous divine kingdom, along with his subordinates, was in shock and disbelief. He killed Cheng Yan? A rudimentary emperor of gods killed an advanced emperor of gods within a few seconds with just a strike? He possesses a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. That alone is enough to shock the entire divine kingdom. With it, none of the rudimentary emperors of gods in our divine kingdom is a match for him at all. He comprehended the sword Tao as well. It's not just that. His comprehension of the law of space is incredibly profound too. It's difficult to find any rudimentary and intermediate emperors of gods in the divine kingdom who have the same level of comprehension of the law as him. Heavens! I can't believe I just witnessed a rudimentary emperor of gods killing an advanced emperor of gods. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Let alone our divine kingdom, it's impossible to find a rudimentary emperor of gods as terrifying as him in the entire southern heaven continent, right? At the same time, Wang Chun just recovered from his shock. A few moments earlier, he had still been worried about Cheng Yan killing Duanling Tian. He really did not expect that Cheng Yan, the strong advanced emperor of gods, would die instead. In the arena, Duanling Tian said calmly, "There's still some time left. Is there anyone interested in challenging me?" Since Duanling Tian had killed Cheng Yan so swiftly, there was still a little time left before the competition came to an end. Based on the time it took for him to kill Cheng Yan, he still had enough time to kill a dozen people like Cheng Yan. The crowd shuddered upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. The advanced emperors of gods who were defeated by Cheng Yan were still looking at Duanling Tian incredulously. If they did not witness it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a rudimentary emperor of gods was capable of killing an advanced emperor of gods. Meanwhile, the people who were discussing the purple-clad figure suddenly realized they did not even know his name. I've never heard of or seen anything as absurd as this. To think that a rudimentary emperor of gods killed an advanced emperor of gods. Let alone the righteous divine kingdom, this young man will become famous in the southern heaven continent. Wait, does anyone know his name? Soon after, a few of them recalled seeing Wang Chun with Duanling Tian earlier and turned to look at him. He should know that purple-clad young man's name. That's right. I saw him with the purple-clad young man earlier. Wang Chun, who was inundated with questions from quite a few people, finally revealed Duanling Tian's name after obtaining permission to do so from Duanling Tian. He said, "His name is Duanling Tian." Needless to say, everyone who heard Duanling Tian's name remembered his name. After all, he was a rudimentary emperor of gods who killed an advanced emperor of gods. Even if Cheng Yan did not use his prominent divine artifact earlier, the feat was still extremely shocking. This feat was unprecedented in not only the righteous divine kingdom, but the southern heaven kingdom as well. They had just witnessed Duanling Tian make history. At this time, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom finally spoke up. He said loudly, "I announce that Duanling Tian is the winner of the competition, and he's now the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion." With this, Duanling Tian finally achieved his goal. Initially, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom planned to return to the capital after appointing the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion. The interim mansion master was expected to travel to the capital on his or her own a month later. However, after witnessing Duanling Tian's shocking strength, he changed his mind and decided to depart for the capital together with Duanling Tian. How could he be unable to tell that someone like Duanling Tian would soar to great heights in the future? With Duanling Tian's capability, once Duanling Tian became an advanced emperor of gods, it would not be impossible for him to kill supreme gods as well. As such, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to befriend Duanling Tian? If he could befriend Duanling Tian, he would definitely benefit from it. At the same time, Duanling Tian was satisfied when he saw the messenger's enthusiasm. After all, as the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom, the messenger definitely had high status in the divine kingdom and was definitely more knowledgeable than most people. It was likely that he could gain information about Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms from the messenger. During the journey back to the Divine Spirit Mansion City, the messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom walked next to Duan Ling Tian. He did not look down on Duan Ling Tian at all, even though Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary emperor of gods. Although Cheng Yen did not use his prominent divine artifact earlier, it was not difficult to see that even if he did, it would not make a huge difference and the outcome would still be the same. The messenger asked, "Brother Ling Tian, we'll depart for the capital in a month. If you're willing, the Lord will definitely officially appoint you as the Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said truthfully, "Brother Yunhe, I have no intention of becoming the official Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. My goal is only to join the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon." Yunhe, the messenger of the righteous Divine Kingdom, was very warm toward Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian was chosen to be the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. It was only natural since a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, who was capable of killing an advanced Emperor of Gods, was definitely extraordinary. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could tell that almost all intermediate Emperors of Gods were not a match for Duan Ling Tian. He had to seize the chance to befriend such an outstanding person. Otherwise, it would be too late to do so once Duan Ling Tian became stronger and surpassed him. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could sense how young Duan Ling Tian was. As such, how could he not tell that Duan Ling Tian was highly talented? Someone as talented as Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future as long as he did not die prematurely. "Brother Ling Tian, I can't say that I'm surprised by your answer," Yunhe said. He had already suspected this. Moreover, if he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would also feel that the righteous Divine Kingdom was too small a place for him. In the righteous Divine Kingdom, very few people dared to offend Yunhe since he had the support of the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom, who was a supreme god. However, he had been an advanced Emperor of Gods for a long time, and he was also in his prime. If it were possible, he wanted to rise higher, and in his opinion, forging a connection with Duan Ling Tian might present him with an opportunity to do so in the future. In any case, Brother Ling Tian, the people in the capital will definitely be dumbstruck by your monstrous talent. No, even those from the other divine kingdoms will be dumbstruck, Yunhe continued to say. He looked forward to seeing the dumbfounded expressions on everyone's faces when they realized Duan Ling Tian, a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, was capable of killing an advanced Emperor of Gods. Brother Ling Tian, during this month, you can stay in the Mansion Master's residence, and you'll also be given the treatment of a Mansion Master. You can also help yourself to everything in the vault that the late Mansion Master Mo left behind. Even ordinary city governors would have vaults in their residences, let alone Mansion Masters. Most treasures would be kept in the vaults since it would be impractical to carry the treasures everywhere. Although Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm upon hearing Yunhe's words, he was inwardly excited. He prayed fervently that Mo Wendao's vault would have the treasures that he needed. The reward Duan Ling Tian received earlier after killing Cheng Yen, an advanced Emperor of Gods, was nearly half the amount of energy he received from the Emperor-grade secret realm. At this time, the energy was raging in his body. Once he completely absorbed energy, he was certain that he would be even closer to becoming an intermediate Emperor of Gods. I'm confident I'd become an intermediate Emperor of Gods soon. At that time, I'd be close to becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods as well. As for becoming a supreme god, it's still a rather difficult goal to achieve now. Previously, Duan Ling Tian thought that it would not be so easy for him to become an advanced Emperor of Gods in a short time. However, he felt quite hopeful now. In just less than a year after entering the Trial of Gods, he had become a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, stabilized his cultivation base, and was close to becoming an intermediate Emperor of Gods. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian thought that becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods was way beyond his reach. However, he felt hopeful right now. He had become a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, stabilized his cultivation base, and even gained great progress in becoming an intermediate Emperor of Gods in less than a year in the Trial of Gods. God willing, he might become an intermediate of gods in the battles of the divine kingdoms that would take place in the Destiny Canyon. Once I become an intermediate emperor of gods, very few cultivators below the realm of a supreme god will be a match for me even if my cultivation base isn't completely stabilized. Once I stabilize my cultivation base, unless there's a monstrously talented advanced emperor of gods in this world, I should be invincible among those below the realm of a supreme god. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. An intermediate emperor of gods who was invincible among those below the realm of a supreme god was rare even among the monstrous young prodigies in prime supreme rank forces. Duan Tian's eyes brightened even more as he continued thinking to himself, the trial of gods is truly a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. Perhaps I might really have a chance of becoming a supreme god before 1,000 years up with the help of the trial of gods. Based on his comprehension of the law and the Taos of heaven and earth, as soon as he became a rudimentary supreme god, he might even be able to kill intermediate supreme gods. The difference between a rudimentary supreme god and an intermediate supreme god was not like that of rudimentary, intermediate, and advanced emperors of gods. In fact, the difference in strength was possibly wider than that of a rudimentary emperor of gods and an advanced emperor of gods. When they finally arrived at the estate of the mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, Yunhe said, "Brother Ling Tian, I won't disturb you in the coming month. Just remember that we'll depart for the capital in a month. I've already sent a communication jade back to the capital to inform him that you killed an advanced emperor of gods with just a strike. It won't be long before the communicated jade reaches him. The Lord is known to cherish talents. I believe the Lord will treat you generously and help you to raise your cultivation base before we leave for Destiny Canyon." "All right. Thank you, Brother Yunhe," Duan Tian said. He was rather eager to meet the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom now. He would be ecstatic if he could have a breakthrough before the start of the battle of the divine kingdom. Over the next few days, Duan Tian found several medicinal herbs that were highly useful to him and refined them into divine pills since they could not be directly consumed. Based on his alchemy skills, he could easily refine them into limit divine pills that would boost his cultivation. It was also at this time that he realized refining limit divine pills in this world did not bring about the tribulation. As such, he did not have to worry about being discovered. However, even if he was discovered, he was not afraid at all. After all, not counting the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom, he was rather confident about his ability to protect himself. Moreover, even if the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom discovered Duan Tian's ability to refine limit divine pills, it was unlikely that he would offend him. After all, as the Lord of a divine kingdom, he should be wise enough not to do such a foolish thing. A month passed by in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian did not only refine many limit divine pills, but he had also completely absorbed the energy from the reward he received after killing Changyan. He was now another step closer to becoming an intermediate emperor of gods. If the path to becoming an intermediate emperor of gods was now 100 meters in length, he would have crossed the 10-meter mark now. Considering he had just become a rudimentary emperor of gods very recently, a 10% progress was considered very good. "Brother Ling Tian, let's go." Yunhe came to pick Duan Tian up in an emperor-grade flying ship before they departed for the capital of the righteous divine kingdom. During the journey, the flying ship flew at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods. In the flying ship, Yunhe smiled as he said to Duan Tian, "The capital isn't too far away from the Divine Spirit Mansion city, so we'll arrive in half a month." Duan Tian nodded in response. He did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he spent his time asking Yunhe questions that had been on his mind. He naturally asked about the battle of the Divine Kingdoms and Destiny Canyon. Previously, Yunhe had promised to explain everything to Duan Tian, so he did not hesitate now that Duan Tian was asking him again. Destiny Canyon is a miraculous place in the southern heaven continent. Legend has it that it was left behind by the God of creation for the lords of the divine kingdoms. It can only be opened when the lords gather and use their lord's decree. As you know, the battle will take place in Destiny Canyon. Destiny Canyon had existed as long as the southern heaven continent did. Many people said it was left behind by the God of creation. Many emperors of gods were eager to fight in the battle of the divine kingdoms since it was going to be held in Destiny Canyon, which was said to be a miraculous place. Apart from that, emperors of gods stood a chance of breaking through as well, and advanced emperors of gods stood a chance of breaking through and becoming Supreme's god. Based on past events, many of the supreme gods in the various divine kingdoms became supreme gods in Destiny Canyon. Even the current lord of the righteous divine kingdom and his two predecessors became supreme gods in Destiny Canyon. Apart from that, Duanling Tian also learned about the various divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent. It was said that the lords of the divine kingdoms were protected by heaven and earth. Even if a lord of a divine kingdom was a rudimentary supreme god, an advanced supreme god would still be unable to kill him or her as long as he or she remained in his territory. The lord and his or her divine kingdom were each other's pillars of strength. Apart from that, the Lord's decree was also said to be left by the God of creation, and no one could rob a lord of a divine kingdom of his or her Lord's decree. The Lord's decree was also what made a lord of a divine kingdom invincible in his or her territory. With a Lord's decree, a rudimentary supreme god did not have to fear an intermediate and advanced supreme god in his or her territory at all. There are many divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent and many years have passed, but the divine kingdoms still remain the same. Yunhe said, "The lord of our divine kingdom belongs to the same faction as his predecessor, the founder of our righteous divine kingdom. Only members of the faction can inherit the Lord's decree. The Lord's decree is said to be a divine item that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, and that it was left behind by the God of creation. It's much more powerful than a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. In the capital of a divine kingdom, even if the Lord isn't a supreme god, he or she would still have the might of a supreme god. If it's outside the capital and within the territory of the divine kingdom, the Lord would have the might of an advanced supreme god even if he or she is only a rudimentary supreme god as long as he or she possesses the Lord's decree. In a divine kingdom, the Lord is peerless. If a lord is killed outside of his or her divine kingdom, others wouldn't be able to seize the Lord's decree. The Lord's decree would automatically return to the capital and the royal family. If someone tries to forcefully snatch the Lord's decree, even if he or she is an advanced supreme god, he or she still won't be able to escape death." Duanling Tian jolted slightly upon hearing Yunhe's words. He no longer dared to underestimate the various divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent anymore. Although most of the lords of the divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent were only rudimentary supreme gods, they possessed the Lord's decree that made them invincible in their respective divine kingdoms. Even advanced supreme gods were helpless against them. The God of creation. It seems that Lord's decrees are supreme treasures left by the supreme powerhouses for the rulers of the divine kingdoms. They serve as the foundation for the divine kingdoms. With them, the position of ruler will be passed down peacefully in the royal families. Even if one was an advanced supreme god and the lord of a divine kingdom was only a rudimentary supreme god, one still would not be able to rebel and seize the throne. After all, as long as the lord of the divine kingdom remained in his or her territory, he or she would possess the might of an advanced supreme god with the Lord's decree. Needless to say, the Lord's decree is recognized as an important heirloom. It holds unparalleled powers, Yunhe said. His expression was solemn, and his gaze shone with reverence when he spoke about the Lord's decree. The Lord's decree. Duanling Tian was also surprised by the power of the Lord's decree. With the Lord's decree, the lords of the divine kingdoms had no need to fear anyone in their respective divine kingdoms. Even strong forces with advanced supreme gods would not be able to do anything as long as they were in the territory of the divine kingdoms. The only way was if the lord of a divine kingdom left his or her divine kingdom, rendering the Lord's decree useless. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked Yunhe curiously, "Destiny Canyon isn't in the territories of any of the divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent. Aren't the lords of the various divine kingdoms worried about dying after leaving their respective territories?" Upon hearing this, Yunhe smiled faintly before he replied, "The battle of the divine kingdoms happens only once every 10,000 years. Every 10,000 years, all the royal families of the divine kingdoms can offer sacrifices to the heavens. The purpose of the sacrificial ritual is to ask the God of creation to bestow supreme divine power to the lords and the Lord's decrees. For a year, the Lord decrees will still grant them power as though they were in their respective territories anywhere in the southern heaven continent. With this, they don't have to worry about leaving their territories since they can still wield the power of the Lord's decrees. Due to the time, Destiny Canyon only stays open for 10 months each time it opens. During the first month, the Lords of the Divine Kingdoms will bring their subordinates to Destiny Canyon, and they have to return to their respective Divine Kingdoms before the end of the final month. Otherwise, when the Lord's decrees return to normal, the Lords risk death. With this explanation, Duanling Tian finally understood why the Lords of the various Divine Kingdoms were so confident about leaving their respective Divine Kingdoms and personally leading their subordinates to Destiny Canyon. Due to the sacrificial ritual, there was no need for them to worry about people or forces causing trouble outside their respective Divine Kingdoms or in Destiny Canyon. Previously, Duanling Tian had heard that there were many powerful forces outside of Divine Kingdoms. These forces had many powerhouses who were intermediate and advanced supreme gods. Many of these forces were not any weaker than a Divine Kingdom. At that time, Duanling Tian thought that it would not be difficult for these forces to stir up trouble in a Divine Kingdom if they so wished. However, now that he learned about the Lord's decree, he finally realized that despite their strength, these forces were unable to cause trouble in a Divine Kingdom. With the protection from the Lord's decree and the God of creation, no one could seize the throne of a Divine Kingdom unless it was the will of the God of creation. The Lords of the Divine Kingdoms are only invincible in their respective territories. The once in 10,000 your sacrificial ritual would grant them temporary exemption during the opening of Destiny Canyon. With this, it's unlikely for the Lords to seize the chance to expand their respective territories. In any case, the reason the Divine Kingdoms and the powerful forces outside of the Divine Kingdoms can coexist peacefully is due to the Lord's decrees. Duanling Tian was immersed in his thoughts as they traveled to the righteous Divine Kingdom from the Divine Spirit Mansion. He had many speculations, and he also confirmed many of them after speaking to Yun He. They were still traveling when Yun He raised his hand and intercepted a communication jade. After a moment, he smiled as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I've received a reply from our Lord. He has asked me to take you to him as soon as we arrive at the capital. The Lord cherishes talent, so he definitely won't mistreat you, Brother Ling Tian." Although the Lords of the Divine Kingdoms were peerless in their respective Divine Kingdoms, it would not be so once they left their Divine Kingdoms. After leaving their Divine Kingdoms, they would not be a match for most of the supreme rank forces outside of their Divine Kingdoms. As such, the Lords of the Divine Kingdoms would naturally seize the chance to forge a connection with powerful people. In the past, during the time when Destiny Canyon was open, there were many Lords of the Divine Kingdoms, along with their subordinates, who relied on their Lord's decrees to act arrogantly, offending many supreme rank forces. As such, even if the supreme rank forces would not be able to seize the Divine Kingdom, they would still retaliate. They would wait until the Lord's decree returned to normal before they patrolled and waited outside of the Divine Kingdom. They would kill those who dared to venture out of the territory of the Divine Kingdom. Under those circumstances, people of the Divine Kingdom would not dare to leave the Divine Kingdom, causing them to miss out on many fortuitous encounters. Even the Lord of the Divine Kingdom would not dare to rashly leave the Divine Kingdom, since the Lord's decree would be useless once he or she left the kingdom. Due to the lesson from the past, many Divine Kingdoms were now very cautious. Although the Lord's decrees would be effective outside their Divine Kingdoms for a year during the opening of Destiny Canyon, they kept a low profile and did not dare to provoke others. Conversely, as long as the Divine Kingdoms did not provoke them, the supreme rank forces would also not provoke the Divine Kingdoms without reason. If one was attacked, even if one did not provoke anyone, there was no doubt the other party was in the wrong. However, if one was killed for provoking the other party could not be blamed for their actions. "Thank you for putting in a good word for me, Brother Yun He," Duanling Tian said. It was not difficult for him to guess that Yun He must have spoken highly about him to the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom. Yun He nodded in response. Although the two people with him were his confidants, it was obvious that he did not want to be heard when he continued to say to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "When you see the Lord, there's no need to be so reserved. Apart from that, there's no need for you to speak directly. As long as you indirectly show that you're not someone who forgets favor, it'll be enough." The Lord is invincible in the righteous divine kingdom, but he's no different from an ordinary rudimentary supreme god after leaving the kingdom. As such, even if he knows of fortuitous encounters outside of the kingdom, there's nothing he could but watch as others compete over the fortuitous encounters. Many lords of the divine kingdoms would befriend powerhouses outside of their divine kingdoms, and some of them would even ally themselves with the supreme rank forces through arranged marriages. With a good relationship, the lords would naturally be protected by those supreme rank forces. With this, the lords would have less to worry about when leaving their respective territories to search for fortuitous encounters. Many of the lords of the divine kingdoms who were intermediate supreme gods became one due to the fortuitous encounters they found outside of their divine kingdoms. Without fortuitous encounters, they could only hope to break through in Destiny Canyon. But as you know, Destiny Canyon isn't open all the time. Apart from that, if they were very lucky, a fortuitous encounter might appear in their respective divine kingdoms, and they would be able to seize the chance to break through. Yunhe paused for a moment before he continued to say, Brother Ling Tian, with your heaven-defying talent and comprehension skills, when you become a supreme god in the future, you'll definitely trigger the opening of a supreme-grade secret realm filled with fortuitous encounters. Just showing your potential to become a supreme god in front of our Lord will be enough to win our Lord's heart. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Yunhe's words. So there are supreme-grade secret realms as well when one breaks through and becomes a supreme god, just like when one becomes an emperor of gods? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. What a pity! Although I'm confident about becoming a supreme god, it's impossible for me to do so in the trial of gods. I wonder if breaking through and becoming a supreme god on the realm battlefield will trigger something like the supreme-grade secret realm. Duan Ling Tian felt that he had a high chance of becoming a supreme god on the realm battlefield, but he was not sure if it would trigger the opening of something like the supreme-grade secret realm. I'll have to ask third senior brother about this after I leave this place. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian and Yunhe continued chatting for a while before Duan Ling Tian finally found a corner to cultivate. Upon seeing this, Yunhe sat cross-legged and closed his eyes as well. However, no one knew if he was resting or cultivating. As for the two people with Yunhe, they remained standing and monitored the surroundings of the flying ship through the mirror image in the flying ship. After all, even if they were traveling at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods, it did not mean that they were safe. There were many hunters who were supreme gods in the wild. In the southern heaven continent's soaring divine kingdom, a majestic mountain collapsed as a thunderous explosion rang for thousands of miles, causing the earth to shake violently. The living creatures nearby were alarmed by the commotion and scampered away. Swoosh! An unkempt figure appeared in the air. It belonged to a solemn-looking young girl. Her terrifying divine energy, which had been imbued with the law of destruction, raged around her body, seeming as though it could destroy everything in its path. At this time, a tall and handsome middle-aged man rose from the rubble of the collapsed mountain. A fierce green energy burst forth from his body and turned into wind blades. She's an advanced emperor of gods, but she has the combat strength of a rudimentary supreme god. A token could be seen above the handsome middle-aged man's head. At a glance, the token looked ordinary, but its aura was extraordinary and seemed connected to the land. Energy surged into the token before the energy surged into his body, causing the wind that raged around him to grow even stronger. The tall and handsome middle-aged man was Xiao Yuan, the lord of the soaring divine kingdom. At this moment, Xiao Yuan stared at the girl in the distance with a solemn expression on his face. However, his eyes betrayed his shock as he muttered, "If I didn't have the Lord's decree, I might not be her match." Xiao Yuan did not expect that there would be an advanced emperor of gods in this world capable of defeating him, a rudimentary supreme god. If it were not for the Lord's decree that granted him unparalleled power in his territory, he would not have been a match for the girl in front of him who was just an advanced emperor of gods. What happened? Your strength suddenly increased so much. It feels like you're almost catching up to my senior sister, the girl asked with a solemn expression on her delicate face. She did not expect that Xiao Yuan, who was in a disadvantageous position during their fight, would suddenly burst forth with such terrifying power after bringing out a seemingly ordinary token. Xiaoyi Yuan stared at the girl when he heard her words. Upon seeing that the girl did not seem to be lying, he could not help but shudder. After all, based on her words, even after he used his lord's decree, he was still not as strong as her senior sister. Who's her senior sister? Xiaoyi Yuan wondered warily. Previously, when he saw that the girl possessed the strength of a rudimentary supreme god despite only being an advanced emperor of gods, he suspected that she must have had an extraordinary background. Her words now confirmed his suspicion. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoyi Yuan said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you're no match for me." The girl nodded in acquiescence before she said, "It's true that I'm no match for you with that token in your hand. However, that doesn't mean you can kill me either." Following that, what seemed like a black bead that was roiling with energy appeared in her hand. Although the energy was contained in the black bead, the void rippled when the black bead appeared in her hand. At certain times, the air would turn still as though time had frozen. Although Xiaoyi Yuan did not know what the black bead was, he could naturally tell it was extraordinary. Moreover, based on the girl's words, it seemed like the black bead was something that could save her life. He did not think the black bead had offensive strength because it would be impossible for the girl to gain the upper hand relying on such a thing. Only the god of creation would be able to create an offensive weapon that would allow her to defeat him. For this reason, he was certain the black bead would only save her life. Moreover, based on her attitude, it was obvious she was very confident about escaping from him. If she escapes, I'll not only offend her, but I'll risk offending the force behind her as well. Xiaoyi Yuan thought to himself as his heart trembled. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Girl, I have no intention of killing you. In fact, I'm even willing to give you a chance. The battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon is coming up. Why don't I give you a chance to represent the soaring Divine Kingdom? What do you think?" However, while Xiaoyi Yuan spoke, the girl flew away quickly. She held the black bead in her hand, looking as though she was ready to crush it at any moment. Xiaoyi Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing this. After a moment, he flew after her as he said, "Girl, I'm sincere about this. Girl." Although the girl disturbed Xiaoyi Yuan's closed-door cultivation and attacked him for no reason, which annoyed him greatly, he was wary and afraid of her, thinking that she might have the support of a powerful force. Then, he thought about the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon that was coming up, and decided to invite the girl to represent the soaring Divine Kingdom during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. With her strength, he did not doubt that the soaring Divine Kingdom would benefit greatly. Xiaoyi Yuan was still wondering if the girl was unaware of the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, or if she was already representing another Divine Kingdom when a cracking sound rang in the air. The girl crushed the black bead in her hand. Following that, an energy so strong that it startled Xiaoyi Yuan burst forth and shrouded the girl. It tore the space open before it brought the girl away. Perhaps those who did not know better would have thought that she had used the law of space's teleportation profundity, but he knew better. He could not sense the law of space in that energy at all. Instead, he could sense the law of destruction. He speculated that the black bead belonged to a powerhouse skilled in the law of destruction. Most importantly, the energy from the black bead was so strong that it could tear the space apart so easily. Even he, with the Lord's decree, could not have done it so easily. Who the hell is she? Xiaoyi Yuan wondered out loud, still in shock. At the same time, through the Lord's decree, Xiaoyi Yuan could sense that the girl had left the territory of the soaring Divine Kingdom. Meanwhile, a spatial tear appeared before a girl stepped out of the spatial tear. She was now in the Divine Kingdom next to the soaring Divine Kingdom. If eldest senior sister finds out that I used the life-saving treasure she gave me in the trial of gods, she'll definitely punish me. The girl muttered to herself with a frown, clearly worried. Perhaps when I leave this place, I should say that I gave the life-saving treasure to junior brother and that he was the one who used it. This is a good excuse. I'm so smart. Junior brother is so nice, so I'm sure he'll help me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was unaware that someone had already chosen him to take the blame for something that he did not do. He followed Yunhe and finally arrived at the capital of the righteous Divine Kingdom. The capital of the righteous Divine Kingdom was naturally vast and magnificent. Duan Lingtian was in awe when he saw the city from afar. The city looked ancient and imposing. Despite the countless years that had passed, it still stood tall and strong. At this moment, Yunhe said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You can rest for a few days before I bring you to the Lord." "Thank you, Brother Yunhe," Duan Lingtian replied. Yunhe arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in an independent courtyard in a large compound in the eastern part of the capital. He explained, "This compound is used to accommodate guests. This time, it's used to accommodate all the mansion masters. Some mansion masters have already arrived, and some are still on their way. When everyone is here, the Lord will hold a banquet. It's good for you to get acquainted with the other mansion masters. Perhaps, you'll be able to look out for each other when you enter Destiny Canyon." After a brief pause, Yunhe continued to say, "Of course, that doesn't mean you can fully trust the others from the same divine kingdom. Even if I were able to enter Destiny Canyon, you shouldn't trust me completely either. When there are conflicts of interest, even brothers would turn on each other." Although Yunhe's warning was redundant, Duan Lingtian still listened patiently. After all, he could feel Yunhe's sincerity. Duan Lingtian's courtyard came with attendants and servants to serve him. When he entered, a plaque with the words, "Interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion," appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, indicating that the courtyard was already occupied. After chatting briefly with Duan Lingtian, Yunhe finally said before he left, "Brother Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. Please rest well. I'll return in a few days." When Yunhe left, he attracted two people's attention. "Isn't that Yunhe, the messenger of the righteous divine kingdom and our Lord's right-hand man?" Those who lived in the compound were mansion masters of mansions in the righteous divine kingdom. As such, the duo easily recognized Yunhe. Yunhe was sent as a messenger to the divine mansion spirit, but he was the vice commander of the righteous divine kingdom's imperial army in the imperial palace. His strength was not any weaker than the various mansion masters in the righteous divine kingdom. "Yunhe personally sent someone here? Who's so privileged to get such treatment? Even you and I weren't sent here by someone with Yunhe's status." The duo who were drinking tea sounded dissatisfied when they spoke. Needless to say, despite their dissatisfaction, they naturally did not dare to ask too much. It was likely that the other person that Yunhe personally led here was not someone to be trifled with. "I'm curious as to which mansion's mansion master received such treatment." Apart from the two mansion masters, there were also quite a few mansion masters who noticed Yunhe. All of them were rather curious. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. It did not take long before they found the answer to their question. "The interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion? A rudimentary emperor of gods capable of killing advanced emperors of gods?" A rudimentary emperor of gods killing an advanced emperor of gods was not only unprecedented in the righteous divine kingdom, but it was also unprecedented in the southern heaven kingdom. Duan Lingtian was the first rudimentary emperor of gods to achieve such a feat. Moreover, the incident was recorded through floating image pearls and had spread to the capital of the righteous divine kingdom. Amazing! Many mansion masters sighed in awe after watching the recording from a floating image pearl in the spacious compound in the capital of the righteous divine kingdom. As it turned out, it was true that a rudimentary emperor of gods had killed an advanced emperor of gods. Previously, they were still skeptical about the veracity of the news. After all, to them, the gap between a rudimentary and an advanced emperor of gods was too big. To them, it seemed impossible for a rudimentary emperor of gods to kill an advanced emperor of gods, even if the former possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul and the latter did not. It was only when they watched the recording from the floating image pearl that they realized the news was not exaggerated at all. He's too strong. Although he's just a rudimentary emperor of gods, his strength is terrifying. Based on the combat power he's shown, even if Chang Yan had used a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he still wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian, right? Since many of these people were not present during the competition to become the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, there were a few people who still had reservations about Duan Lingtian's strength. That rudimentary emperor of gods just got lucky. I agree. Otherwise, why did he only bring out his weapon at the end? It's likely that he was worried the advanced emperor of gods would also bring out his weapon, causing him to lose his advantage. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what the others were saying. Even if he was aware, he would not have paid any attention to them. After arriving in the capital of the righteous divine kingdom, Duanling Tian did not stay in his courtyard for long. The next morning, he left his courtyard to wander the bustling streets of the capital. The streets of the capital were clean and strictly managed. Peddlers were not allowed to set up their stalls wherever they wanted, and they could only set up their stalls in certain areas. Duanling Tian wandered the streets of the capital alone. Occasionally, when he saw a medicinal stall, he would have a look at the medicinal herbs, and if he saw something he needed, he would buy it. He was no longer interested in divine pills. After all, the divine pills that were useful to him now were rare divine pills, and it was impossible for them to be found in the shops and stalls here. Duanling Tian only returned to the compound when night fell. Duanling Tian did not leave again until Yunhe came looking for him a few days later. After greeting Duanling Tian, Yunhe said, "Brother Ling Tian, the Lord has time today and he wants to meet you." Yunhe was very careful with his words. Instead of saying that the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom summoned Duanling Tian to see him, he said that the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom wanted to meet Duanling Tian. The former words indicated that Duanling Tian was inferior to the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom, while the latter indicated that the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom treated Duanling Tian as an equal. Duanling Tian naturally noticed Yunhe's words, but he did not know if this was Yunhe's intention or the intention of the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom. After leading Duanling Tian out of the compound to the palace in the capital of the righteous divine kingdom, many people would respectfully greet and bow to Yunhe when they saw him. Vice Commander. Greetings, Vice Commander. It was only then that Duanling Tian discovered that Yunhe was the Vice Commander of the Imperial Army in the righteous divine kingdom's Imperial Palace. After entering the palace, Yunhe led Duanling Tian to a magnificent hall. 2 stone statues of different creatures stood at both sides of the entrance. Duanling Tian did not recognize the 2 creatures, and they were clearly not human. "Your Majesty, I've brought him here," Yunhe said respectfully. Following that, a burst of hearty laughter rang from the hall before a figure walked out of the hall. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a luxurious light golden robe. He was handsome and possessed a majestic bearing. Yunhe bowed and greeted, "Your Majesty." Duanling Tian cupped his fists together at the young man and said, "Greetings, I'm Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian did not expect the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom to be so young. The Lord of the righteous divine kingdom cupped his fists at Duanling Tian as well and said with a smile, "Brother Ling Tian, there's no need to be so polite. Although I'm the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom, I only got to where I am by relying on my father, Yuan. I can't compare myself to you at all. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind, you can address me as Brother Zhu." Duanling Tian knew that the member of the royal family in the righteous divine kingdom bore the surname Zhu. Since the other party had said so, he was no longer as polite and formal as before. He said with a smile, "Brother Zhu." Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the righteous divine kingdom, laughed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. His smile widened as he said, "Very good, very good." Following that, Zhu Yingjun personally led Duanling Tian into the hall. There was no one else in the hall. Yunhe stood guard at the entrance of the hall. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes at this moment. Although he knew that Zhu Yingjun would be friendly to Duanling Tian, he did not expect Zhu Yingjun to be so friendly to the extent that he asked Duanling Tian to address him as Brother Zhu. He had been a subordinate of Zhu Yingjun for many years, and this was the first time he had seen Zhu Yingjun so friendly. He thought to himself, "It seems like Brother Ling Tian holds a lot of value to His Majesty." It was not difficult to figure out that Zhu Yingjun was so welcoming toward Duanling Tian because of Duanling Tian's value. It was definitely not because of Duanling Tian's current strength. Duanling Tian naturally knew this very well. Hypothetically, if Duanling Tian broke through and became a supreme god here, and he and Zhu Yingjun encountered a rare treasure in a supreme-grade secret realm, he had no doubt that Zhu Yingjun would kill him for the treasure if Zhu Yingjun was confident about his strength. The world in the trial of gods was even crueler than the real world. Duanling Tian knew this, so he did not dare to be careless and always had his guard up. At this time, Zhu Yingjun sighed in awe and said, Brother Ling Tian, this is the first time that I, Zhu Yingjun, met a rudimentary emperor of gods who can kill an advanced emperor of gods. When Duan Ling Tian finally learned Zhu Yingjun's name, the corners of his lips twitched slightly. Yingjun meant handsome. The name was rather narcissistic. Although Zhu Yingjun was handsome, he was not as handsome as Duan Ling Tian. I was just lucky, Duan Ling Tian replied with a modest smile. He didn't get a chance to use his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul after all. Otherwise, I might not be a match for him. Brother Ling Tian, you're too modest? Zhu Yingjun said as he shook his head and smiled. Although I only watched the fight through a floating image pearl. I've heard about it from Vice Commander Yu, who was present at that time. According to him, even if the other party used his prominent divine artifact, you'd still be able to defeat him. Zhu Yingjun trusted Yun He's words since Yun He had been working for him for a long time. Yun He was his bodyguard when he was young. As such, Yun He had been by his side for a very long time. Although he was Yun He's superior, in private, he treated Yun He like a brother. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhu Yingjun's words, he shook his head and said, Brother Yun He is too kind with his words. After a moment, he called out, Lord. Before Duan Ling Tian could continue to speak, Zhu Yingjun interjected with a slight frown on his face. Brother Ling Tian, I've already said that you don't need to address me as such. Duan Ling Tian quickly changed the form of address and said bluntly and solemnly, Brother Zhu, I only became the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. After all, there are many fortuitous encounters there. I have no intention of becoming the official mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion. After the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, I plan to resign from my position. After that, I'll likely leave the righteous Divine Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he continued to say, In the future, if I still exist and I'm about to break through into the realm of a supreme god, I promise to inform you and return to the righteous Divine Kingdom. I'll break through in the righteous Divine Kingdom. If Duan Ling Tian was truly able to become a supreme god in the trial of gods, he would definitely fulfill his promise. However, he did not think it was possible since he would have to leave in the trial of gods in 2 years. He did not think he was lying to Zhu Yingjun as well. He had worded his words very carefully and added the words, if I still exist. Once he left the trial of gods, he naturally would no longer exist in this world. Zhu Yingjun naturally did not think too much of Duan Ling Tian's words. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that Duan Ling Tian was not from this world. If he had known Duan Ling Tian was not from this world, he would not have been in such a good mood now. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhu Yingjun laughed and said happily, Brother Ling Tian, you're truly an honest man. It's no wonder Vice Commander Yun only has high praises for you. I've heard about this matter from Vice Commander Yun, and I understand. Even if you wanted to stay, I would have persuaded you to leave the righteous Divine Kingdom and seek fortuitous encounters outside. Although there's no shortage of resources in the kingdom, fortuitous encounters are limited. If it weren't for the fact that I'm bound to the righteous Divine Kingdom, I would also leave to seek opportunities to increase my strength. After saying that, Zhu Yingjun sighed. Based on his attitude toward Duan Ling Tian, it was obvious that he was rather satisfied with Duan Ling Tian's honesty. The most important thing to him was that Duan Ling Tian promised to return and break through in the righteous Divine Kingdom. The supreme grade secret realm that Duan Ling Tian triggered after breaking through into the realm of a supreme god was definitely going to be peerless. This was evident based on Duan Ling Tian's strength as a rudimentary emperor of gods. When Duan Ling Tian met Zhu Yingjun, the lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom, they did not chat much, but they said what each of them needed to hear. Zhu Yingjun also made it clear that he wanted to help Duan Ling Tian when he asked if Duan Ling Tian needed help with his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian naturally would not refuse such a good opportunity. He listed some of the herbs and divine pills he needed without thinking too much about it. To his delight, the righteous Divine Kingdom's treasure vault had most of the things he needed. Seeing the shock on Duan Ling Tian's face, Zhu Yingjun shook his head and said with a wry smile, The righteous Divine Kingdom doesn't have any outstanding alchemists, so we've gathered quite a number of divine pills and medicinal herbs. Usually, we have to hire skilled divine alchemists outside of the kingdom. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Zhu Yingjun's voice when he spoke. Although Duan Lingtian asked for medicinal herbs, he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a divine alchemist at all. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monstrous talent, and someone like Duan Lingtian definitely did not have time to study alchemy. Duan Lingtian did not feel too burdened about receiving benefits from Zhu Yingjun. After all, he was going to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Valley. If he performed well, it was not only him that would benefit, but the righteous Divine Kingdom would benefit greatly as well. The Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, as its name suggested, was not just a battle between individuals, but a battle between the Divine Kingdoms. The better a participant performed during the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, the better the rewards would be. At the same time, the Divine Kingdom the participant represented would be rewarded accordingly as well. The reward bestowed by Destiny Canyon was called the God of Creation's Blessing by the people of the Divine Kingdoms. Duan Lingtian would definitely do his best during the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. After all, his rewards were dependent on his performance. Under such circumstances, the righteous Divine Kingdom would definitely benefit greatly. With this, he did not feel too bad about receiving so many things from Zhu Yingjun. "Brother Zhu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now," Duan Lingtian said, preparing to leave. However, Zhu Yingjun smiled and asked, "Brother Lingtian, if you're free, why don't I bring you around the palace? What do you think?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Brother Zhu, that's very kind of you, but I'll have many chances to tour the palace in the future. For now, I want to focus on cultivation since the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is coming up. I hope you understand." Duan Lingtian was very decisive in refusing Zhu Yingjun. He had no interest in walking around the palace with an adult man. Moreover, he also knew that Zhu Yingjun was only being perfunctory. Perhaps Zhu Yingjun had also expected his refusal. As expected, Zhu Yingjun's smile widened after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He said, "If that's the case, I won't force you. However, Brother Lingtian, don't miss the banquet that I'll be hosting in 7 days. During the banquet, the royal family will bring out things that mansion masters can compete for. There are also many hunters, who are advanced emperors of gods, that the royal family captured." Initially, when Duan Lingtian heard about it from Yunhe, he was not very interested in the banquet that Zhu Yingjun was going to host for the various mansion masters. However, after listening to Zhu Yingjun's words, his interest was piqued. His eyes shone brightly. If he could kill an advanced emperor of gods, he would be rewarded, and his cultivation would improve further. After a moment, Duan Lingtian said, "Brother Zhu, don't worry. I'll definitely attend the banquet." When Duan Lingtian walked out, he declined Yunhe's offer to send him off before he teleported away. In just a moment, he vanished from the palace and appeared in the compound where all the mansion masters in the righteous Divine Kingdom were staying. Inside the hall, after Duan Lingtian left, Yunhe walked in and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, how was your chat with him?" Zhu Yingjun smiled slightly and said, "He's a straightforward person. He promised that he'll return to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through into the realm of a supreme god in the future. At that time, he'll inform me about it." To Zhu Yingjun, befriending Duan Lingtian was one of the most beneficial and practical decisions he had made in his life. To him, the best thing Duan Lingtian could offer him was access to the Supreme Grade Secret Realm. Access to the Supreme Grade Secret Realm was far better than if Duan Lingtian were to promise him that he would protect the righteous Divine Kingdom. After all, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, who could guarantee he would be able to protect the righteous Divine Kingdom? "That's great," Yunhe said with a smile. He did not doubt that Duan Lingtian was a man of his word. After all, prodigies like Duan Lingtian had their pride and would not easily go back on their words. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian broke his promise, he risked forming the Devil's Heart, which could affect his cultivation and get him killed during the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. In the capital of the Soaring Divine Kingdom, when Xiaoyi Yuan, the Lord of the Soaring Divine Kingdom, returned to the capital, he learned that all the advanced emperors of gods under his command in the capital were killed some time ago. He did not receive any communication jades notifying him of their deaths. Clearly, someone had intercepted those communication jades. Who was it? Xiao Yuan was naturally furious. The culprit had behaved audaciously in his soaring divine kingdom, after all, showing contempt for him. A subordinate brought a floating image pearl out, which showed multiple floating images. As he said, "Your Majesty, it's a girl." Xiao Yuan watched as a girl, an advanced emperor of gods, went on a killing spree. She killed the other advanced emperors of gods without exerting much effort. His expression changed immediately as he exclaimed, "It's her." The subordinate asked, surprised, "Your Majesty, do you know her? Did she look for you? I thought she was only joking when she said she was going to look for you. After all, everyone knows that you possess the Lord's decree and are invincible in the soaring divine kingdom. Does she have a death wish?" The other subordinates looked at Xiao Yuan as well. At the same time, they sighed in relief. "If she went to look for your Majesty must have already killed her. It's fine now that your Majesty has killed her. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if a witch like her survives." "It must have been easy for your Majesty to kill her." Xiao Yuan felt suffocated when he heard the flattering words. At the same time, realization dawned on him. No wonder she ran away so quickly, even though I made it clear that I had no intention of killing her. As it turns out, she killed all the advanced emperors of gods in the capital before she came to me. Damn it! Why did I watch her leave? Although Xiao Yuan's expression was one of indifference at this moment, inwardly, turbulent emotions surged in his heart. He really wished he could search every corner of the world for that girl at this moment. At the same time, a girl hovered in the air as she looked at the huge capital of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. She muttered to herself, "Another capital. There must be many advanced emperors of gods there as well. However, I really shouldn't kill anymore. Otherwise, there won't be any lord of a divine kingdom who'll be willing to bring me to Destiny Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. My cultivation base will definitely rise during the battle of the divine kingdoms. Perhaps I'll be able to break through and become a supreme god before leaving." Her eyes were shining brightly as she muttered to herself. However, after a moment, she sighed before she muttered again, "It's a pity that I can't kill anymore. I had a good time in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom." The girl who escaped from Xiao Yuan, the lord of the soaring divine kingdom, was none other than Lang Chun Yuan. Previously, Lang Chun Yuan had started a massacre in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom, slaughtering all the advanced emperor of gods to obtain the rewards from heaven and earth. After that, she had asked around for the whereabouts of the lord of the soaring divine kingdom, hoping to kill him. Alas, she did not expect the rudimentary supreme god, who seemed weaker than her, to possess the Lord's decree that granted him the strength of an advanced supreme god. If it were not for the life-saving treasure her eldest senior sister had given her, she might have died in the soaring divine kingdom. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. If he brought me back to the capital and found out that I killed so many advanced emperors of gods, of whom many were his subordinates, he definitely wouldn't let me go." Lang Chun Yuan sighed in relief when she thought about the matter again. Following that, she flew toward the capital of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. This time, she intended to stay put and not stir up a commotion. However, despite her intention, when she was stopped at the entrance of the imperial palace of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, she lost her temper, attacking and injuring the guard. It did not take long before the vice-commander of the imperial army of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom arrived. After defeating him, she explained the purpose of her visit. Fortunately, the men no longer called for reinforcements. Instead, they were respectful to her as they brought her to the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. When the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom saw Lang Chun Yuan's strength, he nodded his head and said, filled with admiration, "You're very strong. I'll let you be one of our representatives in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon." Although the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom looked calm, he was very excited inwardly. With such an extraordinary advanced emperor of gods representing the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, he had no doubt that the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom would benefit greatly. There was no reason for him to refuse Lang Chun Yuan at all. After all, he had been looking for powerful advanced emperors of gods to represent the Jade Bao Kingdom during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. Several days passed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian was woken up from his cultivation by a communication jade.
Brother Ling Tian, you're the only mansion master missing to attend the banquet in the palace.
Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he quickly flew out of his courtyard. When he rose into the sky, he saw that quite a lot of people had already gathered in the sky above the compound. At the same time, Yun He, whom he was familiar with, was standing in front of everyone. Many people were looking at Duan Ling Tian as he greeted Yun He. Brother Yun He.
There was a mix of old, middle-aged, and young people among these people. All of them possessed extraordinary bearing. Whether it was the kind old man or the handsome young man, they all possessed the bearing of someone with high status. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, he knew these people were the mansion masters in the righteous divine kingdom. They were all advanced emperors of gods without exception. It was only natural they possessed such a bearing after holding such a high position for such a long time. Yun He nodded to Duan Ling Tian before he said to everyone, "Let's go." Then Yun He flew away, leading the others to the palace of the righteous divine kingdom. During the journey, a few mansion masters took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. "Hello. You must be the new mansion master of the divine spirit mansion." Duan Ling Tian replied modestly, "I'm just the interim mansion master." Mansion Master Duan, you're too modest. With your strength and talent, if you're willing, it won't be a problem for you to become the mansion master of the divine spirit mansion. Mansion Master Duan, I've seen the floating mirror image of you defeating the advanced emperor of gods despite being a rudimentary emperor of gods. How amazing!
Before that, I didn't even think it was possible for a rudimentary emperor of gods to defeat an advanced emperor of gods. Mansion Master Duan, you look rather young, but you've already comprehended such a powerful sword Dao. Did you comprehend it on your own, or did your master teach you? Those who spoke to Duan Ling Tian were those who acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength. Conversely, those who did not speak to Duan Ling Tian were mostly those who did not think much of Duan Ling Tian's strength.
In their opinion, if Duan Ling Tian's opponent had used his prominent divine artifact soul, his opponent might have been able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Nonetheless, despite their silence, they were listening carefully to the conversation.
Duan Ling Tian continued to respond modestly when faced with the various mansion masters' admiration. He also told them that he had learned the sword Dao from his master, shocking the mansion masters present on the scene. Even those mansion masters who doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength were frightened by his words. What kind of powerhouse is able to make such a monstrous prodigy accept him as a master? Although some of them doubted Duan Ling Tian and thought that Duan Ling Tian won because of petty tricks or his opponent's lack of chance to use a prominent divine artifact, they did not doubt the strength of his master. After all, despite their doubt, they could not deny that Duan Ling Tian was a prodigy.
Yun He, who was leading the way, froze briefly as well when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then he asked, "Brother Ling Tian, you have a master?"
Yun He had long guessed that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background, and he speculated that Duan Ling Tian came to the righteous divine kingdom to improve his strength. However, he was still shocked when he heard that Duan Ling Tian had a master who taught him the sword Dao. When Yun He arrived, he did not waste time and informed Zhu Jun about what he had learned through voice transmission.
Zhu Jun was similarly shocked. He also wondered how powerful Duan Ling Tian's master was. However, he naturally did not ask Duan Ling Tian about it. After all, it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would not reveal anything.
Meanwhile, when the mansion masters of the various mansions in the righteous divine kingdom saw Zhu Jun, they greeted him in unison.
"Greetings, Your Majesty."
Duan Ling Tian was the only one who smiled and called out, "Greetings, Brother Zhu." Upon hearing this, the other mansion masters thought Duan Ling Tian was being too arrogant. After all, Zhu Jun was the lord of the righteous divine kingdom. How could Duan Ling Tian address him as Brother Zhu? However, when they saw Zhu Jun nodding and smiling at Duan Ling Tian, they finally realized that Zhu Jun had given Duan Ling Tian permission to address him as Brother Zhu.
With this, all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously.
Since everyone had arrived, Zhu Jun told everyone to take their seats, which had been arranged beforehand. As soon as they were seated, the food and drinks were quickly brought out. They were served the best dishes and wine. The fragrance of the food and drinks seemed to invigorate them, making their divine energies surge in their bodies.
Apart from Duan Ling Tian, all of them were advanced emperors of gods. For them to be affected in such a way, it was obvious that the food and drinks were extraordinary. It was obvious that the royal family of the righteous divine kingdom did not spare any expense when preparing for the banquet.
As such, many of them expressed their gratitude to Zhu Yingjun. "My lord, to serve us with such food and wine, your generosity really knows no bounds."
A few of them stared at the food and drinks on their tables with bright eyes.
The dragon soup, the primordial sun clear soup, the good fortune divine wine. Although Duan Ling Tian could not name the dishes and wine, he could still tell they were precious. At this time, Zhu Yingjun chuckled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Let's start the banquet."
After Zhu Yingjun began to eat, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, followed suit.
Initially, Duan Ling Tian assumed the food would only strengthen his body. But after he began to eat, he discovered that he had been wrong. After eating, not only were his heavenly veins strengthened, but his divine energy grew restless as well.
After his divine energy circulated a few times in his body, he could instantly feel the improvement in his strength.
When he ate the other dishes, he found that some of them made his skin glow. Not only that, but it was as though he had shed a layer of skin, giving birth to skin that was delicate as that of a baby. After drinking the good fortune divine wine, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He felt as though his soul had been purified and changed. Although he did not break through, he felt as though he had been thoroughly transformed.
Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he looked at the other mansion masters.
Although everyone looked very happy, they seemed rather calm.
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a wry smile, "I look like a country bumpkin compared to them." Following that, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and ate the dishes and drank the wine in front of him.
The other mansion masters ate and drank everything on the table, leaving nothing behind as well. Even Yun He, who was sitting nearest to Zhu Yingjun, was no exception. The only person who did not finish the dishes and the drinks was Zhu Yingjun, the lord of the righteous divine kingdom. At this time, Zhu Yingjun laughed before he clapped his hands and said, "Since you're all done eating and drinking, it's time to bring out the prizes." Everyone's hearts moved upon hearing these words. The tables were arranged in the shape of a U.
At this time, an old man and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky before he landed in the center. The middle-aged man's expression was blank and his eyes were lifeless. His aura was so weak that it seemed like it could be snuffed out at any time.
Zhu Yingjun smiled slightly before he looked at the lifeless middle-aged man and said, "This person is a captured advanced emperor of gods." He paused for a beat before he continued to say, "Let's play a game. I'll give each mansion master a jade token. Those who obtain jade tokens with the word still will stay put, while those who obtain jade tokens with the word move will spar. The winner will be rewarded with this advanced emperor of gods. What do you think?" The eyes of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up as soon as Zhu Yingjun's voice fell. Who among them would refuse an advanced emperor of gods? If they killed the advanced emperor of gods, they would be rewarded greatly, and their cultivation base would rise. After a moment, a mansion master asked curiously, "Your Majesty, how many move jade tokens are there?" Duan Ling Tian was curious as well.
"How many people will be able to fight for the reward?"
"Will I be able to obtain the move jade token?"
Meanwhile, the weaker mansion masters prayed fervently that if they obtained the move jade token, their opponent would be weaker than them.
Conversely, the strong mansion masters were not worried about this matter at all.
"Not many," Zhu Yingjun smiled and replied, "just two. After all, this is just a form of entertainment to spice things up during the banquet."
Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly upon hearing Zhu Yingjun's words. There were so many people present, but there were only two move jade tokens. One would have to be very lucky to obtain the move jade token.
While Duan Ling Tian was wondering if he was lucky today, Zhu Yingjun had already moved, tossing out jade tokens to the mansion masters. Duan Ling Tian reached out and casually grabbed a jade token. When he saw the word on the jade token, the excitement on his face was replaced by a wry smile.
Similar to Duan Ling Tian, there were many who obtained the still jade tokens.
"It seems like I'm not very lucky today. I didn't get the move jade token."
I'm not very lucky either. I got the still jade token.
Me too.
It did not take long before the two mansion masters who obtained the move jade tokens rose to their feet. However, one of them smiled bitterly and said before sitting down again, I admit defeat. I'm no match for Mansion Master Fong. Since he conceded defeat immediately, the other Mansion Master was declared the winner without a fight. Zhu Yingjun looked at the old man and said, Let him go. The old man executed a series of hand gestures before pressing his hand against the middle-aged man. Following that, life returned to the eyes of the middle-aged man.
Swoosh! The middle-aged man did not waste time and made a move to escape immediately. At the same time, Zhu Yingjun said nonchalantly, Mansion Master Fong, whether you can kill him and obtain the rewards or not will depend on your strength.
Clearly, Zhu Yingjun had no intention of intervening at all. As soon as Zhu Yingjun finished speaking, Mansion Master Fong made his move. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air, and Mansion Master Fong moved at the speed of lightning. He attacked in midair. A giant hammer fell from the sky thunderously on the fleeing Advanced Emperor of Gods. The Advanced Emperor of Gods hastily turned around and fled in the other direction. Boom! 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 3 claps of thunder rang in the air as 3 gigantic hammers fell from the sky in 3 different directions, cutting off the Advanced Emperor of God's escape routes. The Advanced Emperor of God's expression turned grim immediately upon seeing this.
At this time, Zhu Yingjun suddenly said in an indifferent voice, If you can escape from Mansion Master Fong, I'll grant you freedom.
Upon hearing this, the Advanced Emperor of God's expression brightened immediately. The will to live shone brightly in his eyes at this moment.
He spun around, facing Mansion Master Fong, who was like a lightning bolt and brought his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul out of his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took the lead to attack. A 7-foot-long spear shot out toward Mansion Master Fong. The Advanced Emperor of Gods knew that his opponent was stronger and faster than him. If he tried to flee blindly, it would be almost impossible for him to escape. It was better for him to stay and fight. Perhaps he would be able to find a chance to escape at that time.
Meanwhile, Mansion Master Fong snorted when he saw the Advanced Emperor of Gods turning around to attack him. He said icily, I'll let you go if I can't kill you within 3 moves.
As soon as Mansion Master Fong's voice fell, a gigantic hammer, his prominent divine artifact, appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed around the hammer and a translucent figure could be seen above the hammer. The translucent figure was clearly the artifact soul. When the Advanced Emperor of Gods heard Mansion Master Fong's words, not only was he unafraid, but he seemed even more excited. He thought to himself, 3 moves. I don't believe that I can't withstand 3 moves from Fong Xianglei if I defend with all my might.
Mansion Master Fong's name was Fong Xianglei. He was the Mansion Master of the Righteous Divine Kingdom's Cloudy Garden Mansion, and he was one of the most powerful Mansion Masters in the Righteous Divine Kingdom.
This Mansion Master Fong, Duan Tian's expression turned solemn as he watched Fong Xianglei. He could naturally tell that Fong Xianglei was very strong, far stronger than Mo Wendao, the late Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion.
In fact, he felt that Fong Xianglei was even stronger than Zhong Bainan, who was stronger than Mo Wendao. He could already sense this as soon as Fong Xianglei made a move earlier. Duan Tian continued to watch as Fong Xianglei easily deflected the Advanced Emperor of Gods' preemptive strike with his hammer before injuring the Advanced Emperor of Gods with his second strike, causing the Advanced Emperor of Gods to throw up blood.
With this, Duan Tian had a better understanding of Fong Xianglei's strength. Similar to Zhong Bainan, he was already very close to becoming a supreme god, but his comprehension of the law was more profound than that of Zhong Bainan, so he was stronger than Zhong Bainan.
Fong Xianglei comprehended the law of thunder, which was a derivative law of the 5 divine elements. However, his comprehension of the law was so profound that his law of lightning was stronger than the 5 elemental laws like the law of metal and the law of fire, which were the main offensive laws among the 5 elements. Boom! When Fong Xianglei's third strike fell, the Advanced Emperor of Gods, who still held the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, was struck to death by a bolt of lightning. Not only that, but the bolt of lightning destroyed the 7-foot-long spear as well. Following that, a beam of light shone down from the sky on Fong Xianglei. As he received his reward, Lightning continued to flash in the sky, making him look like the god of thunder. After Fang Xianglei received the reward, he looked at Zhu Yingjun, the lord of the righteous divine kingdom, and said before returning to his seat, "Thank you, your majesty." Zhu Yingjun laughed. "Mansion Master Fang, you've become stronger. It seems like it won't be long before you enter the realm of a supreme god." Although Zhu Yingjun was smiling, a hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. After all, he knew that once Fang Xianglei became a supreme god, Fang Xianglei would leave the righteous divine kingdom. Only by leaving would Fang Xianglei be able to continue to raise his cultivation base and improve. Fang Xianglei's future would be limited if he were to stay in the righteous divine kingdom. At this moment, Fang Xianglei was the focus of everyone's attention. "Mansion Master Fang, you're amazing."
Mansion Master Fang, you really hid your strength very well. I didn't expect you to have progressed so much.
Duanling Tian, who was no longer at the center of attention, was also looking at Fang Xianglei. He knew that even if he went all out, there was no chance of him fighting to a draw with Fang Xianglei, let alone defeating Fang Xianglei. Back then, although Duanling Tian was weaker, he thought that he had a chance of fighting Zhong Bainan to a draw. However, at this moment, although he had grown stronger since then, he was not confident at all that he could even fight Fang Xianglei to a draw. "It's impossible for me to defeat him unless I become an intermediate emperor of gods or further comprehend the law of space, the sword Dao, or the mastery Dao." Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. The sense of superiority he gained after his rapid improvement also vanished at this moment.
He had felt that he was rather strong previously and was confident that he would be able to perform quite well during the battle of the divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon.
However, after witnessing the strength of Fang Xianglei, the mansion master of the Cloudy Garden Mansion, he no longer dared to think that way. There are likely more than just one or two quasi-supreme gods like Fang Xianglei from the other divine kingdoms participating in the battle of the divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. Duanling Tian thought to himself as the pressure pressing down on him grew heavier. "If only I can become an intermediate emperor of gods before the start of the battle of the divine kingdoms." Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. He knew this was unrealistic.
While everyone was still shocked by Fang Xianglei's performance, Zhu Yingjun clapped his hands again.
Following that, another advanced emperor of gods was brought over. He was a tall old man dressed in a brocade robe. Similar to the one before, his eyes were lifeless, and his expression was blank as well. Although he was now a prisoner, it could be seen that he once had an extraordinary bearing. Zhu Yingjun said with a smile, "This advanced emperor of gods is stronger than the previous one. I captured him myself back then. The rules are still the same as before." Following that, Zhu Yingjun tossed out jade tokens again. The jade tokens were new. He did not collect the jade tokens he had thrown out before. With his presence, he was confident the mansion masters would not dare to cheat using the old jade tokens. Not only that, but the mansion masters would not do such a thing as well. After all, once exposed, not only would it be embarrassing, but the mansion master would leave a bad impression on him as well. As such, it was not worth it to cheat at all. This time, Duanling Tian was lucky and obtained the Move Jade token. The other mansion master who obtained the Move Jade token was someone who doubted Duanling Tian. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a stern face. He took the lead and flew out first. Then, he smiled contemptuously as he said, "Mansion Master Duan, everyone says that you're very strong. Today, I finally have a chance to see for myself." Duanling Tian did not hesitate and flew out as well. Based on the conversations between the mansion masters that he had overheard, he knew the middle-aged man was Sunny Yu, the mansion master of the righteous divine kingdom's giant eagle mansion. At this time, he suddenly said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, Sunny Yu's strength should be comparable to that of the late mansion master Mo 100 years ago. They had a match and fought to a draw." Yunhe's words put Duanling Tian's heart at ease immediately. If Sunny Yu's strength was only on par with that of Mo Wendao, he was not afraid at all. Duanling Tian stood across from Sunny Yu in the air and said with a slight smile, "Mansion Master Sun, I heard that you're rather strong. Even the late mansion master Mo Wendao of the Divine Spirit Mansion couldn't defeat you back then, Sunny Yu scoffed before he said coldly, Mo Wendao was rather strong. We fought to a draw 100 years ago. Alas, I'm afraid that you, the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, aren't qualified to be compared to Mo Wendao.
As soon as Sun Yu finished speaking, golden light burst forth from his body. Obviously, he comprehended the law of metal, one of the two offensive laws of the 5 elemental laws. Mansion Master Sun, it seems like you're confident about defeating me, Duan Tian said with a faint smile on his face.
What? Don't tell me you think you can defeat me? Sun Yu retorted with a disdainful smile on his face. At this moment, Duan Tian was briefly filled with the urge to challenge Sun Yu to a life-or-death battle, but he thought better of it. After all, Zhu Yingjun definitely would not allow it, since having Sun Yu participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms to gain benefits for the righteous Divine Kingdom was more important. Moreover, Sun Yu would not be so foolish as to accept a life-or-death challenge.
Finally, Duan Tian looked at Sun Yu and said, Mansion Master Sun, why don't we bet on this fight?
Sun Yu smiled mockingly as he said, Oh, you're going to give something for free? Duan Tian chuckled. If Mansion Master Sun defeats me, the thing will naturally belong to you.
What are you going to bet with? Sun Yu asked as he looked at Duan Tian suspiciously. How about an advanced Emperor of Gods? Duan Tian asked calmly.
An advanced Emperor of Gods meant the rewards from heaven and earth.
Do you even have one? Sun Yu asked with a sneer. No matter who wins or loses, we'll fulfill the bet before leaving for Destiny Canyon. The loser must fulfill the bet even if he has to borrow an advanced Emperor of Gods from the Lord, Duan Tian said calmly. With this, you don't have to worry that I won't fulfill my side of the bet, right?
As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Sun Yi instinctively turned to look at Zhu Yingjun. Zhu Yingjun's eyes flashed before he said with a faint smile, If you really want to bet, I can lend an advanced Emperor of Gods to the loser of the fight.
Advanced Emperors of Gods were considered strong in the righteous Divine Kingdom. Even then, the royal family of the righteous Divine Kingdom had captured and imprisoned many hunters who were advanced Emperors of Gods. Some were personally captured by Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the righteous Divine Kingdom, and some were captured by his subordinates. For someone like Zhu Yingjun, an advanced Emperor of Gods was nothing. He had no opinion about lending one of the two people in front of him an advanced Emperor of Gods to be used as stakes in a bet.
After all, one of the two people was a longtime subordinate of his, a senior mansion master, and the other person, the new interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, was monstrously talented with high potential and had promised to break through into the realm of a supreme god in the righteous Divine Kingdom. Duan Tian looked at Sun Yu and smiled slightly as he asked, The Lord has already spoken. Mansion Master Sun, are you willing to bet with me?
Sun Yu frowned. He did not respond to Duan Tian immediately. He was not a reckless man. Since Duan Tian dared to propose a bet, it was obvious that Duan Tian felt confident even if he did not know where Duan Tian got his confidence from. After all, Duan Tian was just a rudimentary Emperor of Gods. However, his instincts told him that something was amiss. If Sun Yu lost, Zhu Yingjun would lend him an advanced Emperor of Gods to give to Duan Tian. There was no doubt that he would have to pay Zhu Yingjun back in the future. Even if he could not capture an advanced Emperor of Gods to return to Zhu Yingjun, he would still have to find a way to repay the debt using other means. As for not repaying the debt, he did not think about it, nor did he dare to think about it.
Seeing that Sun Yu was a little hesitant, Duan Tian seized the chance to provoke Sun Yu. What's the matter?
Mansion Master, don't tell me you don't dare to bet with me. You keep saying I don't live up to my reputation and that I only managed to kill an advanced Emperor of Gods due to luck. Don't tell me you think that you're no match for me now?
Although Sun Yu knew Duan Tian was deliberately provoking him, he was still annoyed. As a result, he agreed to bet with Duan Tian. He had also prepared himself for the worst. Even if he lost and would be in debt, he did not want to admit defeat to Duan Tian at this moment.
Sun Yu said with a sneer, who said I don't dare to bet with you? I was just thinking. If an interim mansion master like you loses and carries such a debt, won't it be difficult for you to repay your debt to His Majesty?
Duan Tian smiled and said indifferently, Mansion Master Sun, there's no need for you to worry about me. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. As soon as Duan Tian's voice fell, he vanished from sight. Sun Yu charged over when Duan Tian reappeared again. but Duan Ling Tian quickly teleported away again as soon as he appeared. The mansion masters who were watching the fight were surprised. Double teleportation profundity. A rudimentary emperor of gods actually comprehended the double teleportation profundity. His comprehension skills are amazing. Although the mansion masters had long heard about the strength of the interim mansion master of the divine spirit mansion and that he killed an advanced emperor of gods, they had only seen the fight through floating mirror images, after all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had ended the fight with just a strike without any unnecessary moves. It was only natural that they were surprised when they saw Duan Ling Tian teleporting twice in a row, causing Sun Yu to be unable to catch up with him. If they had not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would not have believed that Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary emperor of gods.
Sun Yu scoffed. He did not seem affected that he could not catch up with Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he said, if running away is all you know, then keep running. Although the double teleportation profundity is indeed amazing, don't forget that you're just a rudimentary emperor of gods.
Following that, Sun Yu made a move again.
Duan Ling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity a few times, but Sun Yu gradually caught up to him. After being chased by Sun Yu for more than a dozen breaths, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Those who were familiar with him would know that this was his wicked smile.
Sun Yu is now used to me teleporting away. If I suddenly stop doing so, he'll definitely be thrown off. Duan Ling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity another time, and the distance between him and Sun Yu grew shorter. Sun Yu stared at Duan Ling Tian intently, preparing to make a move as soon as Duan Ling Tian teleported again. Based on the current trend, he would be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity a few more times. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would no longer be able to escape from him. However, contrary to Sun Yu's expectations, Duan Ling Tian did not teleport away this time. He was caught off guard. He had been certain that Duan Ling Tian would teleport away again. He had been subconsciously conditioned by Duan Ling Tian's earlier actions to expect this.
When Sun Yu momentarily let down his guard, a colorful sword ray shot toward him. Since he was an advanced emperor of gods, although he reacted a beat too late, he was still able to bring out his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul and block the attack.
However, since he had defended himself in a haste, he did not manage to defend himself using all his might. As such, Duan Ling Tian's colorful sword ray easily crushed his defenses before injuring him and sending him flying back. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared in front of the injured Sun Yu.
At this time, the space around Sun Yu restrained him as another colorful sword ray shot toward him before it came to a stop in front of him, looking like it would kill him at any moment. Sun Yu coughed up blood before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sour expression and said, "You're cheating."
Sun Yu had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, and he knew that even if he was not distracted earlier, he would not have been a match for Duan Ling Tian. Nonetheless, he still felt very unwilling. If he was not distracted, at the very least, he would not have lost so miserably. After Sun Yu's voice fell, and before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the other mansion masters shook their heads, thinking that Sun Yu was a sore loser.
How could Sun Yu say that Duan Ling Tian was cheating? There were no rules in a fight. Sun Yu could only blame himself for being careless and failing to guard against Duan Ling Tian. They were also very observant and were aware that Duan Ling Tian's trick was, in fact, unnecessary. Duan Ling Tian would have still been able to defeat Sun Yu even without using a trick. Although Duan Ling Tian tricked Sun Yu, lulling him into a false sense of security based on the strength he had shown, he'd still be able to defeat Sun Yu without resorting to a trick.
He's really amazing. I can't believe he's just a rudimentary emperor of gods. It's really shocking. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying rudimentary emperor of gods.
While the others were discussing among themselves, Zhuing Jun smiled and said, "Mansion Master Duan won this fight. Congratulations, Mansion Master Duan." Since this was a public occasion, Zhuing Jun naturally did not address Duan Ling Tian as Brother Ling Tian as he did privately. While Sun Yu returned to his seat with a dark expression on his face, Zhuing Jun looked at his subordinate who was standing next to the advanced Emperor of Gods meaningfully and nodded.
The subordinate quickly lifted the restriction on the old advanced Emperor of Gods.
In just a moment, life returned to the old man's eyes and he quickly recovered his senses. His expression changed drastically when he discovered the situation he was in. In just a moment, his divine energy surged in his body as he prepared to flee. Swoosh! Alas, Duan Tian was faster than the old man. A colorful sword ray shot out in the air and landed on the old man's head, instantly killing the old man. He did not even get a chance to release his divine energy before he died. Following that, a beam of light shone down on the purple-clad Duan Tian. At the same time, the mansion masters exclaimed in shock. His attack speed is so fast. His speed is on a different level. Is it possible that he has 99 perfect heavenly veins? The more heavenly veins one possessed, the faster one would be able to mobilize one's divine energy. As a result, one's attack speed would also be faster. There was not much difference in having 99 ordinary heavenly veins and 98 ordinary heavenly veins. However, having 99 perfect heavenly veins was a completely different matter. Duan Tian's attack speed was so shockingly fast that many of them began to wonder if he possessed 99 perfect heavenly veins. If he has 99 heavenly veins, then it'll explain how he, a rudimentary emperor of gods, managed to kill an advanced emperor of gods. Someone I knew in the past possessed 99 heavenly veins as well. After stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, he managed to kill an advanced emperor of gods. However, it has to be said that the advanced emperor of gods he killed was one of the weakest ones. Another mansion master shook his head and said, "Regardless, that person is still much weaker than Mansion Master Duan." Watching Duan Tian fight with their own eyes was naturally different from watching through a floating image pearl. It was only natural that everyone was shocked. At this time, Zhu Yingjun kept his word and lent Sun Yu an advanced emperor of gods to give to Duan Tian. Swoosh! Duan Tian moved quickly and ended the life of the advanced emperor of gods. Just like before, a beam of light shone down on Duan Tian. When I return, I'll absorb the energy from the rewards I received from killing 2 advanced emperors of gods. I've taken another big step closer to the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, Duan Tian thought to himself, feeling slightly emotional. After seeing Duan Tian and Feng Xiong Lei being rewarded one after another, the mansion masters were green with envy. Then they turned to look at Zhu Yingjun eagerly. Zhu Yingjun smiled and continued the game. Rewarding the mansion masters with advanced emperors of gods was indeed just a game to him. He tossed the jade tokens out again. Duan Tian's expression turned slightly strange when he looked at the jade token in his hand. He had obtained the move jade token again. At this time, a young mansion master rose to his feet and looked around as he asked, "Who has the other move jade token?" The other mansion masters looked at the young mansion master enviously as they shook their heads. Soon enough, their expressions froze when they saw Duan Tian rising to his feet. Is this a joke? The interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion obtained the move Jade token again. No one expected Duan Tian to obtain the Jade token with the word move again. Mansion Master Duan, you're really very lucky. The mansion masters looked at Duan Tian enviously. Duan Tian did not expect to obtain the move Jade token again as well. At this time, the young mansion master, who obtained the other move Jade token, smiled wryly and said, "My strength is on par with that of Mansion Master Sunday. Since Mansion Master Sun isn't a match for Mansion Master Duan, I'm naturally no match for Mansion Master Duan as well. I surrender." At the same time, Zhu Yingjun felt rather speechless by Duan Tian's heaven-defying luck. He did not pull any tricks and had nothing to do with Duan Tian obtaining the move Jade tokens consecutively. Well, talent alone isn't enough for him to come so far. His luck plays an important role as well. Zhu Yingjun reasoned with himself inwardly. For Duan Tian to achieve such amazing feats as a rudimentary emperor of gods, common sense could not be applied to him. Subsequently, Zhu Yingjun waved his hand, gesturing to his subordinate to release the advanced emperor of gods restriction. Just like before, Duan Tian swiftly killed the advanced emperor of gods with a sword ray. Once again, a beam of light shone down on Duan Tian from the sky as the mansion masters looked at Duan Tian enviously. Even Yunhe felt envious as he watched Duanling Tian.
The reward for a rudimentary Emperor of Gods killing an advanced Emperor of Gods was abundant as it was, and Duanling Tian received 3 consecutive rewards. After Duanling Tian returned to his seat, he and the others turned to look at Zhu Yingjun. "Are we going to continue with the game?" Zhu Yingjun shook his head and said with a sigh, "Initially, I only planned to have 3 rounds. However, since Mansion Master Duan won 2 out of 3 rounds, I'll add another round to give the other Mansion Masters another chance." He looked at Fang Xionglei with an apologetic smile as he said, "To make things fair, Mansion Master Duan and Mansion Master Fang won't be participating in the next round." Fang Xionglei smiled and nodded. Clearly, he did not have a problem with this. Zhu Yingjun did not feel apologetic toward Duanling Tian at all. What need was there to feel bad for Duanling Tian, who killed 3 advanced emperors of gods?
Duanling Tian did not object even if he felt that it was unfair. After all, he knew his objection would be useless. It was clear that everyone would prefer it if he did not participate again. It would definitely cause a commotion if he participated and obtained the move Jade token again. As such, he could only watch. At the same time, Duanling Tian could also sense his divine energy growing stronger as his body slowly absorbed the energy from the rewards. Soon after, 2 Mansion Masters, who obtained the move Jade tokens, began to fight. After exchanging 1,000 moves, one of them finally won and received his reward. With that, the game came to an end. Zhu Yingjun did not propose another game, hoping that the Mansion Masters would interact more and befriend each other. After all, during the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, they might need to cooperate with each other. In Duanling Tian's opinion, cooperation would only happen if both parties' needs were met. However, if one was strong enough to handle everything alone, why would there be a need for cooperation? Moreover, the weaker party would have to be even more on guard against the stronger party. Time continued to pass, and the banquet was soon coming to an end. At this time, Sun Yu, the Mansion Master of the Giant Hawk Mansion, looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that shone with anticipation as he asked, "Mansion Master Duan, if you don't mind, can you tell us more about yourself?" The other Mansion Masters turned to look at Duanling Tian upon hearing these words. They were all curious about him, after all. Where did such a terrifying rudimentary Emperor of Gods come from? Would anyone below the realm of a supreme god be a match for him once he became an intermediate Emperor of Gods? They could not imagine how strong he would be at that time. Perhaps, he would even be able to kill an ordinary rudimentary supreme god once he became an advanced Emperor of Gods. Duanling Tian glanced at Sun Yu before he replied, "I'm from the righteous divine kingdom. I lived in seclusion in the past. Is this enough, Mansion Master Sun?" Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Sun Yu. How could he not know that Sun Yu harbored ill intentions? As though he could read Duanling Tian's mind, Sun Yu smiled faintly as he said loudly, "Mansion Master Duan, I only asked because I wanted to verify where you came from. Since you said you're from our righteous divine kingdom, I naturally believe you. I apologize if you find my question rude. I was only worried since it's not unprecedented for other divine kingdoms to plant spies with the intention of stirring up trouble during the battle of the divine kingdoms. It's a very common thing to do, after all." Despite Sun Yu's words, his distrust and suspicion were very obvious on his face. Duanling Tian's smile slowly widened as he said, "If Mansion Master Sun is so worried about this, all we need to do is not cooperate with each other during the battle of divine kingdoms. With this, you don't have to worry about my betrayal." Before Sun Yu could speak again, Zhu Yingjun said, "That's enough, Mansion Master Sunday. You should watch your words and not speak without concrete evidence. Even if the divine kingdoms have sent spies here, they won't send someone as outstanding as Mansion Master Duan. They'd be worried about the risk of us killing such a monstrous prodigy if his identity were exposed. Although they had sent talented spies in the past, the spies would all hide their strength." Following that, Zhu Yingjun demanded that Sun Yu apologize to Duanling Tian. Sun Yu's expression was rather sincere as he apologized, but a hint of gloating could be seen in his eyes. Sun Yu, Duanling Tian's flashed briefly with killing intent. Although he was smiling at Sun Yu at this time, inwardly, he thought to himself that he would not let Sun Yu go if they were to meet in Destiny Canyon. At this time, Zhu Yingjun finally said,
Everyone, the banquet today has come to an end. I hope all of you will continue to try to improve your strength before the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. If you need any assistance, you can look for Vice Commander Yun. The royal family will also lend you some resources. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. In the end, he still owed Zhu Yingjun a favor. Duan Ling Tian decided to leave the other mansion masters in the righteous Divine Kingdom, except for Sun Yu, alone if he ran into them during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Apart from a few, he was confident he was stronger than the others.
It was evident when the young mansion master surrendered after he defeated Sun Yu.
After Yun, he led Duan Ling Tian and the others back to the compound. He followed Duan Ling Tian back to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, while the others returned to their respective courtyards. Yun, he said with a wry smile, "Brother Ling Tian, you should have kept a low profile today. Although most of the mansion masters seem friendly, who knows what they'll be like at the critical moment. Humans are selfish and jealous by nature. Moreover, after killing 3 advanced emperors of gods earlier, all of them will guard against you tightly. If it's possible, it's best for you to avoid them during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms unless you're not worried about being betrayed." "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yunhe. I'll be cautious," Duan Ling Tian said. He knew Yun he was worried about him, so he felt rather thankful.
After Yunhe left, Duan Ling Tian entered his room and began to absorb the energy from the 3 rewards.
"With the energy I obtained today, my progress toward becoming an intermediate emperor of gods should be more than 50%. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly before he closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, many people in the various divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent were lamenting. "I'm still too weak to qualify for the battle of the divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon. What a pity."
A year is about to pass and I've yet to make any significant improvement. There are only 2 years left before I'll be forcefully transported out of this place. The trial of gods is really unique. It's so competitive and dangerous in here. I almost died before.
"You're either the hunter or the prey here. I hope time will pass by quickly. I really don't want to stay here for too long."
The world in the trial of gods was made up of the southern heaven continent and the northern sphere continent.
When Duan Ling Tian and the other young prodigies entered the trial of gods, they were equally divided between the 2 continents. Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan, his 4th senior sister, were sent to the southern heaven continent, while the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion's Tua Ba Xiu was sent to the northern sphere continent. Similar to the southern heaven continent, there were many divine kingdoms in the northern sphere continent as well. The northern sphere continent also had the battle of the divine kingdoms, and it would be held in a place called the Forbidden Abyss.
The battles of the divine kingdoms of the southern heaven continent and the northern sphere continent were created by the god of creation and had no intersection with each other.
Apart from a few intermediate emperors of gods who possessed the strength of an ordinary advanced emperor of gods, most of the young prodigies from the Myriad Laws Academy were not qualified to participate in the battles of the Divine Kingdom. During this time, there were a few extraordinary intermediate emperors of gods who managed to break through and become advanced emperors of gods after going through various trials in the Trial of Gods. Among these people was the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion's Zhang Tianjiao. However, it had to be said that she was already on the brink of a breakthrough before entering the Trial of Gods.
Time passed by in just a blink of an eye, and it was soon time for the divine kingdoms to depart for Destiny Canyon. Duan Ling Tian and the other mansion masters followed Zhu Yingjun, the lord of the righteous divine kingdom, as he led them into a supreme-grade flying ship.
The maximum speed of the supreme-grade flying ship was that of a rudimentary supreme god, but it flew at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods. After all, flying it at full speed would cost a huge fortune.
In terms of space, it was much more spacious than an emperor-grade flying ship. Everyone had their own cubicles. When Duan Ling Tian entered his cubicle, he saw a mirror image that showed him the surroundings of the flying ship. After taking a look, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After he absorbed the energy from the 3 rewards he received during the banquet and consumed the limit divine pills he refined, Duan Ling Tian had progressed tremendously. At this moment, he was near the brink of a breakthrough into the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. I must become an intermediate emperor of gods during the battle of the divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was very confident about breaking through and becoming an intermediate emperor of gods.
As for becoming an advanced emperor of gods, he did not dare to think about it yet since it was beyond his reach now. It'll be a bonus if I'm able to stabilize my cultivation base completely after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon. The energy I received from the rewards during the banquet not only helped me raise my cultivation base, but it also improved my comprehension of the law of space. Apart from raising one's cultivation base, the energy from the rewards which were imbued with the Supreme Powerhouse's unique insight into the laws they comprehended could also improve one's comprehension of the law. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Lang Chun Yuan, his fourth senior sister, was on her way to Destiny Canyon at this moment as well. The Jade Bao Divine Kingdom's entourage was led by their lord. Many people were puzzled when they first saw Lang Chun Yuan. Based on appearance alone, she did not look like a rudimentary emperor of gods at all, let alone an advanced emperor of gods. In any case, except for a few curious cats, their attention did not stay on her for long. "Little girl, you're going to Destiny Canyon as well? Little girl, where did you come from? I don't think I've seen you before." Little girl. At the same time, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, who had entered his special compartment after boarding the flying ship, received a report. "Your Majesty, a few of the mansion masters are rather curious about Miss Lang." The Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom smiled faintly as he said, "I know what they're thinking. I hope they don't provoke her. Otherwise, they'll definitely regret it." The subordinate inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Then he asked, "Your Majesty, is Miss Lang really as strong as a rudimentary supreme god?" "You'll find out for yourself if those ignorant people provoke her." The Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom replied. Won't it be a disaster?" the subordinate asked. "Don't worry. It'll be fine," the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom said nonchalantly. "Before we departed, I already told her that she could make a move if someone provokes her, but she's not allowed to kill." The subordinate sighed and said, "Your Majesty, our safety is in your hands. If she's really as strong as a rudimentary supreme god, then none of us will be able to restrain her." Following that, the subordinate left. At the same time, in the main area of the flying ship, Lang Chun Yuan looked at the old man and middle-aged man who approached her. "Little girl? Impudent." As soon as Lang Chun Yuan's voice fell, the few men near her frowned. Following that, Lang Chun Yuan's terrifying and destructive divine energy surged out, triggering the protective formation on the flying ship. The void rippled as Lang Chun Yuan pushed her hand out, and a terrifying palm seal imbued with the law of destruction shot toward the men. The men's expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. One or two of them even brought their prominent divine artifacts out. Unsurprisingly, they were no match for Lang Chun Yuan, and she easily crushed their defenses. However, before her attacks landed, a powerful force surged out and protected the men. "Your Majesty!" The few mansion masters' expressions brightened when they discovered they had been saved by the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. With the Lord's decree, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom was just like an advanced supreme god. Therefore, although he was quite a distance away, he easily saved his subordinates in just a blink of an eye. If he did not intervene, they would have been severely injured. At the same time, the other mansion masters were shocked by Lang Chun Yuan's display of strength. Following that, a scoff rang in the air before the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom said coldly, "Fools! Did you really think I'd let an ordinary person participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms? If she didn't hold back earlier, all of you would have died. Let me tell you, she's as strong as a rudimentary supreme god." A deafening silence descended on the entire place as soon as the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom finished speaking. The few mansion masters, who only suffered minor injuries due to the intervention of the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, looked at Lang Chun Yuan fearfully with pale faces. The other mansion masters' eyes shone with fear as well when they looked at Lang Chun Yuan. They finally understood why the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom had brought the girl along. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan furrowed her brows slightly as she said, displeased, "You shouldn't have intervened. I wouldn't have killed them. Don't you trust me?" The Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom smiled awkwardly as he said, "I apologize. It was not my intention to offend you." I was worried they would be severely injured and that their performance would be affected during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. I hope you understand.
The mansion masters were shocked by how courteous the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom treated Lang Chunyuan. However, when they recalled her strength, they thought it was understandable. Lang Chunyuan scoffed in response before she looked at the other mansion masters disdainfully and said, "What can this bunch of trash even achieve during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms?"
The mansion masters were naturally offended by these words. But none of them had the courage to refute her words. They knew she only spared their lives because of the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. After all, they would be without the protection of the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom after the battle of the Divine Kingdoms ended and they returned to their respective mansions.
Legend had it that Destiny Canyon and Forbidden Abyss were created by the God of Creation for the various divine kingdoms in the Southern Heaven Continent and the Northern Sphere Continent. Those below the realm of a supreme god could enter it, and there was no age limit.
For the Southern Heaven Continent, the battle of the divine kingdoms would be held in Destiny Canyon. The powerhouses from the various divine kingdoms would then compete with each other.
There were two ranking systems for the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, an individual ranking and a Divine Kingdom ranking. The total points accumulated by all the representatives of a Divine Kingdom would be the points for the Divine Kingdom. At this time, Yunhe was talking to Duanling Tian. Previously, he had spoken to Duanling Tian about Destiny Canyon, but he was not very detailed. Destiny Canyon is filled with all sorts of fortuitous encounters. Moreover, the reward for killing a person from another the Divine Kingdom is double the usual reward.
Killing a person from the same Divine Kingdom isn't prohibited, but the reward will be lesser. Everyone will be transported to random places in Destiny Canyon. No matter who you kill, you'll obtain their points after you kill them. The competition in Destiny Canyon is brutal. It's best not to simply cooperate with anyone. If you have no choice but to do so, you have to be very cautious and keep your guard up at all times.
You'll also obtain points if you successfully seize fortuitous encounters in Destiny Canyon. The greater the fortuitous encounter, the higher the points you'll receive. There are all kinds of treasures in the canyon as well. There's also the God of Creation's divine energy that was left behind.
It'll temporarily boost your divine energy to another level. However, for an advanced Emperor of Gods, his or her divine energy would only be boosted slightly until it's almost at the level of a rudimentary supreme god. The God of Creation's divine energy is rare, so if you obtain it, it's best to save it and only use it at the critical moment. Soon after Yunhe finished speaking, the voice of Zhuing Jun, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom, rang in the air, announcing that they had arrived outside of Destiny Canyon.
Duanling Tian looked around. He did not see any canyon. It seemed like they were in a vast and uninhabitable desolate land. He wondered inwardly, this is Destiny Canyon?
Did we arrive too early? Following that, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Nephewing June, you're here early.
An old man dressed in a golden robe appeared with a group of people behind him.
That's Yugu Fan, the Lord of the Lofty Cloud Divine Kingdom. Zhuing Jun said to Duanling Tian and the others before he led them over to greet Yugu Fan. Senior Uncle Yu, the Lofty Cloud Divine Kingdom arrived early as well, Zhuing Jun said. The size of the entourage from the Lofty Cloud Divine Kingdom was comparable to that of the Righteous Divine Kingdom. Apart from Yugu Fun, the others were all advanced Emperors of Gods. After all, advanced Emperors of Gods had the highest advantage in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Those below the realm of an advanced Emperor of Gods would be easy targets during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms.
Yugu Fan exchanged pleasantries with Zhuing Jun for a while before he looked at Duanling Tian and the others who were standing behind Zhuing Jun.
Then he said, Nephewing Jun, I heard you brought a rudimentary Emperor of Gods who's capable of killing advanced Emperors of Gods to participate in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms in Destiny Canyon?
Zhuing Jun's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Yugu Fan's words. Then he said, Senior Uncle Yu, it seems like your intelligence network is very efficient. Yugu Fan did not respond to Zhuing Jun's words. Instead, he asked curiously, I wonder who is that rudimentary Emperor of Gods? Mansion Master Duan, Zhuing Jun called out to Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian stepped forward and nodded at Yugu Fan as he said, I'm Duanling Tian, the interim Mansion Master of the Divine Spirit Mansion in the Righteous Divine Kingdom. Greetings, Lord Yu. Duanling Tian was rather certain that Yu Gufan already knew how he was before he even stepped forward. He thought that Yu Gufan must have watched his fight through a floating image pearl. Yu Gufan looked at Duanling Tian and said, filled with praise, "How remarkable! I've never heard of a rudimentary emperor of gods capable of killing advanced emperors of gods until you came along." A hint of envy could be heard in his voice as he continued to say, "The rewards you received from killing advanced emperors of gods must have raised your cultivation base tremendously, right? After all, the rewards would be higher even if one only killed someone whose cultivation base is a level higher." It was true that in the trial of gods, the rewards would be higher if one killed an opponent who had a higher cultivation base. The reward would be even higher if one killed the opponent without any help. Duanling Tian only nodded and smiled in response to Yu Gufan's words. He could see the envious and hostile gazes of the group of advanced emperors of gods standing behind Yu Gufan as they looked at him. With this, he assumed one or two of them would look for trouble for him. Perhaps they might even challenge him to a life-or-death battle. However, he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. The group of advanced emperors of gods seemed to be aware of his extraordinary strength, so they did not act recklessly. Soon after, another entourage from another divine kingdom arrived. Duanling Tian was surprised when he saw the size of the entourage was only half of that of the righteous divine kingdom. Apart from the mansion masters from the righteous divine kingdom, there were quite a few powerful advanced emperors of gods who were sectless cultivators. Unlike the mansion masters, Duanling Tian had never met them before this. However, it did not deter them from looking at him every once in a while. Clearly, they had also heard about him. In any case, Zhuing Jun did not seem to have any intentions of introducing them. At this time, Duanling Tian heard one of the mansion masters from the righteous divine kingdom say, "It's the soaring divine kingdom. Why are there so few people?" One mansion master shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear?" Apparently, a demon-like girl suddenly appeared in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom not too long ago and slaughtered almost all of the advanced emperors of gods in the capital. She did not touch those below the realm of an advanced emperor of gods except for an ignorant few who made a move. It's said that the demon-like girl is also an advanced emperor of gods, but she killed the other advanced emperors of gods easily as though she was killing chickens. Those who were unaware of the matter were shocked upon hearing about the unexpected disaster that struck the soaring divine kingdom. Moreover, the disaster struck just before the commencement of the battle of the divine kingdoms. No wonder the size of the entourage from the soaring divine kingdom was so small. So the lord of the soaring divine kingdom is Xiao Yiyuan. Duanling Tian thought to himself after learning Xiao Yiyuan's name from Zhuing Jun. Since Xiao Yiyuan arrived, his expression was rather dark. No one found it surprising. It was only normal for him to be in a bad mood after the disaster that struck his kingdom. Moreover, the disaster struck at a terrible time. His expression only improved when he greeted Zhu Ingjun and Yu Gufan. "Both of you are here early." The entourages of the other divine kingdoms arrived one after another. It was painfully obvious that the entourage from the soaring divine kingdom was very small compared to the others. A few lords of the divine kingdoms approached Xiao Yiyuan to offer their condolences. Clearly, all of them had heard about the disaster. At this time, the Jade Bao divine kingdom is here. Duanling Tian looked over instinctively and something caught his eye immediately. A young girl stood behind the lord of the Jade Bao divine kingdom. Most importantly, she carried a jade gourd at her waist. The jade gourd looked ordinary, but it had a chip. Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Fourth senior sister? Duanling Tian did not expect to meet Lang Chunyuan at Destiny Canyon at all. Meanwhile, after sensing Duanling Tian's gaze, Lang Chunyuan took a closer look at him. She was surprised when she saw him staring at the jade gourd hanging at her waist. "That purple-clad young man has been staring at my jade gourd. It's supposed to be the token for junior brother to identify me. Is he my junior brother?" Then, as though she just remembered something, her eyes shifted to Duanling Tian's waist. When she saw the sword-shaped jade ornament at his waist, she finally confirmed that the other party was indeed her junior brother. The duo silently exchanged a knowing look when, "You, how dare you appear at this place?" Xiao Yuan bellowed as he rushed toward the people of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. While the others watched in confusion, Duanling Tian's expression changed as he watched Xiao Yuan, the Lord of the Soaring Divine Kingdom, charging toward the girl standing behind the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom.
Guan Baoyu, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, asked coldly with a dark expression on his face, Xiao Yuan, have you gone insane?
Guan Baoyu was naturally not afraid of Xiao Yuan.
Xiao Yuan seemed to regain his senses upon hearing Guan Baoyu's words. He quickly withdrew his attack. Without the Lord's decree, he was slightly weaker than Guan Baoyu. With the Lord's decree, they were equal. In short, it was useless for him to attack Lang Chun Yuan now. Xiao Yuan looked at Guan Baoyu darkly and said, Guan Baoyu, hand over that girl standing behind you to me. Impossible, Guan Baoyu said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Yuan, who was seething with anger. Based on Xiao Yuan's behavior, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the demon-like girl who slaughtered almost all the advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom was Lang Chun Yuan. However, it did not matter to him.
She was now the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom's trump card. After all, he placed all his hopes to rank first in both the individual and group ranking on her. Although the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom would not be rewarded if Lang Chun Yuan ranked first in the individual ranking, it would undoubtedly boost the reputation of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom in the Southern Heaven continent. At that time, there would not be anyone who did not know the top ranker of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms was from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. Although Guan Baoyu had figured out the situation, the others had yet to make the connection. Xiao Yuan said icily, Guan Baoyu, she's the one who came to my capital and killed all the advanced emperors of gods there while I was in closed-door cultivation. You must hand her over to me. As soon as Xiao Yuan's words fell, everyone's confusion disappeared and was replaced by shock. She's the girl who went to the capital of the soaring divine kingdom and slaughtered the advanced emperors of gods there?
I heard she's comparable to an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. No wonder the Lord of the soaring divine kingdom lost his composure. Duanling Tian was also shocked when he learned that his fourth senior sister killed almost all, if not all, of the advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom.
Fourth senior sister is really amazing. She actually went to the capital of a divine kingdom to kill all the advanced emperors of gods there.
Duanling Tian was in awe of Lang Chun Yuan's boldness and success. He naturally knew that she had killed the advanced emperors of gods for the rewards.
Fortunately, fourth senior sister only made a move after learning that the Lord wasn't in the capital. Otherwise, she might have died. Duanling Tian had overestimated Lang Chun Yuan. He did not expect that Lang Chun Yuan did not make any preparations at all before going to the capital of the soaring divine kingdom. When she went there, she did not even know that Xiao Yuan was not in the capital.
In fact, she had assumed that Xiao Yuan was in the capital. Not only that, but when she found that Xiao Yuan was not in the capital, she even intentionally sought him out.
If Duanling Tian knew about this, he would be drenched in cold sweat. At this time, Guan Baoyu replied calmly, Xiao Yuan, that's enough. Miss Lang is an important person to us, and she'll be representing my Jade Bao Divine Kingdom in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Even after the end of the battle, I have no intention of handing her over to you. Whether your words are true or not, it doesn't matter. You can only blame yourself for failing to protect your men. If you were competent, let alone an advanced emperor of gods, even an advanced supreme god wouldn't be able to harm those in your capital. His voice turned disdainful as he continued to say, Don't blame someone else for your mistake. Xiao Yuan's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Guan Baoyu's words. After a moment, he looked at the other lords of the divine kingdoms, who were present on the scene, before he said, Don't think that this matter has nothing to do with you. If she can enter my kingdom and kill my men, she can do the same to you. Do you think you'll be able to stay on guard all the time and respond in time? Xiao Yuan tried his best to get the others to stand on his side and demand justice for him. He was no match for Guan Baoyu, but if a group of lords spoke out against Guan Baoyu, perhaps he might get what he wanted.
Alas, contrary to Xiao Yuan's expectations, quite a few of the other lords took Guan Baoyu's side and even thought that he was making a mountain out of a molehill.
There were also some who remained neutral and preferred not to be dragged into muddy waters.
In the end, Xiao Yuan failed in his quest to seek justice. He could only glare at Lang Chunyuan. At the same time, the advanced emperors of gods from the soaring divine kingdom fell into despair when they saw Lang Chunyuan looking at all of them. It was as though she was trying to memorize their faces. At this time, they could only pray with all their might that they would not run into her in Destiny Canyon. Otherwise, they had no doubt that she would kill them. They felt really conflicted at this moment. Damn it! Should I withdraw? It's too dangerous. It's grown even more dangerous now that I've become a target. However, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I can't miss entering Destiny Canyon. At the same time, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Up until now, he and Lang Chunyuan had yet to greet each other. It was not the right time to do so, and they had plenty of time to do so in Destiny Canyon. It would be to their advantage to keep their relationship a secret. Perhaps they could join forces and launch a surprise attack later in Destiny Canyon. After the conflict between the soaring divine kingdom and Lang Chunyuan died down, all 30 divine kingdoms in the southern heaven continent had arrived. Half of the southern heaven continent was ruled by the 30 divine kingdoms, while the other half was ruled by various powerful supreme-rank clans and sections. These clans and sects were mostly founded by sectless cultivators or descendants from royal families who did not inherit the throne. They were unwilling to serve their respective divine kingdoms and chose to establish their own forces. In any case, this was also the reason why some supreme-rank forces had close relationships with some divine kingdoms and had connections to the royal families. At this time, Duanling Tian heard Zhu Yingjun say, "Now that everyone's here, we only need to wait for Destiny Canyon to appear." Since the beginning, Destiny Canyon had been the venue of the southern heaven continent's battle of the divine kingdoms. It would only appear once every 10,000 years on the eve of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, and it could only be open when the 30 lords of the 30 divine kingdoms used their lords' decrees in unison. "How many more days are left?" someone asked. Unlike Duanling Tian, many of the mansion masters were growing impatient. Yun He replied on behalf of Zhu Yingjun, 5 more days. Over the next few days, the lords of the divine kingdoms and the mansion masters would gather and chat while Duanling Tian sat cross-legged in the air to cultivate. Although being interrupted could result in injuries or a deviation in his cultivation, he was not worried about it since Zhu Yingjun was around. Zhu Yingjun would definitely protect him, since it was to Zhu Yingjun's benefit that he participated in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Similarly, Lang Chunyuan also sat cross-legged to cultivate, following in Duanling Tian's footsteps. She also did not seem worried about Xiao Yiyuan attacking her. The day before Destiny Canyon appeared, everyone's excitement grew stronger. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly began to stir as the sound of the wind whistling rang in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures flew over from the distance. They were 3 old men with hair as white as snow. One of them was tall and burly, one had a medium build, and the other one was lanky. Upon seeing the 3 old men, the expressions of a few lords of the divine kingdoms turned grim. It's the 3 demonic scorpion elders from the Latent Element Heaven sect. The Latent Element Heaven sect was a powerful supreme-rank force in the southern heaven continent with many advanced supreme gods. The 3 demonic scorpion elders were intermediate supreme gods and were considered the pillar of the sect as well. The formations that the trio created together were comparable to that of an ordinary advanced supreme god. Most importantly, they were so strong that even Xiao Yiyuan, who possessed the Lord's decree, was no match for them if they joined forces. Guanbaoyu, the lord of the Jade Bao divine kingdom, frowned when he saw the 3 old men. He asked in a low and cold voice, "3 gentlemen, don't you think you've overstepped the boundary?" The appearance of the 3 supreme gods from the Latent Element Heaven sect when Destiny Canyon was about to appear was tantamount to trampling on the dignity of the divine kingdoms. Under normal circumstances, even if the 30 lords of the divine kingdoms, they might not be a match for the 3 old men. However, due to the special circumstances, which only happened once in 10,000 years, they were able to use their lord's decrees outside of their territories. With this, they were not any weaker than advanced supreme gods. Although the 3 demonic scorpion elders were powerful when they joined forces, just 2 lords of the divine kingdoms were enough to deal with them at this time. In fact, Guanbaoyu was confident that he alone was enough to deal with the trio even if it would take a longer time. After Guanbaoyu spoke up,
The other lords of the divine kingdoms began to chime in one after another. Their gazes shone with killing intent, and their voices were cold. Some of them even looked like they could not wait to make a move. The latent element heaven sect is really courageous. Don't tell me the latent element heaven sect is thinking about obtaining a slice of the pie?
If so, I'm afraid the three of you don't have the capability of doing so.
Aren't you, three demonic scorpion elders, afraid that you won't be able to return after coming here? Under normal circumstances, if the lords of the divine kingdoms encountered the trio and a conflict arose, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, due to the special circumstances with the lord's decrees, they were naturally eager to fight the three demonic scorpion elders. Nonetheless, despite their thoughts, they did not act recklessly and maintained their composure. After all, even if they successfully killed the trio today, there would be consequences for offending the latent element heaven sect. It was likely that they, their descendants, and people would not be able to leave their respective divine kingdoms again lest the latent element heaven sect decided to retaliate. The momentary satisfaction was not worth the price they would have to pay in the end.
Moreover, the trio had yet to cross the line. As such, they had no valid reason to make a move. Needless to say, if the trio crossed the line, they would not hesitate to kill the trio since the latent element heaven sect would be at fault.
When the three old men saw the lords of the divine kingdoms, whom they could easily kill at ordinary times, behaving arrogantly now, it would be a lie to say they did not feel anything. However, they could only remain calm and focus on their mission, ignoring the hostile gazes directed at them. Even their voices were flat, neither happy nor angry, when they spoke. It's a misunderstanding. We didn't come for Destiny Canyon. We came to speak with someone. The lords of the divine kingdoms were stunned upon hearing these words. Then they instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan. They were naturally unaware of the relationship between the duo. Out of everyone present, they thought that it was most likely that the three demonic scorpion elders came to look for one of the two. The reason was not hard to guess. Finally, one of the three old men walked toward the entourage from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. He stopped a distance away since Guan Baoyu, the lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. He said, Lang Chun Yuan. As expected, the three demonic scorpion elders came to look for Lang Chun Yuan.
The old man continued to say, Lang Chun Yuan, we came to speak to you. After the battle of the divine kingdoms, if you're willing, we'd like to invite you to join our latent element heaven sect.
Apart from that, if you manage to become a supreme god in Destiny Canyon, our sect will also prepare another gift for you. Rest assured, the gift won't be inferior to the reward that helps you break through and become a supreme god.
The old man did not waste time and directly told Lang Chun Yuan about the gift. When Lang Chun Yuan's eyes brightened after listening to those words, the three old men smiled. It was within their expectations that their offer would move her.
After all, she was someone who killed almost all advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom just for the rewards. She was bold and smart. However, the trio was unaware that Lang Chun Yuan was blindly fearless. She did not take into consideration whether Shaoyi Yuan, the lord of the soaring divine kingdom, was in the capital or not before she started a massacre. Perhaps, apart from her and a few people from the soaring divine kingdom, everyone assumed that she had calculated everything and only went to the capital after confirming that Shaoyi Yuan was absent. At this time, another one of the three old men turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, if you're willing to join our latent element heaven sect, our sect is willing to do everything in our power to help you become an intermediate emperor of gods if you fail to do so in Destiny Canyon. Consider it a welcome gift. The three demonic scorpion elders assumed that Duanling Tian would be moved like Lang Chun Yuan. Hence, they were slightly stunned when they saw the calm expression on Duanling Tian's face. They wondered if Duanling Tian was dissatisfied with their offer. In their opinion, their offer was rather good and sincere. Finally, the old man could not help but ask, Duanling Tian, are you dissatisfied with the gift? No, it's rather good, Duanling Tian replied calmly. However, senior, the gift is dependent on whether or not I break through and become an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon. What happens if I not only become an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon but also stabilize my cultivation base there?
If so, does that mean that I won't have a welcome gift? Not only were the 3 demonic scorpion elders stunned, but even the lords of the divine kingdoms and advanced emperors of gods were stunned by Duan Tian's words. Not only did Duan Tian intend to become an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon, but he also wanted to stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon. Seeing that there was no response, Duan Tian continued to say to the old man, "What about this?
If I manage to become an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilize my cultivation base in Destiny Canyon, I'll join the Latent Element Heaven sect if the sect is willing to do everything to help me become an advanced emperor of gods."
Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the 3 old men recovered from their shock. They exchanged a look, looking troubled. After all, Duan Tian's proposal was not easy to accomplish.
Even if Duan Tian managed to become an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon, when he came out, he would still be a distance away from becoming an advanced emperor of gods.
It meant that the Latent Element Heaven sect would have to give more resources to Duan Tian. The resources needed to help him become an advanced emperor of gods were much more than what Lang Chunyuan needed to become a supreme god. Before speaking to Lang Chunyuan, they had watched her fight through floating image pearls. Based on what they had seen, they calculated that she was not far from breaking through to the realm of a supreme god. As such, they dared to promise her such a gift.
If she had just become an advanced emperor of gods recently, they would not have made such an offer.
Seeing that the trio was silent, Duan Tian said again, "If that's not possible, then forget it."
The 3 old men communicated through voice transmission for a few moments before the old man, who approached Duan Tian first, stepped forward and said, "Duan Tian, our sect accepts your request. However, if you fail to become an intermediate emperor of gods, you'll still have to join our sect, and the gift will be what was offered initially."
Although the old man did not say it, it was clear that he did not think Duan Tian was going to be able to become an intermediate emperor and stabilize his cultivation base at the same time in Destiny Canyon.
Duan Tian smiled faintly and said, "Very well. I accept your offer. However, I want the gift first. After my cultivation base rises, I'll join the sect." The old men readily agreed to his request. At this time, the people from the divine kingdoms were looking at Duan Tian enviously. Not counting Duan Tian's counteroffer, the initial offer from the Latent Element Heaven sect was generous enough.
The resources needed to help Duan Tian become an intermediate emperor of gods, even if he was very close to a breakthrough, were still a lot. The divine kingdoms could also do this, but it would empty half of their vaults.
Similar to the 3 demonic scorpion elders, they did not think Duan Tian would be able to stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon if he became an intermediate emperor of gods. At most, he would break through and become an intermediate emperor of gods. While everyone's attention was focused on Duan Tian, Lang Chunyuan suddenly said, "I'll join the Latent Element Heaven sect. However, if I become a rudimentary supreme god and stabilize my cultivation base in Destiny Canyon, the sect has to help me become an intermediate supreme god." Then, she shook her head before she said, "If it's too much, then forget it."
A deafening silence descended on the entire place as soon as Lang Chunyuan's voice fell.
Just a moment ago, everyone thought Duan Tian was boasting when he said he would be able to stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods. However, after listening to Lang Chunyuan, it did not seem like Duan Tian was boasting anymore. In fact, he seemed rather modest compared to Lang Chunyuan.
After all, Lang Chunyuan was talking about stabilizing the cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god in such a short time. She was not even a rudimentary supreme god now, she was just an advanced emperor of gods.
Is she crazy?
Even the 3 old men looked at Lang Chunyuan as though she was a fool. Perhaps Duan Tian's words had a slight probability of happening, but in their opinion, Lang Chunyuan's words were nothing but a wild fantasy. There was no chance at all of what she said happening. At this moment, only Duan Tian alone knew that his 4th senior sister was not boasting or delusional. After all, he had heard from his 3rd senior brother that she had a shocking fortuitous encounter in the past that allowed her to immediately stabilize her cultivation base.
Unlike others, she did not have to spend time or effort stabilizing her cultivation base at all. Girl, you better not be joking. The old man, who had extended an invitation to Lang Chun Yuan, said, slightly displeased. Lang Chun Yuan felt rather speechless. She said, I'm not joking. Is the latent element heaven sect going to agree to my request or not? Otherwise, just forget it. Upon hearing these words, the three demonic scorpion elders exchanged a look before they communicated through voice transmission. Lang Chun Yuan must be crazy, right? I thought Duan Ling Tian was crazy, but she's crazier. So, should we agree to her request? I think we should just agree to her request. I think we should send a communication jade back to the sect to ask for a second opinion before we make a decision. If she really succeeds, I'm afraid our latent element heaven sect might go bankrupt. The trio was just about to send a communication jade back to the latent element heaven sect when a voice suddenly rang in the distance. Young lady, you're quite an interesting character. If the latent element heaven sect refuses your request, I'm more than willing to agree to your request. If you become a rudimentary supreme god and manage to stabilize your cultivation base in Destiny Canyon, the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool will help you to become an intermediate supreme god. Consider a welcome gift. Earlier, the latent element heaven sect only promised to help Lang Chun Yuan to become a supreme god if she failed to do so in Destiny Canyon as long as she agreed to join the latent element heaven sect. At this time, a tall and confident middle-aged man dressed in a long white robe appeared before everyone's eyes. The various lords of the divine kingdoms were surprised when they saw the middle-aged man. A few of them quickly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, Lord Nangong. The middle-aged man was Nangong Sui. He was one of the two advanced supreme gods in the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, a supreme rank sect. No one expected the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool and the latent element heaven sect to send people here. Moreover, the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool even sent Nangong Sui, the leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, here. At the same time, the expressions of the three demonic scorpion elders turned grim. After a moment, one of them said, Lord Nangong, we extended an invitation to Lang Chun Yuan first. Before the old man finished speaking, Nangong Sui looked over and said, if she decides to join the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, you can only blame yourself for not agreeing to her request fast enough. In fact, I wanted to invite Duan Ling Tian to join the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. However, since you've agreed to his request, I won't compete with you. As for Lang Chun Yuan, if she decides to join the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, no one, including that old man from your latent element heaven sect, can stop her from doing so. Everyone knew that the old man whom Nangong Sui mentioned was the advanced supreme god from the latent element heaven sect. At this moment, Lang Chun Yuan said, I'll join the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool since you agreed to my request. At the same time, she thought to herself as her eyes flashed with excitement. I didn't expect that I'll be given a chance to become an intermediate supreme god in the trial of gods. Once I become an intermediate supreme god, third senior brother won't be able to easily bully me anymore. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect someone would fall for Lang Chun Yuan's trick. The leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool looked wise, but he clearly underestimated Lang Chun Yuan's unique talent. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, even the most powerful and famous supreme rank force in the Southern Heaven continent will suffer a huge loss after helping fourth senior sister become an intermediate supreme god, right? Moreover, she won't stay in the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool for long. She'll be transported out of the trial of gods after 2 years. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. The supreme powerhouses created this world for us. It's possible that this world and its inhabitants will cease to exist after we leave. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, feeling more at ease. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan said to Nangong Sui, I'll only join the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool after receiving my welcome gift. Nangong Sui readily agreed to Lang Chun Yuan's additional request. At the same time, no one present on the scene believed that Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan would be able to fulfill their claims. The powerhouses from the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool and the latent element heaven sect came and left like the wind. The various lords of the divine kingdoms knew the powerhouses did not truly leave. They knew the powerhouses were waiting nearby, waiting for the battle of the divine kingdoms to come to an end so they could bring Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan away. "Congratulations, brother Ling Tian," Zhu Yingjun said. Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to become an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon, he was genuinely happy that Duan Ling Tian was given a chance to join the latent element heaven sect.
"Thank you, brother Zhu."
Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Yingjun would address each other as brothers when they communicated in private. They only spoke formally to each other when they were in public. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously, while he and Lang Chun Yuan exchanged a knowing look. The duo did not communicate through voice transmission since it was not secure in this world.
They wanted to keep their relationship a secret so they could use it to their advantage after entering Destiny Canyon.
After some time, a heaven-like canyon that was shrouded in mist suddenly appeared in the distance. The highly anticipated Destiny Canyon finally made its appearance. Cranes flew in the sky as beasts roamed the beautiful canyon. Spirits of the trees and plants also inhabited the canyon. Upon seeing this, a few advanced emperors of gods exclaimed in unison, "The Destiny Canyon has appeared." As for the lords of the divine kingdoms, they were not surprised. After all, this was not their first time here. Some of them had even entered Destiny Canyon in the past and became supreme gods in the canyon or after leaving the canyon. Zhu Yingjun gestured to Duan Ling Tian and the others as he said, "Mansion masters, gather around me."
After Duan Ling Tian, Yunhe, and the others drew close, Zhu Yingjun brought out the Lord's decree. In just a moment, a gentle light shone on the others, imprinting the righteous divine kingdom's emblem on them.
With the emblems, participants would be able to identify other participants from similar or different divine kingdoms. The accumulative points of participants from the same divine kingdom would reflect the points of their divine kingdom. Apart from that, one would not receive double rewards for killing participants from the same divine kingdom. While Zhu Yingjun imprinted the emblem of the righteous divine kingdom on Duan Ling Tian and the other lords of the divine kingdoms were also doing the same thing. Zhu Yingjun looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others solemnly as he said, "Everything you obtain in Destiny Canyon belongs to you. Apart from that, I also won't prohibit you from killing each other since it's pointless. Just remember to be cautious once you enter Destiny Canyon. Don't trust anyone, not even those from the same divine kingdom. Only you can control your own fate. I believe all of you possess good judgment. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level. As such, there's no need for me to say much." The other lords of the divine kingdoms spoke to their advanced emperors of gods one final time as well.
Although Xiao Yuan, the lord of the soaring divine kingdom, wanted to kill Lang Chun Yuan, he warned his mansion masters to flee if they ran into Lang Chun Yuan. After all, he knew they were no match for her. The mansion masters from the soaring divine kingdom took Xiao Yuan's words to heart. After all, they all knew that innocent-looking Lang Chun Yuan had killed a huge number of advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom, resulting in the small number of participants in the battle of the divine kingdom this time. Finally, Guan Baoyu, the lord of the Jade Bao divine kingdom, said, "You may go now." Subsequently, Lang Chun Yuan and the other advanced emperors of gods from the Jade Bao divine kingdom flew toward Destiny Canyon. Before leaving, Lang Chun Yuan exchanged a look with Duan Ling Tian. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips curled up imperceptibly into a small smile as he watched Lang Chun Yuan leave. "All right, you may enter Destiny Canyon." After the various lords of the divine kingdom finished speaking, groups of advanced emperors of gods began to fly toward Destiny Canyon.
When the advanced emperors of gods drew close to the majestic Destiny Canyon that was shrouded by fog, they vanished without a trace. At the same time, the living creatures wandering the edge of Destiny Canyon seemed oblivious to their presence. At the same time, many of the mansion masters from the righteous divine kingdom, who had yet to enter Destiny Canyon, were in awe as they looked at it. The God of creation's power is truly unimaginable. No wonder everyone said that even the strongest advanced supreme God is nothing in front of the God of creation. The God of creation can kill the strongest advanced supreme God with just a thought. I used to doubt the existence of the God of creation, but not anymore.
Destiny Canyon is a testament to the existence of the god of creation. On the contrary, Duan Tian remained calm. It was as though there was nothing special about Destiny Canyon. After all, he knew that this world and everything in it, including Destiny Canyon, was created by supreme powerhouses. It did not take long for a few others to notice Duan Tian's indifference. Brother Ling Tian is truly mysterious, Yunhe thought to himself. He was rather calm as well since he had entered Destiny Canyon 10,000 years ago. However, when he first saw Destiny Canyon in the past, just like the others, he was in awe. When most of the advanced emperors of gods from the other divine kingdoms had entered Destiny Canyon, Zhu Yingjun, the lord of the righteous divine kingdom, said, "All right, all of you should enter Destiny Canyon now." Following that, Duan Tian and the others from the righteous divine kingdom flew away. As Duan Tian drew closer to Destiny Canyon, he saw a group of people disappearing from sight. Clearly, those people had been transported into Destiny Canyon by a transportation formation. He slowed down as the mansion masters from the righteous divine kingdom in front of him vanished into thin air. In just a moment, Duan Tian and Yunhe were the only ones from the righteous divine kingdom who had yet to enter Destiny Canyon. Yunhe saw that Duan Tian seemed hesitant, so he said through voice transmission before entering Destiny Canyon, "Rest assured, Brother Ling Tian. It's safe." Following that, Duan Tian stepped into the transportation formation. In just a moment, he sensed a wave of mysterious energy shrouding him. His vision turned dark briefly, and when the light returned, he discovered that he was standing on top of a mountain. He looked around the mountain range in front of him and saw the jungle filled with thorns surrounding the mountains. All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes, sensing a commotion behind him. He turned around and saw smoke rising from a small village in the distance. A village? Is this really the Destiny Canyon where advanced emperors of gods can find fortuitous encounters and become supreme gods? Duan Tian thought to himself skeptically. When Duan Tian instinctively tried to fly toward the village, he discovered that he could not fly. He was momentarily puzzled. He could mobilize his divine energy and cast his law of space, sword Dao, and master Dao. Everything was functioning normally, the only exception was that he could no longer fly. It was as though flight was prohibited in the area. This must be a rule imposed by the supreme powerhouses, Duan Tian thought to himself as he shook his head. Following that, he leaped off the mountain and made his way to the seemingly idyllic village. He intended to figure out where he was before he began to accumulate points. It would be best if he were able to come across fortuitous encounters during the process. At this time, Zhu Yingjun's words suddenly appeared in Duan Tian's mind. Then he recited thrice inwardly, "Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, Battle of the Divine Kingdoms." Following that, 2 white scrolls suddenly fell from the sky. The words Individual Ranking and Divine Kingdom Ranking could be seen respectively at the top of the scrolls on the left and right. Under the bold words Individual Ranking, the names of the participants began to appear. "There's 4th senior sister's name," Duan Tian exclaimed inwardly when he saw Lang Chunyuan's name with 0 points accumulated so far, near the bottom of the list. In fact, all the names on the list had 0 points at this moment. "Do I need to write my name on the scroll?" Duan Tian wondered inwardly as he looked at the scroll on the left. Following that, a mechanical voice promptly rang in Duan Tian's mind. "Write your name down." Duan Tian did not hesitate after that and mentally wrote down his name on the scroll. In the next moment, the words Duan Tian, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 0 points appeared at the bottom of the scroll. Shortly after Duan Tian's name appeared, a few more names appeared under his name. Similar to him, everyone had 0 points at this moment. "Since we just entered Destiny Canyon, none of us has accumulated any points yet." After a moment, Duan Tian finally turned to look at the scroll on the right. Under the words Divine Kingdom Ranking, the names of the 30 divine kingdoms could be seen. The Jade Bao Divine Kingdom stood at the top of the list despite having 0 points. The first participant to write down his or her name must be from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. At this moment, a change appeared on the scroll. Duan Tian was stunned as he looked at the 100 points that the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom just gained. Someone obtained 100 points so quickly? Duan Tian instinctively turned to look at the individual ranking. 4th senior sister? Sure enough, 100 points could be seen at the end of Lang Chun Yuan's name.
Amazing, Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Then, he turned to look at the village in the distance before he continued to make his way over. When Duanling Tian drew close to the village, a few children playing by the entrance of the village noticed his presence. One of them looked at him boldly, while the expressions of the others changed drastically before they fled back into the village. After a short moment, the bold child returned to his senses. He was shocked to discover his companions had all fled, leaving him alone. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported, blocking the child's path. Upon seeing this, the child fell to the ground and wet his pants. He closed his eyes as he cried out fearfully at the top of his lungs, "Bandit! Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me!"
Bandit! Duanling Tian was briefly stunned. At the same time, he was reminded of his native land in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. His eyes darkened immediately as he thought about how the Saint Province realm had been destroyed by the lone primordial spirit congregation. When Duanling Tian finally returned to his senses, he looked at the wailing child and said as he shook his head, "I'm not a bandit."
The child stopped crying before he opened his eyes to look at Duanling Tian. Then, he asked, "Are you really not a bandit?"
Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. His warm and gentle smile seemed to make the child feel at ease.
The child looked at Duanling Tian curiously as he asked, "Who are you if you're not a bandit?" Before Duanling Tian could reply, a group of villagers showed up. The young men standing in front began to shout one after another. "Why did you come to our village? I won't forgive you, bandit. You beast, he's just a child."
In just a blink of an eye, at least 100 villagers, both old and young, had gathered. The children who fled earlier had led them here as soon as they saw Duanling Tian.
Despite their courageous words, Duanling Tian could clearly see the fear lingering in the depths of the villagers' eyes. "I'm not a bandit," Duanling Tian said calmly as he waved his hand. A gentle energy surged out and formed a barrier, stopping the villagers from approaching him.
A divine being.
"He's a divine being." An old man pushed his way to the front before kneeling in front of Duanling Tian.
The chief of the Primordial Ridge village greets the divine being.
Duanling Tian looked at the old man in confusion. However, after the old man kneeled down and greeted him, it did not take long for him to figure out that the old man must have mistaken him for a god that descended from heaven.
The old man turned back to look at the villagers and said hastily, "Everyone, why aren't you greeting the divine being?"
"This merciful divine being will help our Primordial Ridge village to get rid of the bandits with just a wave of his hand." Following that, all of the villagers standing at the back, including the children, fell to their knees and kowtowed at Duanling Tian one after another.
"Merciful divine being, please help us to get rid of the bandits."
"Divine being, please have mercy on us." "Divine being, if you're willing to help us get rid of the bandits, I'm willing to become your slave. Please rise," Duanling Tian said with a frown as he waved his hand. A wave of energy surged out and lifted the villagers to their feet. When they tried to kneel again, they found that they were unable to do so. Apart from the chief of the village, the others were shocked by this discovery. At the same time, Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness to probe the villagers. He found that the strongest among them was only as strong as an ordinary martial artist from the Saint Province realm. Such place and people actually exist in Destiny Canyon? Duanling Tian was speechless and puzzled. He wondered why he ended up in such a place. Nonetheless, he still spoke to the chief of the village patiently, asking the chief about the location of the bandits and the way out of the village. "My lord, the base of the bandits is on the main road. They blocked our path, preventing us from leaving. They would rob us of our things and crops during harvest season. If that's the case, I'll get rid of them on my way out," Duanling Tian said. He did not waste time and made his way to the main road. At the same time, he thought to himself, "This place is really strange. Not only is flight prohibited, but my divine consciousness is restricted to a small area." Duanling Tian came and left like the wind, leaving the villagers confused.
Finally, one of the villagers asked, "Chief, is the divine being really going to help us get rid of the bandits?"
The chief replied confidently, "Yes, In the legends, the divine beings always keep their promises. I believe he'll keep his promise.
However, despite his words, he felt uneasy inwardly.
Chief, that divine being is very strong, but is he really capable of getting rid of the bandits? Didn't you see how powerful he was?
Those bandits aren't a match for him. Duan Tian was naturally unaware of the villagers' discussion after he left. When he was a distance away from the village, he began to travel in huge leaps, saving him a lot of time compared to walking. In just a moment, he saw buildings on both sides of a road in the distance. Smoke rose from the buildings and voices rang in the air. It seemed as though the people were drinking and sparring happily.
Duan Tian was just about to move again when two bandits appeared to stop him. The two bandits stared at Duan Tian fiercely like predators looking at their prey.
No one is allowed to leave.
Return to your village or die. Duan Tian remained silent as he raised his hand and killed one of the two bandits. After that, he looked at the remaining survivor. The bandit regained his senses before he cried out, "We're under attack!" The commotion from the various buildings at the sides of the road suddenly stopped as the bandit's voice echoed in the air. Following that, figures began to fly out of their buildings. In just a moment, there were at least 100 people surrounding Duan Tian. However, before the bandits could make a move, Duan Tian raised his hand to the sky. A terrifying energy surged out, covering the sun in the sky. Following that, countless gray sword rays fell like torrential rain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. All of the bandits, except for the one who sounded the alarm, died. He fell to the ground in shock, staring at Duan Tian fearfully as though Duan Tian was the devil himself. He did not expect the gentle-looking young man to be so cruel.
Moreover, the young man's strength was beyond his imagination. It was comparable to the legendary divine beings.
Duan Tian looked at the bandit and asked, "Is there anyone left? Bring me to them and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you."
"Yes, yes."
"There's another group," the bandit replied hastily. "Our second leader led a group of brothers to the village to collect the tributes." The bandit did not hesitate as he led Duan Tian away. When they arrived at a junction, they ran into the group of bandits that he had mentioned.
Needless to say, Duan Tian killed the group of bandits, including the one who led him here.
After killing the last bandit, Duan Tian saw a weak beam of light shining down on him. The beam of light was so weak that it hardly had any effect on him. Following that, he glanced at the ranking and discovered that he had obtained 1 point.
All those bandits are only worth 1 point. How on earth did 4th Senior Sister manage to gain 100 points so soon after entering Destiny Canyon? Duan Tian wondered inwardly as he shifted his eyes to the top of the ranking.
Lang Chun Yuan's name still sat at the top. However, instead of 100 points, she now had 260 points. On the other hand, the person ranked second had accumulated 83 points. How did 4th Senior Sister accumulate so many points? Duan Tian sighed when he saw the difference between his and Lang Chun Yuan's points. "I bet 4th Senior Sister will laugh at me when she sees my points."
Duan Tian felt both annoyed and helpless at the same time.
At the same time, in a spacious cave,
a young woman paced back and forth. A strange expression could be seen on her face as she muttered, "Only 1 point?
Junior brother only managed to obtain 1 point after so long? Was he transported to a remote place with no people?" The young woman was none other than Lang Chun Yuan. Lang Chun Yuan was transported into a secret realm in Destiny Canyon as soon as she entered. Coincidentally, a group of people was fighting over a fortuitous encounter. Among the group of people, the two strongest were advanced emperors of gods. After killing all of them, she gained 260 points. Killing the two advanced emperors of gods gave her 200 points, while killing the intermediate emperors of gods gave her 60 points.
What's the point of fighting over this shabby secret realm? Nonetheless, I wouldn't have been able to kill them if they weren't fighting over the secret realm, Lang Chun Yuan muttered under her breath as she claimed the treasure that appeared in the secret realm before leaving. As she continued to search for fortuitous encounters in Destiny Canyon, she wondered out loud, "I wonder where Junior Brother is now. What a pity. If I knew his location, I'd be able to bring him with me." Duan Ling Tian spent a day and a night in the mountains before he finally left the area where flying was prohibited. During that time, he killed a few more groups of bandits. At this time, he hovered in the air and looked at the mountain range, sighing inwardly. He still could not believe he was transported to a place populated by ordinary folks where flying was prohibited. It doesn't make sense. Why is flying prohibited in this remote place?
Is there a secret hidden somewhere?
However, I didn't discover anything on my way out. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that something was amiss, he was reluctant to return to the mountain range. After all, even if the mountain range hid an extraordinary secret, there was no guarantee that he would discover it. I should wander around and find out more about this place.
Just like Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan, the participants from the various divine kingdoms were randomly transported to various places in Destiny Canyon. Some of them were lucky like Lang Chun Yuan and encountered people weaker than time.
However, unlike Lang Chun Yuan, who had encountered a few advanced emperors of gods, they only encountered intermediate emperors of gods. For this reason, Lang Chun Yuan was the only one who accumulated more than 100 points for now.
After leaving the mountain range, Duan Ling Tian wandered around the area while keeping an eye on the ranking list. There were no changes in Lang Chun Yuan's points so far as the points of the participants rapidly changed.
After some time, he discovered that some of the names on the ranking list had disappeared. Clearly, those participants had died. They were either killed by other participants or the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. The Destiny Canyon is just like a smaller trial of gods. After wandering for about half a day, Duan Ling Tian ran into another person. Based on the other person's cautious behavior, he knew the other person was not an inhabitant of Destiny Canyon like the villagers and bandits he encountered previously. I wonder how strong he is. Should I test his strength? Duan Ling Tian was aware that some of the advanced emperors of gods from the various divine kingdoms were demi-supreme gods. Apart from some of them, most of them were no match for him. After considering it for a while, he decided to test the strength of the advanced emperor of gods. After all, even if the other person was a demi-supreme god and was stronger than him, it would not be a problem for him to escape with his double teleportation profundity from the law of space. The double teleportation profundity speed was even faster than the law of wind, after all. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian casually flew past the cautious advanced emperor of gods, who was a middle-aged man, he recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. It's Duan Ling Tian from the righteous divine kingdom.
The middle-aged man knew that Duan Ling Tian was the only rudimentary emperor of gods from the righteous divine kingdom to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms.
He also knew that Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing advanced emperors of gods despite only being a rudimentary emperor of gods. He had previously Duan Ling Tian's recordings, hence he was aware of these things.
He was not confident about his victory if he fought Duan Ling Tian, although Duan Ling Tian's opponent at that time was weaker than him and did not use his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul.
I better not provoke him since I might not be able to kill him. He wouldn't be so famous if he's weak. The middle-aged man knew that many people doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength. In fact, many advanced emperors of gods from his divine kingdom, the Crimson Origin Divine Kingdom, even boasted that they would kill Duan Ling Tian if they ran into him in Destiny Canyon. Wang Jin, it's me. Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him.
A gust of wind blew past and a figure appeared.
Lu Yi? The middle-aged exclaimed, slightly surprised.
Similar to Wang Jin, the middle-aged man, the newcomer Lu Yi was also from the Crimson Origin Divine Kingdom. He and Wang Jin were also on par with each other.
Lu Yi smiled as he looked at the purple-clad young man who was flying leisurely in the distance and said, Wang Jin, that's Duan Ling Tian from the righteous divine kingdom. Why don't we join forces and kill him?
Wang Jin was naturally moved by Lu Yi's suggestion, but he still remained cautious. However, he soon remembered that Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary emperor of gods. He said, we won't get points for killing him. The rewards would be doubled, but they're useless to us.
The rewards they would receive for killing someone with a lower cultivation base were negligible. Moreover, since the battle of the divine kingdoms had just started, Duan Ling Tian would not have gained many points, which meant that they would not gain points from him.
Lu Yi was briefly stunned by Wang Jin's words.
Then he said with a wry smile, "I forgot that he's just a rudimentary emperor of gods." After a moment, his eyes flashed as he said, "Let me check how many points he has accumulated so far." "He's still worth killing if he has accumulated a lot of points." After a moment, the corners of Lu Yi's lips twitched when he saw Duanling Tian's name at the bottom of the ranking. Duanling Tian is really pathetic. He only gained 1 point. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Wang Jin completely discarded the idea of making a move on Duanling Tian. Even if they could defeat Duanling Tian after joining forces, the cons outweighed the pros. They might even be injured, which would affect them negatively if they ran into other participants. "It's not worth it. Let's search for another target," Lu Yi said, losing interest as well after discovering they would not gain anything by killing Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian finally discovered Lu Yi's presence. "There are 2 of them?" Based on their interaction, it was clear to Duanling Tian that the duo was familiar with each other. When Duanling Tian saw the duo looking at him briefly before making a move to leave, he could not help but wonder inwardly, do they disdain to fight me, or do they lack the confidence to fight me? They must disdain to fight me. However, this also means that there's a high chance that they're not demi-supreme gods. In Duanling Tian's opinion, if the duo was demi-supreme gods, they would definitely try to kill him to eliminate the competition even if they would not gain points or rewards by doing so. However, it was also possible that the duo was luring him into a trap. After assessing the situation, Duanling Tian felt confident that the duo was not demi-supreme gods. Demi-supreme gods did not need to work together since they were strong enough to act alone, which also meant that they did not have to share the benefits. Following that, Duanling Tian did not hesitate and teleported over. The 2 men were shocked when Duanling Tian appeared in front of them. Not only did they not expect him to discover them, but they also did not expect him to have the courage to stop them. The 2 men's expressions darkened immediately, and they did not hesitate to bring out their prominent divine artifacts and mobilize their divine energies. Without saying a word, Duanling Tian brought the 7 orifices exquisite sword out and charged toward the duo. He cast the Law of Space, the Mastery Dao, and the Sword Dao at the same time. His methods were simple but powerful, and he easily overwhelmed the 2 advanced emperors of gods. It did not take long for the duo to discover that they were in a disadvantageous position. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A spatial storm began to rage before countless sword rays shot out, easily destroying the duo's attacks. During the second round of confrontation, they finally realized that Duanling Tian had comprehended the Mastery Dao. Earlier, they had assumed that Duanling Tian's attack came from the Law of Space alone, and that his attacks were powerful due to his profound comprehension of the Law of Space. Boom! The duo did not even have a chance to speak before Duanling Tian attacked for the 3rd time. Duan! One of them was just about to call out to Duanling Tian to plead for mercy when a gray sword ray fell from the sky, killing him. In the next moment, the other person died as well. With just 3 moves, Duanling Tian killed 2 advanced emperors of gods. The duo's strength was comparable to that of Chang Yen, his previous opponent during the competition to select the interim mansion master of the righteous divine kingdom's divine spirit mansion. The rewards for killing are doubled in Destiny Canyon. This means that the rewards I'll receive for killing those 2 are equivalent to the rewards of killing 4 advanced emperors of gods. I wonder how many points I gained by killing them. Duanling Tian checked his points on the ranking. To his disappointment, he discovered that he only had 11 points. However, in the next moment, he saw that he had gained 200 points. With that, his name rose to 2nd place with 211 points. Not only that, but his points continued to increase every few dozen breaths until they finally stopped at 236 points. These must be the points that both of them accumulated? Duanling Tian smiled happily as he thought to himself, I'll be able to catch up to 4th senior sister soon. For now, I should focus on absorbing the energy from the rewards. Even if I can't break through after absorbing the energy, I should be on the brink of a breakthrough. While Duanling Tian prepared to cultivate, the participants from the various divine kingdoms who kept an eye on the ranking were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian's name rising to 2nd place. After killing, the names of the dead participants would not disappear from the ranking immediately, and the points the killer gained were not shown immediately as well.
As such, it was impossible to figure out the identity of the killer.
For example, after killing Wang Jin and Lu Yi, the two advanced emperors of gods, it took a while for the points that Duan Ling Tian gained by killing them to show on the ranking. Their points, which he had gained, were also gradually added to his points.
Apart from that, the duo's names had also yet to disappear from the ranking as well. Moreover, although the duo died at almost the same time, their names would vanish from the ranking at least a few days apart from each other. No one would be able to guess that Duan Ling Tian was the one who killed the duo, nor would anyone know that the duo was together and killed at almost the same time.
Since no names disappeared from the ranking after Duan Ling Tian obtained more than 200 points, no one suspected that Duan Ling Tian gained those points by killing advanced emperors of gods.
They assumed that he had gained those points by killing inhabitants of Destiny Canyon with strength on par with advanced emperors of gods. After all, one could also obtain points by killing the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. The participants who saw the changes in Duan Ling Tian's score could not help but inhale sharply. They also could not help but feel slightly frightened.
Although some of them were fairly strong, they were incapable of killing two inhabitants on par with an advanced emperor of gods at the same time. They would fall into a momentary stalemate and would be forced to escape after a while if they were forced to confront two inhabitants on par with an advanced emperor of gods at the same time.
Duan Ling Tian managed to kill inhabitants in Destiny Canyon with the strength of an advanced emperor of gods in one go. Many of the advanced emperors of gods who had already encountered inhabitants of Destiny Canyon shared the same thought. Perhaps the inhabitants he encountered only possessed the strength of a weak advanced emperor of gods? That must be it. I'm not any weaker than him, after all.
Only a few people thought that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than them. Somewhere in Destiny Canyon, after killing an intermediate emperor of gods, Yunhe sighed. Whether they were participants or inhabitants, there's no doubt he killed two advanced emperors of gods. No matter which one it is, Brother Ling Tian shouldn't be far from becoming an intermediate emperor of gods, right? Yunhe knew that Duan Ling Tian had absorbed many rewards from killing advanced emperors of gods. Previously, when he had presided over the competition to select the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion, Duan Ling Tian had killed Qingyan, an advanced emperor of gods.
Later on, after arriving in the capital of the righteous Divine Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had killed a few more advanced emperors of gods during the banquet that the royal family hosted and absorbed the rewards.
It had not been long since Duan Ling Tian entered Destiny Canyon, but he had already killed another two advanced emperors of gods.
Junior brother Lang Chunyen, who was in another part of Destiny Canyon, checked Duan Ling Tian's ranking out of habit. When she could not find his name at the bottom of the ranking, her eyes slowly moved up the list. After a short moment, she finally found his name in second place.
Amazing! Lang Chunyuan exclaimed with a grin on her face.
As expected of my junior brother. He's able to catch up to me. I have to keep going. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if he ends up surpassing me.
Following that, Lang Chunyuan moved swiftly and killed everyone she encountered, whether they were participants from other divine kingdoms or inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. None of them were able to escape from her. All the advanced emperors of gods in the divine kingdoms who were confident about their strength became even more aggressive, stimulated by the fact that Duan Ling Tian, a rudimentary emperor of gods, was ranked second. As such, they were no longer as cautious as before.
In their opinion, if they were too cautious, they might end up with an embarrassing rank. As for those average advanced emperors of gods, they continued to lay low. Even if they were envious of Duan Ling Tian, they did not dare to act rashly. They had long passed the phase of acting recklessly and would not risk their lives just because of such a small matter. Although the stronger advanced emperors of gods were no longer as cautious as before, they also did not let their guards down. Obtaining points was important, but the most important thing was staying alive. I wonder which direction I'll need to go in order to reach the inner periphery of Destiny Canyon. As the days passed, many advanced emperors of gods began to grow impatient. After all, they were all aware that a storm was about to land now that they had entered Destiny Canyon for some time. It would not be long before a large number of inhabitants on par with advanced emperors of gods would appear to kill the participants. After the participants killed these inhabitants that were on par with advanced emperors of gods, inhabitants on par with rudimentary supreme gods would appear. Following the trend, after killing the inhabitants on par with rudimentary supreme gods, inhabitants on par with intermediate supreme gods would appear even if they killed only one inhabitant on par with a rudimentary supreme god. For this reason, the participants rarely took the initiative to kill the inhabitants on par with advanced emperors of gods when they encountered them. It was fine if they only killed a few of the inhabitants, but killing too many would bring about the emergence of inhabitants on par with rudimentary supreme gods. At that time, it would be disastrous. Even if the participants had the advantage in numbers and were capable of killing an inhabitant on par with a rudimentary supreme god, they still would not dare to kill the inhabitant. After all, just killing one of them would summon the appearance of inhabitants on par with intermediate supreme gods. At that time, no matter their number, they would die for sure. Let alone intermediate supreme gods. The participants could only kill rudimentary supreme gods if they joined forces and if the rudimentary supreme gods did not use prominent divine artifacts and only relied on their divine energies, the laws, and the four Taoists of heaven and earth. The inhabitants of Destiny Canyons, who were supreme gods, comprehended the true four Taoists of heaven and earth, not just their rudimentary forms. Even the advanced emperors of gods in Destiny Canyon had mastered the rudimentary forms of the four Taoists of heaven and earth even if they did not possess prominent divine artifacts with complete artifact souls. Apart from that, the inhabitants had an almost endless supply of divine energies in Destiny Canyon, unlike the participants. As such, if the fight dragged on and the participants were unable to defeat their opponents quickly, they would fall into a disadvantageous position and die. As long as we're strong enough, there's no need to fear the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon who come looking for trouble. They're all moving to the heart of the canyon, and as long as we're faster than them, they won't be able to catch up to us. That's right. Moreover, after crossing a certain distance, they won't advance anymore. At that time, we won't run into them unless we turn back and go past them. Many of the advanced emperors of gods from the divine kingdoms were quite confident about their strength and were not too worried. The inhabitants will be restless and cause a commotion for a time after we enter Destiny Canyon. I don't know how long the commotion will last, but I know that we'll be driven to the heart of Destiny Canyon. It's much more dangerous in the heart of Destiny Canyon. Not only are there many powerful inhabitants there, but we'll also have to contend with those from the other divine kingdoms. That's only natural since the fight in the heart of Destiny Canyon signifies the end of the battle of the divine kingdoms. At that time, the survivors will be sent out of Destiny Canyon. It's said that those who die in the canyon don't really die. Instead, they'll lose their sense of self and become inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. The inhabitants we encountered previously might even be real humans in the past. They might be people who died in the canyon in the past. It's easy to identify them. The original inhabitants don't have prominent divine artifacts, after all. Those participants who became inhabitants are more terrifying since they not only possess prominent divine artifacts, but they'll also passively master the four Taoists of heaven and earth after becoming an inhabitant of Destiny Canyon. Their strength is terrifying. That's right. A participant who's weaker than you may become much stronger than you if he dies and becomes an inhabitant of Destiny Canyon. As the days continued to pass, many people anticipated the commotion from the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. Nonetheless, many of them maintained their composure and continued to search for fortuitous encounters or kill to gain points. As for Duanling Tian, after killing the two advanced emperors of gods from the Crimson Origin Divine Kingdom and obtaining the double rewards, which were equivalent to the rewards of killing 4 advanced emperors of gods under normal circumstances, he had retreated to absorb the energies from the rewards. Currently, his comprehension of the law of space, the Mastery Tao, and the Sword Tao was incredibly profound. Moreover, he also possessed a rather fine grasp of his power. As such, his speed of absorbing the energy was rather fast and did not burden him. In fact, considering his current comprehension and attainments in all aspects, Duanling Tian was no weaker than an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. Perhaps, he was even stronger than ordinary rudimentary supreme gods. It was just that his cultivation base stood as an obstacle limiting his strength. If he possessed the cultivation base of a rudimentary supreme god now, with his existing comprehension and attainments, he would be among the strongest rudimentary supreme gods. Perhaps he might even be on par with ordinary intermediate supreme gods. After Duanling Tian absorbed the energy from the rewards, He managed to raise his cultivation base and even improved the comprehension of 2 of his laws. Alas, the rise in his cultivation base was not enough for him to break through. He opened his eyes and sighed. I'm still a little short. To his disappointment, the worst-case scenario had happened. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. As long as I kill another advanced Emperor of Gods, even without double rewards, I'll be able to break through and become an intermediate Emperor of Gods for sure. It's time for me to leave this place and get to work. A few days have passed since I came here. The inhabitants of the canyon should be causing a disturbance soon, right?
Duanling Tian had also heard about the disturbance by the rioting inhabitants of Destiny Canyon, and he did not dare to take the matter lightly. He was not afraid of the inhabitants who were advanced emperors of gods as long as there were not too many of them. Even if he would not be able to deal with them if there were too many of them. It's been a few days. I wonder if 4th senior sister is still ranked first. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the ranking. After looking at the ranking list, Duanling Tian discovered that Lang Chun Yuan, his 4th senior sister, still firmly occupied the first place. However, her points had changed. Lang Chun Yuan, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 1,356 points. Duanling Tian did a double take before he murmured to himself, 4th senior sister's points increased so much in just a few days? Following that, Duanling Tian looked down the list. He found that he was no longer in 2nd place. In fact, he was not even in the top 10.
Mansion Master Fong? Duanling Tian was no stranger to the person who currently occupied 2nd place. Similar to him, the other party represented the Righteous Divine Kingdom as well. The other party was Fong Xiong-lei, the Mansion Master of the Righteous Divine Kingdom's Cloudy Garden Mansion, and his strongest law was the Law of Thunder. He was rather powerful and was just half a step away from entering the realm of a supreme god. He was an imminent supreme god. Previously, Duanling Tian had witnessed Fong Xiong-lei's strength during the banquet hosted by Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom. At that time, he concluded that he was yet to be a match for Fong Xiong-lei. To be on par with Fong Xiong-lei, he had to at least become an intermediate Emperor of Gods, and to defeat Fong Xiong-lei, he had to completely stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate Emperor of Gods.
Fong Xiong-lei, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 632 points.
Duanling Tian shook his head as he looked at Fong Xiong-lei's points. Although he's ranked 2nd, his points are far behind those of 4th senior sister.
Compared to Lang Chun Yuan, Fong Xiong-lei's points were a lot lower.
Duanling Tian continued to look at the list. None of those who ranked from 3rd to 10th were from the Righteous Divine Kingdom, and he was not familiar with them either. He looked down the list again, and before he found his name, he saw another familiar name.
Yunhe, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 357 points.
When Duanling Tian found his name on the ranking list, he discovered that not only had he dropped out of the 10 places, but he was not even in the top 30 places. At this time, he was ranked 39th. Soon after Duanling Tian saw his name, there was a flash. When he looked at the ranking again, he found that he had fallen down 1 place. Duanling Tian shook his head. 40th place? This ranking is a little low. The Lord will be disappointed if he sees my rank, right? Although there were quite a few advanced emperors of gods from the Righteous Divine Kingdom who were stronger than Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian knew that the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom had high expectations for him.
In the eyes of the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom, he was someone with great luck.
Powerhouses did not necessarily dominate the Destiny Canyon's battle of the Divine Kingdom. Although strength would give one huge advantage, luck played a very important part. For example, the person who held the record of accumulating the highest point in the history of the Destiny Canyon's battle of the Divine Kingdoms was only an intermediate Emperor of Gods when he first entered Destiny Canyon.
His strength in the beginning was only comparable to that of an ordinary advanced Emperor of Gods. At that time, he did not even possess a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. However, in the end, amazingly, he managed to accumulate 8,000 points. Lang Chun Yuan currently ranked 1st and had accumulated more than 1,000 points after entering the Destiny Canyon for a while. Following this trend, she should not have a problem accumulating 5,000 points. However, it would be difficult for her to accumulate more than 6,000 points. For the battle of the divine kingdoms, it would only become more difficult as the end drew near. This was due to the inhabitants of the canyon that would drive all the participants to the heart of the canyon. At that time, all the inhabitants would have to compete with each other. Although the strong had the advantage, they also risked being targeted by a huge group of people. As for the weak, they had a higher chance of surviving if they joined forces with others. If they could not find anyone to work with, they could only lay low and hope to survive. If they were lucky enough, they might be able to leave the canyon alive. Depending on the situation, Destiny Canyon could be dangerous and safe. After being driven to the heart of Destiny Canyon, many people would opt to join forces to increase their chances of survival. There were also some who would search for an independent realm to hide in, waiting until the time when they would be transported out of Destiny Canyon. Needless to say, it would depend on one's luck whether one could find an independent realm or not. Moreover, even if one found an independent realm, one would have to possess the courage to enter the independent realm as well. After all, most independent realms had tests in them, and failing to pass the tests would result in death as well. I don't know where I am now. I wonder if the disturbances in Destiny Canyon have begun. After removing the formation that shrouded the hidden cave at the foot of a mid-sized mountain, he had cultivated in his and putting away his formation compass, Duan Ling Tian flew up into the sky. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian flew up, he could sense his divine energy surging in his body. He could sense the great improvements and progress in his cultivation and that he had reached the limit in the realm of a rudimentary emperor of gods. To progress, the next thing I need to do is to attempt to break into the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He had sensed something. It's in that direction. In the distance, a thunderous commotion could be heard. It was the sound of a fierce battle. Moreover, it did not sound like only two people were fighting, it sounded like a group of people was fighting. Isn't that the mountain range that I came out of previously? Filled with curiosity, Duan Ling Tian stealthily made his way over. He was only on the brink of becoming an intermediate emperor of gods and had yet to break through. As such, it was better for him to keep a low profile. Moreover, he only wanted to see what was going on now. It would be counterproductive if he rushed over and showed himself. Moreover, there were still advanced emperors of gods like Feng Xiongli who were a threat to him. However, although he might not be able to defeat them now, he was confident about escaping from them. Swoosh! Swoosh! After teleporting twice, Duan Ling Tian found a place to hide before he observed the situation. At this time, two groups of advanced emperor of gods were engaged in a fierce battle. They did not pay attention to their surroundings and failed to sense Duan Ling Tian's presence. Moreover, they likely did not expect that a lone cultivator would dare to approach under such circumstances. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to hide from them. These two groups of people, Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding, looked at the two groups of people and found them unfamiliar. They were not among the people he had seen outside of Destiny Canyon. However, he was certain that they were participants like him and not inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. Why are they fighting in groups? In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, if the fight continued, both sides would suffer losses and, in turn, affect the performance of their respective divine kingdoms. However, his eyes soon lit up when he heard those people's words as they fought. One of the powerful advanced emperors of gods shouted, "We discovered the earth-flaming Buddha lotus first. You people from the supporting fall divine kingdom have crossed the line." The advanced emperor of gods who had spoken was in a group of 6, while the other group from the supporting fall divine kingdom had 7 people. However, despite being short of 1 person, the other group managed to fight on equal ground with the group of 7 people from the supporting fall divine kingdom. Based on this, it was clear that the individual strength of the 6 people was higher than that of the group from the supporting fall divine kingdom. At this time, someone from the supporting fall divine kingdom scoffed and said disdainfully, "The earth-flaming Buddha lotus isn't yours. Even if it were, everyone could fight for it in Destiny Canyon. Have you forgotten that we came to Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms? What do you think the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is? Isn't like what we're doing now?" With this, the fight grew even more intense. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was still hiding, overheard the conversation. His eyes brightened immediately,
and his heart skipped a beat. He shifted his gaze over to the lofty mountain range in front of him. He saw the projection of a flaming lotus in the sky.
The lotus shone brightly, illuminating the vast land.
The projection of the lotus was a distinctive trait of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, a legendary divine pill. It was a divine pill for the exclusive use of emperors of gods. Although the divine pill could not raise the strength of an emperor of gods, if an emperor of gods consumed the divine pill, his or her chances of becoming a supreme god would rise greatly. Even if one had no talent, after consuming the divine pill, one would eventually become a supreme god.
The main reason so many people wanted to participate in the Destiny Canyon's Battle of the Divine Kingdoms was the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. According to Brother Yunhee, every time Destiny Canyon appears, there'll be 6 earth-flaming Buddha lotuses at most. To think one of them is in the mountain range in front of me. No wonder flying is prohibited in this place.
Initially, I assumed that the supreme powerhouses had placed the restriction here. As it turns out, it's because of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. After all, there'll always be abnormalities when earth-flaming Buddha lotuses grow. The flight restriction in this place must be one of the abnormalities. Duanling Tian murmured to himself as he looked at the lofty mountain range. I didn't expect that I'd be so lucky, being transported to the birthplace of an earth-flaming Buddha lotus as soon as I entered Destiny Canyon. Seeing that the flight restriction is gone now, it's clear that the earth-flaming Buddha lotus has reached the critical stage of maturity. Duanling Tian muttered under his breath as he looked at the 2 groups of people fighting fiercely in the sky. The flight restriction was clearly gone. The earth-flaming Buddha lotus is a rare treasure. If I can obtain it, even if I have no use for it, I can exchange it for a lot of treasures or give it to the people around me. After all, not everyone has the potential to become a supreme god. Duanling Tian murmured to himself as his mind shifted to his family and friends. Duanling Tian was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. He did not expect to be so lucky. However, his excitement died down a little when he remembered the 2 groups of people fighting over the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. With my strength, it's not realistic for me to openly snatch the earth-flaming Buddha lotus from them. It's only close to reaching maturity and has yet to reach full maturity. Otherwise, they would have rushed over to it by now. Even if there are no winners, they'll likely stop fighting when it reaches full maturity. At that time, it'll be difficult for me to fish in troubled waters. I'll have a better chance of obtaining it if I make a move now. However, I can't make a move now since it has yet to reach full maturity. Alas, I'm still too weak. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a hint of helplessness.
At the same time, the 2 groups of people who were fighting unknowingly drew closer to the place where Duanling Tian was hiding. Upon seeing this, a strange expression appeared on his face as his eyes flashed.
The 2 groups of people were from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom, respectively.
The people from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom were the first to discover the earth-flaming Buddha lotus thanks to the phenomenon that appeared when it was about to reach full maturity.
Unfortunately, before it fully matured and before they could seize it, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom arrived. Where are the people from the other Divine Kingdoms? Looking at the people from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom, Duanling Tian suddenly wondered if there were people from the other Divine Kingdoms lying in wait nearby, patiently waiting for the chance to swoop in and snatch the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Well, it doesn't matter.
Duanling Tian quickly dismissed his thoughts.
Although he thought that there were likely other people lying in wait, when he saw the people from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom drawing closer to his hiding place, he decided to make a move first before the others could act. Subsequently, Duanling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity. Before teleporting for the second time, his tyrannical aura surged out, attracting the attention of the people from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom.
Most of them had stopped fighting when Duanling Tian, who completed the second teleportation, appeared above 2 advanced emperors of gods from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom respectively, who were standing a distance away from their companions. Then Duanling Tian attacked them without wasting time.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sword rays filled the sky before they swept out. Duanling Tian did not hold back at all at this moment. He knew that he could afford to do so. Things would become even more difficult if he held his strength back at this moment and failed to kill his targets. The duo from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom had already stopped fighting as soon as they sensed Duanling Tian, and they had been staring at Duanling Tian vigilantly as soon as he appeared after his first teleportation. However, despite being vigilant, they reacted a beat too late when he appeared above them and attacked. "How dare you! You're seeking death!" The duo bellowed angrily as they swiftly attacked. Alas, it was too late. They had just unleashed their attacks when the countless colorful sword rays rained down, crushing their attacks and killing them. In just a moment, they were reduced to ashes by the colorful sword rays. The scene was dazzling and terrifying at the same time. In just a moment, two beams of light shone down from the sky, bringing with them rewards. After receiving the reward, Duanling Tian quickly put away the two prominent divine artifacts with complete artifact souls into his spatial ring before he quickly fled. The others from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom looked as though they were going to catch up to Duanling Tian after he teleported for the first time. He finally managed to shake them off his tail after his second teleportation. However, although Duanling Tian successfully escaped, his high-profile attack earlier had undoubtedly given his identity away. At the same time, a man from the upper second divine kingdom said in a deep voice, "It's Duanling Tian from the righteous divine kingdom." Those from the supporting fall divine kingdom wore dark expressions on their faces. After all, similar to the upper second divine kingdom, they had lost a comrade as well. After a moment, a man from the supporting fall divine kingdom stepped forward. He looked at the people from the upper second divine kingdom expressionlessly as he said, "I advised you to stop fighting with us if you don't want others who are lying in wait for us to injure each other before snatching the lotus away. We should wait until the earth-flaming Buddha lotus matures before we rely on our abilities to seize it." After saying that, he surveyed his surroundings again before he said, "I didn't pay attention to our surroundings earlier, so I didn't sense anything amiss. However, now that I probed our surroundings, I could sense many people hiding." After a beat, he raised his voice before he continued to say, "Everyone, why are you still hiding at this point?" As soon as his voice fell, many figures appeared in the surroundings. All of them stared at the people from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom vigilantly as soon as they appeared. They were not stupid and hurriedly gathered, seeing that the two aforementioned divine kingdoms had the most people present on the scene. If they did not work together, not only would they fail to obtain the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, but they would likely be killed by those from the two divine kingdoms. At this time, one of the newcomers gave voice to the thought in everyone's mind. "Listen, the earth-flaming Buddha lotus will mature soon. We're outnumbered, and it's impossible for us to call for reinforcements. Even if we leave to search for people from our respective kingdoms, there's no guarantee we'll find them. I suggest that all of us join forces to deal with those from the supporting fall divine kingdom and the upper second divine kingdom." Needless to say, no one objected. That's right. There are too many people from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom here. We have to guard against them. Let's work together. Those two groups were fighting each other before, but with our arrival, they might work together to deal with us. Someone scoffed. If we join forces, we're no weaker than them. At most, we'll just fight to our deaths. No matter what, we can't give up on the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. We should join forces now. When the earth-flaming Buddha lotus reaches full maturity, we'll rely on our individual ability to seize it. Initially, those from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom were not worried at all about the newcomers from the other divine kingdoms. After all, they did not consider the possibility of the newcomers joining forces. Nonetheless, they were still not very worried and not afraid after seeing that the newcomers decided to join forces. In their opinion, their numbers would give them a huge advantage during the fight over the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. If anything, the two groups from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom respectively were more worried about each other. As for the newcomers from the other divine kingdoms, they were also aware of this. However, in their opinion, they had the advantage even if the two divine kingdoms had more people present on the scene. There was no doubt that those from the two divine kingdoms would fight, and at that time the chance to fish in troubled waters would present itself. At this time, the people from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom had wisely stopped fighting. After all, if they were injured fighting among themselves, they would only present others with the chance to take advantage of their weakened states. It would be better for them to conserve their energy and fight when the earth-flaming Buddha lotus matured. After all, if they fought before the earth-flaming Buddha lotus matured, even if they won the fight, it would still be useless. With this, the fight stopped completely after Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack and the newcomers showed up. Everyone stared at the phenomenon that heralded the imminent birth of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. At the same time, they also kept an eye on the people around them. After a moment, someone asked, "Hey, do you think the righteous divine kingdom's Duan Ling Tian really left?" With this, the silence broke as people began to discuss among themselves. Duan Ling Tian definitely won't leave just like that. There's no doubt that he also has his eyes on the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. After all, is there anyone who doesn't covet the earth-flaming Buddha lotus?
I agree. When the earth-flaming Buddha lotus reaches full maturity, he'll definitely show himself.
However, it has to be said that he's really strong. Earlier, he killed 2 advanced emperors of God so easily. Although he had used the element of surprise to gain the upper hand, his strength should not be underestimated. It's really hard to believe that a rudimentary emperor of gods possesses such strength. If he weren't strong, do you think the righteous divine kingdom would allow a rudimentary emperor of gods to enter Destiny Canyon and participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms?
Despite their words, no one was truly afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Although they knew he was powerful, his threat to them was far less compared to the people around them.
Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware that he had become the topic of discussion for the group of people, finally found a place after fleeing for hundreds of thousands of miles. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energies from the 2 rewards he obtained earlier. The rewards he obtained from killing the 2 advanced emperors of gods were equivalent to the rewards of killing 4 advanced emperors of gods, since the rewards were doubled in Destiny Canyon.
The rewards are more than enough to help me enter the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. I'll absorb a small amount of energy to break through first and return to the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Now that the earth-flaming Buddha lotus has appeared, it won't be long before the disturbances start.
Duan Ling Tian had heard that the disturbances and riots from the inhabitants would begin soon after the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses appeared.
Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he began to cultivate.
In other places in Destiny Canyon, there were earth-flaming Buddha lotuses that had already reached full maturity and had been taken away. There were also earth-flaming Buddha lotuses on the cusp of maturity like the one Duan Ling Tian saw. Above a mountain with complicated terrains, a girl held a lotus that emitted a golden light.
After a brief moment, the golden light formed the image of a Buddha.
The girl stared at the lotus in her hand, expressionless, as she muttered to herself, "So this is the earth-flaming Buddha lotus? It doesn't seem like anything special. I'll give it to Junior Brother when I see him. After all, I haven't given Junior Brother a decent present yet."
While the girl studied the lotus in her hand, a group of people from the various divine kingdoms stood nearby in the sky. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would be able to recognize one of them. The other person was none other than Yun He, who also represented the righteous divine kingdom. He was also the person whom Duan Ling Tian was the most familiar with among those from the righteous divine kingdom. At this time, Yun He smiled wryly as he said, "Although I arrived before the earth-flaming Buddha lotus reached full maturity, I was still a step too late. I didn't expect her to be here as well. Perhaps if it were another person, I'd still have a chance to fight them."
Yun He was aware that the girl in front of him had gone to the capital of the soaring divine kingdom alone and slaughtered almost all of the advanced emperors of gods there. It was said that her strength was comparable to an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. As such, he knew he could not afford to provoke her.
After a moment, Yun He took a deep breath before he shook his head and left. There was no point in staying here.
Similarly, a few people also began to leave like Yun He. They, like Yun He, knew how terrifying the girl in front of them was.
However, there were more people who chose to stay. There were about almost 30 of them who chose to stay.
Everyone.
Let's join forces. Otherwise, the earth-flaming Buddha lotus can only be hers. It's best for us to join forces and kill her before we compete for the lotus among ourselves. Those who are interested stay. Those who aren't should leave to avoid dragging the rest of us down.
Although she's terrifyingly strong, I don't believe that we can't kill her with numbers on our side. We have so many advanced emperors of gods here, and among us, there are a few demi-supreme gods.
It did not take long for the group of people to reach an agreement before they surrounded the girl.
Meanwhile, when the girl saw the emperors of gods who surrounded her, she muttered under her breath, 28 advanced emperors of gods. There isn't anyone from the Jade Bow Divine Kingdom among them. This means the rewards from killing them is equivalent to the rewards of killing 56 advanced emperors of gods outside Destiny Canyon. The girl was none other than Lang Chun Yuan, Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister.
While the 28 advanced emperors of gods surrounded Lang Chun Yuan, there were still, in fact, quite a lot of people hiding in the surroundings to watch the show.
Most of them had no thoughts about the earth-flaming Buddha Lotus because they knew that even if the group of almost 30 people managed to kill Lang Chu Yuan, they still would not stand a chance of obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha Lotus. Apart from that, they also refused the invitation to join the group of almost 30 people. They knew that they would only be targeted when the time came to fight for the earth-flaming Buddha Lotus. At the same time, He did not go far before he turned back to have a look. He murmured, "There are nearly 30 advanced emperors of gods, and quite a few of them are demi-supreme gods. Even if she were an ordinary rudimentary supreme god, it would be difficult for her to fend off so many people."
He did not regret his decision to leave. Even if those people managed to take Lang Chun Yuan down, he would still have a hard time obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha Lotus from so many people. As such, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks.
After a few moments, he saw the group of nearly 30 advanced emperors of gods make a move. They did not even give Lang Chun Yuan time to prepare herself before they moved. They attacked at almost the same time, clearly intending to kill her as fast as they possibly could.
Lang Chun Yuan did not stay idle. She put away the earth-flaming Buddha Lotus before she brought out her prominent divine artifact. A terrifying destructive energy swept out immediately. Alone, she faced the incoming attacks of nearly 30 advanced emperors of gods.
Lang Chun Yuan was short and small. Among the group of advanced emperors of gods, there were many who were tall and burly. From afar, it looked like a group of adults bullying a small child.
"Kill her!
Don't give her a chance to escape."
He, who was standing in the distance, heard the ruthless words of the advanced emperors of gods. He instinctively turned to look at Lang Chun Yuan and discovered that she did not intend to escape at all. On the contrary, her energy began to surge as it grew stronger and stronger.
Following that, He witnessed a shocking scene. He watched as the young girl killed the group of nearly 30 advanced emperors of gods. They dropped like flies one after another. After Lang Chun Yuan killed about a dozen advanced emperors of gods, the others lost their courage immediately. "Run! Damn it! Who said that she's at most comparable to an average rudimentary supreme god? She's clearly stronger than most rudimentary supreme gods."
The rewards shone down on Lang Chun Yuan as she killed the advanced emperors of gods. At this moment, in the eyes of the others, she was like the Grim Reaper, reaping lives with a scythe.
Fear flooded the hearts and minds of the advanced emperors of gods. At this time, only one thought was left in their minds: flee. No one dared to attack anymore. All they did was run.
Alas, they soon discovered that the pillars of light thrumming with destructive energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and formed a cage around them.
He's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this scene.
When she was killing those dozen or so advanced emperors of gods earlier, she was already laying a trap for the others.
How terrifying! Earlier, He noticed that Lang Chun Yuan seemed to be taking her time as she leisurely killed the advanced emperors of gods. He had assumed she was showing off her strength. It finally dawned on him at this moment that she had planned to kill everyone from the get-go. She knew the others would try to flee, so she had laid a trap in advance. "I should leave now. What if it's not enough for her to kill those people? Who knows if she'll kill those who stayed to watch the show?" Beads of sweat appeared on He's forehead when he thought about this. Then, without wasting another moment, he turned around and left hastily without looking back. It was as though he was fleeing from death.
At the same time, many of those who stayed back to watch the show left as well before the fight was over. Clearly, they had similar concerns as Yunhee. They no longer dared to watch the fight, afraid that they would lose their lives after watching it.
At this time, the remaining 23 advanced emperors of gods found that they could not break Lang Chun Yuan's formation no matter how they attacked it. Their expressions changed drastically. Damn it! No! I can't die here. I don't want to die. Have mercy.
Please have mercy. Among the remaining 23 advanced emperors of gods, there were quite a few mansion masters from the various divine kingdoms. Usually they acted loftily, but at this moment they had discarded their pride due to despair and fear.
Some of them even fell to their knees, begging Lang Chun Yuan to spare them. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan sighed and said, "What a pity that my junior brother isn't here. Otherwise, I'll let him kill all of you." 23 advanced emperors of gods should be more than enough to help him become an intermediate emperor of gods.
Lang Chun Yuan had spoken out loud so the 23 advanced emperors of gods heard her words clearly. As soon as they heard her, they immediately thought of one person, Duan Ling Tian, the rudimentary emperor of gods from the righteous divine kingdom. They were shocked by the revelation that Duan Ling Tian was Lang Chun Yuan's junior brother. At the same time, they could not help but wonder what kind of master could cultivate such prodigies.
One was a rudimentary emperor of gods who could kill advanced emperors of gods, while the other one was an advanced emperor of gods who was stronger than ordinary supreme gods. At this time, a middle-aged man's eyes flashed before he hurriedly said, "Miss, I'm a mansion master from the righteous divine kingdom. I'm familiar with Duan Ling Tian. Please spare my life for his sake." Upon hearing these words, many people began to pretend to be people from the righteous divine kingdom, hoping Lang Chun Yuan would spare them. Lang Chun Yuan scoffed before she said, "Those from the righteous divine kingdom had left earlier. None of you are from the righteous divine kingdom. Since you decided to stay behind, you should just stay here forever." As soon as Lang Chun Yuan finished speaking, she made a move. The 23 advanced emperors of gods were like fish in a barrel. Moreover, due to despair and fear overwhelming them, many of them had lost their judgment. Despite fighting desperately, they failed to pose a threat to Lang Chun Yuan at all. After killing the 23 advanced emperors of gods and receiving the rewards, Lang Chun Yuan sighed. There are so many rewards. What a waste. Just the rewards from killing half a dozen of them are more than enough for me to enter the realm of a supreme god. After entering the realm of a supreme god, the progress I'll make from the rewards will be minimal. I hope I'll be able to meet junior brother soon. Perhaps I'll be able to transfer the rewards to him. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that his fourth senior sister had obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus. He had spent a day and a night cultivating before he finally broke through the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. My divine energy has transformed again, and it's much stronger than when I was a rudimentary emperor of gods. Now, I no longer have to be afraid when facing demi-supreme gods. It's time for me to return. I wonder if the earth-flaming Buddha lotus has reached full maturity. I really hope it hasn't. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a golden opportunity. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and returned to the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. To his relief, he saw the phenomenon of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus when he arrived, which indicated that the lotus had yet to fully mature. I made it in time. However, the phenomenon is changing. Duan Ling Tian watched as the projection of a golden Buddha shimmered in the sky. Now that the projection of a Buddha has appeared, it means that the earth-flaming Buddha lotus is about to reach full maturity. There are so many people here? Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes away from the earth-flaming Buddha lotus's phenomenon and saw 3 groups of people standing in 3 different directions surrounding the place where the earth-flaming Buddha lotus was about to appear. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with 2 groups of people. They were from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom who were fighting fiercely before. Previously, he had taken advantage of the fight and killed a person from each group. It was the rewards from killing those 2 people that enabled him to break through and become an intermediate emperor of gods. There's someone from the righteous divine kingdom as well. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian saw a mansion master from the righteous divine kingdom. Since he represented the righteous divine kingdom, it was only natural for him to recognize the person from the righteous divine kingdom. Apart from that, he also saw a few familiar faces from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom and the Soaring Divine Kingdom. The reason he had paid more attention to the two Divine Kingdoms was due to his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun Yuan. Previously, Lang Chun Yuan had gone to the capital of the Soaring Divine Kingdom and slaughtered many advanced emperors of gods. As such, the number of advanced emperors of gods representing the pitiful Soaring Divine Kingdom in the Destiny Canyon's Battle of the Divine Kingdoms was much smaller compared to the other Divine Kingdoms. As for the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, since Lang Chun Yuan represented the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, he naturally paid more attention to it. It seems like the arrival of this group of people caused those from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom to stop fighting.
It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess why the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom had stopped fighting. He also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. When the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus reached full maturity, a huge fight would definitely break out.
It won't be easy to obtain the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus. Although Duan Ling Tian had become an intermediate emperor of gods and possessed strength comparable to those imminent supreme gods from the divine kingdoms, he was not confident enough to think that he would definitely obtain the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus. After all, among the people present on the scene, many were close to becoming supreme gods.
Just the two groups from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom respectively had at least one imminent supreme god each. Apart from that, there were also many powerhouses in the two groups who were nearly as strong as those imminent supreme gods. The two people whom Duan Ling Tian killed were considered the weakest in their respective groups.
Apart from that, there were also the newcomers from the various divine kingdoms.
I should wait and see instead of revealing myself now. If I reveal myself now, I'll definitely be targeted by those from the Upper Second Divine Kingdom and the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom since I killed their comrades.
At that time, when I display my strength that's comparable to those imminent supreme gods, even more people would target me. Although everyone acknowledges my strength now, currently, they don't think of me as a threat. They think that I'm only nearly as strong as imminent supreme gods now.
Duan Ling Tian dismissed the idea of showing himself now and continued to hide and wait patiently. However, with his current position, which was quite a distance away from the emerging Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus, not only did he not have any advantage in seizing the Lotus, but he was also at a great disadvantage. When the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus matures, a fight will definitely break out. At that time, whoever obtains the Lotus will definitely be the target. Even an imminent supreme god will suffer injuries if he or she is targeted by so many people. For a short time, it'll be difficult for anyone to take the Lotus away. I'll wait for all of them to be weakened before I make my move. Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to get close to the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus or show himself. He continued to observe the situation. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense that the three groups of people were not the only ones present on the scene. Although he was an intermediate emperor of gods, he was no weaker than an imminent supreme god.
As such, his perception was much better than before, and he could sense the faint fluctuations in his surroundings.
It seems like there are quite a few people like me who are hoping to take advantage of the situation. Duan Ling Tian looked at the phenomenon from the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus in the distance. The phenomenon alternated between a huge flaming lotus and the golden figure of a Buddha in the sky every dozen breaths or so.
However, as time passed, the lotus only appeared for about 10 breaths before it would be replaced by the golden Buddha. Then, the lotus only appeared for a few breaths before it was replaced by the golden Buddha.
Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly, if I'm not mistaken, the golden Buddha will completely replace the lotus when the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus emerges. Duan Ling Tian had only briefly heard about the Earth-Flaming Buddha Lotus. He did not know much about the phenomenon and the signs of maturity of the lotus. However, he could vaguely guess by observing the changes in the phenomenon.
In this magical world, many things followed a predictable pattern. It seems like I'm right.
Soon enough, the golden Buddha appeared more and more frequently. Although Duan Ling Tian was quite a distance away, he could still clearly sense the burning tension rising from the groups of people. Divine energies roiled under the surface of those people's skins, poised to attack at a moment's notice.
Similarly, those who were hiding like Duan Ling Tian had also mobilized their divine energies. In the distance, the imminent supreme god from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom looked around before he scoffed and said coldly, Since you're already here, you should all show yourselves. Did you think you can hide while we fight and show up at the end to take advantage of the situation?
With this, a group of people who were hiding was forced to show themselves. Just like that, the fourth group of people appeared.
Most of these people did not join any of the existing three groups.
Only a few people who recognized people from their respective divine kingdoms flew over. Although they knew not to trust anyone in Destiny Canyon, if they were forced to choose, they would naturally choose to trust someone from the same divine kingdom.
Duan Tian shook his head when he saw the people who showed themselves. They're really impatient.
Unlike the others, Duan Tian had hidden himself rather well. Although his cultivation base was only that of an intermediate emperor of gods, he was not discovered by the advanced emperors of gods.
However, it had to be said that the advanced emperors of gods only missed him because they did not probe their surroundings with their divine consciousness. At the same time, the imminent supreme god from the supporting fall divine kingdom reminded the people around him in a deep voice. Be careful. There are still many who are hiding. Those who showed themselves are just impatient. Don't think that they're the only ones.
The others nodded in agreement.
Similarly, someone from the upper second divine kingdom reminded the others as well. At this moment, Duan Tian decided to check the ranking. Duan Tian was stunned by Lang Chun Yuan's points. Lang Chun Yuan was still in the first place, but her points had changed drastically. Lang Chun Yuan, Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, 5,826 points. Fourth senior sister's points are too high.
At this rate, it seems like she'll be able to break the record for the highest point set by that person, right? It's said that if one's able to break the record, one will be given additional rewards. Breaking the individual rankings record and the Divine Kingdom rankings record comes with rewards.
As it should be, the reward for breaking the individual rankings record belongs to the individual, while the reward for breaking the Divine Kingdom rankings record will be shared equally by the representatives of the record-breaking Divine Kingdom. I wonder what's the highest point accumulated by a Divine Kingdom in the history of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. If the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom breaks the record, the representatives will be elated since they'll be rewarded. After looking at the individual ranking list, Duan Tian looked at the Divine Kingdom ranking list. He shook his head when he saw the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom in the first place before he moved down the list, looking for the Righteous Divine Kingdom's rank. Righteous Divine Kingdom. Although the Righteous Divine Kingdom had dropped a few places, it was still in the top 10. It was currently ranked 9th.
On the contrary, Duan Tian's points had risen, and as such his rank had risen slightly as well. This rise was from the points he received from killing the two people from the upper second Divine Kingdom and the supporting fall Divine Kingdom respectively.
However, his rank did not rise much since the others were also steadily gaining points, even if their speed was not as fast as his. Finally, Duan Tian shifted his attention away from the rankings back to the phenomenon that heralded the emergence of the earth-flaming Buddha lotus.
At this time, the golden Buddha would appear every 2 breaths, appearing and disappearing just as quickly.
It's almost time. About 15 minutes later, the golden Buddha was appearing every 1 breath. Almost there.
Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as his divine energy coursed through 99 heavenly veins. During this time, unlike Duan Tian who had hidden very well, more people who were hiding had been found. Duan Tian was confident that as long as the advanced emperors of gods did not use their divine consciousness, they would be able to find him. He was certain of this. The earth-flaming Buddha lotus should reach full maturity in 15 minutes. Naturally, the others could also tell that earth-flaming Buddha lotus was about to reach full maturity. They could all read the patterns of the phenomenon.
No one spoke at this moment. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard as everyone waited for the earth-flaming Buddha lotus to appear. The earth-flaming Buddha lotuses were the most precious things of the Destiny Canyon's Battle of the Divine Kingdom. Their appearance signified the chaos from the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon was about to begin as well. In fact, it seemed as though the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon were rioting because the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses were taken away. After all, the riot would begin when the participants claimed the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses. During the previous battles of the Divine Kingdoms, not everyone had the chance of coming across the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses. Only those who were lucky would encounter them.
For example, at this moment, there were only a few dozen people around the earth-flaming Buddha lotus that Duan Ling Tian stumbled upon. Perhaps there would be no more than 100 people if one counted those who were still hiding as well. The number of people was small considering the number of people who came into Destiny Canyon. Put the other divine kingdoms aside. Just the righteous divine kingdom alone had many representatives. Half of them were mansion masters like Duan Ling Tian, and the other half were not mansion masters like Yun He. However, unlike Yun He, who was the direct subordinate of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, those who were not mansion masters were mostly from ancient sects and clans in the righteous Divine Kingdom, and a few of them were from the royal family. As for the other divine kingdoms, except for the soaring Divine Kingdom whose number had dwindled, their numbers of representatives were almost on par with that of the righteous Divine Kingdom. If there were only 50 representatives from each divine kingdom, there would be 1,500 people from 30 divine kingdoms. And this time, there were definitely more than 5,000 people who participated in the Destiny Canyon's Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Although there was more than one earth-flaming Buddha lotus in Destiny Canyon, perhaps only a few hundred people would come across them. Most people would not come across them at all. Although the phenomena of the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses were huge, their size was nothing compared to the size of Destiny Canyon. Hence, most people would not be able to see the phenomena. It's reached full maturity. A few exclamations broke the silence. At the same time, the golden Buddha stopped flickering as a golden light shone down on the ground. Following that, a flaming lotus shot up into the sky. The flames that danced around the lotus seemed to form the silhouette of a Buddha as well. It hovered in the air as though it was waiting for someone to grab it. At this time, someone bellowed, "The earth-flaming Buddha lotus is mine." Then, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes charged toward the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. It was as though he had lost his mind at this moment. Upon seeing this, many people exclaimed in low voices. Someone cast the confusion technique on him. The confusion technique, as its name suggested, confused one's mind. It was useless against powerhouses, but it could be used to deal with those who were weaker than the caster of the technique. Duan Ling Tian had been puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man charging out recklessly. After all, the middle-aged man's actions were tantamount to seeking death. Even an imminent supreme god would not act so recklessly. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He's done for. As expected, the middle-aged man was ripped to shreds. A dozen people attacked and killed him in just a blink of an eye. The imminent supreme gods did not even have to make a move. After the death of the middle-aged man, silence descended on the place. The earth-flaming Buddha lotus continued to hover in the air. No one dared to make a move. It was as though the earth-flaming Buddha lotus was a fearsome beast, not a treasure. Everyone is rather patient. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom. Among all the divine kingdoms, the upper second divine kingdom and the supporting fall divine kingdom had the most people present on the scene. As such, the others were very wary of them. They'll definitely be the first to make a move, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself confidently. In just about a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian was proven right. He watched the imminent supreme god from the supporting fall divine kingdom take the lead to fly forward and reach out for the earth-flaming Buddha lotus as the others from the supporting fall divine kingdom followed him. Stop! Those from the supporting fall divine kingdom should die. Almost as soon as the people from the supporting fall divine kingdom made a move, not only did the people from the upper second divine kingdom make a move, but the others made a move as well. With this, the group from the supporting fall divine kingdom became everyone's target. However, due to the protection of the others, the imminent supreme god from the supporting fall divine kingdom managed to grab the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. All he had to do now was escape. At this time, the void suddenly began to ripple as the imminent supreme god's body began to flicker. Upon seeing this, someone exclaimed, "He's going to teleport away." The expressions of the others changed drastically upon hearing this. Soon after, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the void only rippled for a moment and the supporting fall divine kingdom's imminent supreme god had stopped flickering. Clearly, someone had prevented him from teleporting away. In fact, long before the earth-flaming Buddha lotus reached full maturity, many people who comprehended the law of space had already locked down the place here so others could not teleport away.
Even Duanling Tian, who was still hiding, had run interference and disrupted the space. Similar to the others, he was also worried that someone would teleport away with the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. However, he also knew that even if he did not do anything, the others would definitely act.
He only acted to join the fun. The fight has begun, Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him calmly.
Since the group from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom made a move on the earth-flaming Buddha lotus first, they became everyone's target.
A group of people joined forces and killed 2 advanced emperors of gods from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom, while the group from the upper Second Divine Kingdom managed to kill a few more people from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom.
At the same time, the supporting Fall Kingdom's imminent supreme god tried to escape a few more times but was unsuccessful in his attempts. He was soon forced to fight 3 imminent supreme gods who joined forces. In the end, he had no choice but to toss the earth-flaming Buddha lotus away with a dark expression on his face. With this, the others no longer paid attention to him. The 3 imminent supreme gods moved quickly, fighting each other as they tried to catch the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Among the trio, one of them was from the upper Second Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing this, the others from the upper Second Divine Kingdom tacitly stepped forward to assist their imminent supreme god. A few of them tried to grab the earth-flaming Buddha lotus but were attacked before they succeeded. At this moment, the scene in front of Duanling Tian could be described with just one word: chaotic. Duanling Tian took a quick look at his surroundings as he thought to himself, "These people are really patient."
Duanling Tian was certain that there were still people who had yet to show themselves. They were as patient as he was.
Although it was very chaotic, after the death of the advanced emperors of gods from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom, there was no more death. Many gave up quickly when they saw they could not succeed. Otherwise, there would have been more deaths. The situation continued to grow more and more chaotic, and the earth-flaming Buddha lotus was tossed from one side to the other. After the imminent supreme god from the supporting Fall Divine Kingdom, no one else had gotten their hands on the earth-flaming Buddha lotus yet.
However, the fights in the surroundings were more than enough to send the lotus flying back and forth. Regardless of how fierce the fights were, the earth-flaming Buddha lotus remained unscathed. It was only pushed around, changing positions frequently.
Up until now, no one dared to recklessly grab the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. After all, it was tantamount to drawing a big bullseye on their bodies. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures near Duanling Tian that had been hiding for a long time finally made a move. The duo was imminent supreme gods, and it was clear that they were comrades.
One of them grabbed the earth-flaming Buddha lotus while the other one fended off the attacks of the advanced emperors of gods in the surroundings.
The other imminent supreme gods were all engaged in fights and failed to stop the duo. As such, the other advanced emperors of gods could only watch helplessly as the duo escaped with the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Duanling Tian's expression did not change at all as he watched this.
Soon enough, he saw another person appear, blocking the duo who obtained the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. This person was also an imminent supreme god.
"The earth-flaming Buddha lotus is mine."
A gust of wind roared as the newcomer charged toward the person who held the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Injured, the person who held the earth-flaming Buddha lotus had no choice but to toss it away.
The imminent supreme god who comprehended the law of wind laughed heartily. After taking advantage of the situation and obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, he turned into a gust of wind and fled after he said, "Thanks!" Since the space in the area had been disrupted, it was no longer possible to teleport. As such, no one could catch up to this imminent supreme god who possessed such a speed due to his comprehension of the law of wind. At the same time, a few people recognized the imminent supreme god who escaped with the earth-flaming Buddha lotus using the law of wind. Feng Xiao Xiao. He's the son of the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, Feng Xiao Xiao. Although many people had heard of Feng Xiao Xiao, the son of the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, and knew that he comprehended the law of wind, not many people knew the extent of his strength. As such, many of them were stunned when Feng Xiao Xiao made a move.
So the outstanding son of the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom is so strong?
He's already an imminent supreme god.
If he successfully takes the earth-flaming Buddha lotus away, doesn't this mean that there'll soon be two supreme gods in the wind chime divine kingdom and the kingdom's royal family?
Feng Xiao's comprehensive strength might not be the strongest among the imminent supreme gods in the southern heaven continent, but he was definitely among the fastest. Now that he had fled with the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, there was only a number of people who were able to catch up to him. As time passed, even the number of these people dwindled. Damn it! Feng Xiao hid his strength really well.
To think that his law of wind has reached such a level. The expressions of those who were left behind were dark as they watched Feng Xiao leave like the wind on his sword. Swoosh! 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 Swoosh!
One after another, those who had still been hiding showed themselves. They flew out and joined the others to chase after Feng Xiao. However, despite being chased from all sides, Feng Xiao did not stop to fight. He continued to flee, dodging the attacks. His speed was so fast that he easily avoided most of the attacks. The earth-flaming Buddha lotus shone brightly in Feng Xiao's hand, further provoking the advanced emperors of gods chasing after him and causing their expressions to turn green with envy. Feng Xiao, as the son of the Lord of the Windchime Divine Kingdom, is running away the only thing you know how to do? Feng Xiao, you can't escape. Is there anyone who specializes in imprisonment type of law? Hurry up and imprison him.
The advanced emperors of gods were furious. Some of them who comprehended the law of space tried to use the space to confine Feng Xiao, but the sword that Feng Xiao stood on easily helped him to escape. This was because the advanced emperors of gods were weaker than him, who was an imminent supreme god. There were also advanced emperors of gods who combined their divine energy with the law of earth to form rock prisons. Alas, it took too long for them to form the rock prisons, so Feng Xiao was able to flee unimpeded. It was obvious that Feng Xiao came prepared.
When some people used their formation compasses, they discovered that the speed of the formation compasses had slowed down greatly. It was likely that the speed decrease was caused by something that Feng Xiao carried on him that could affect the speed of the formation compasses. Perhaps one might wonder why Feng Xiao did not directly consume the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, and in turn, stop the others from chasing after him. After all, with the earth-flaming Buddha lotus gone, many people would definitely give up on chasing after him.
There was no point in chasing after him or killing him if the lotus was gone. They only wanted the lotus, and it did not matter if they killed him or not. However, he did not directly consume the lotus because after the lotus reached full maturity, it would be inedible for a day and a night.
Swoosh! 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 Feng Xiao was like a slippery loach as he dodged the attacks from the group of advanced emperors of gods. Soon after, he escaped the siege and continued to fly forth. As time passed, he slowly left the others behind. Finally, the last person who was chasing after Feng Xiao came to a stop and stared at his back unwillingly. After a moment, that person turned around and left.
With this, a joyful expression on the face of Feng Xiao, who was far ahead. However, he did not stop and continued to flee.
The earth-flaming Buddha lotus is mine.
Fortunately, I didn't bother attacking earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gain any advantage from my speed at all. It's also because I hid my strength in the past.
If the others were aware of my strength, the moment I appeared, the other imminent supreme gods would have stopped fighting immediately and targeted me. It's because they underestimated me that I had time to escape. This is the reason for my success. Feng Xiao was in an incomparably good mood at this time. He knew that his success this time was also due to his good luck. Among the imminent supreme gods present earlier, none of them were very fast. Moreover, among those who chased after Feng Xiao earlier, none of them were imminent supreme gods. Since he wisely chose not to engage in a fight with them, he easily escaped from them.
Feng Xiao continued to fly, covering a huge distance and changing directions a few times. After a while, he gradually slowed down as the smile on his face widened.
It should be safe now, right?
Finally, Feng Xiao had the chance to take a good look at the earth-flaming Buddha lotus in his hand.
The earth-flaming Buddha lotus. This is a treasure. What a shame that I can't consume it now. I guess I have no choice but to wait. Feng Xiao's smile seemed to be etched on his face. He was not in a hurry to put the earth-flaming Buddha lotus in his spatial ring, even though he would only be able to consume it after a day and a night. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's ears suddenly twitched. He might not be able to detect the subtle changes in the distance, but it was naturally not a problem for him to sense the changes in his surroundings. His expression changed drastically as soon as he detected the imperceptible change. His divine energy surged immediately as he cast the law of the wind, intending to flee again. Bang! However, just as Feng Xiaoxiao began to flee, he was stopped by an invisible barrier that suddenly appeared. He quickly switched directions, but he found that he still could not leave. He did not bother trying to leave now. Instead, he cast the law of the wind and attacked. The wind raged around him, and soon enough, he found that he had been trapped in a box-shaped barrier, which kept his attacks inside. I've been trapped by an immanent supreme god who comprehends the law of space. No, wait, this divine energy belongs to an intermediate emperor of gods. Feng Xiaoxiao narrowed his eyes when he discovered that the barrier contained the divine energy of an intermediate emperor of gods. Soon after his revelation, a figure belonging to an intermediate emperor of gods who comprehended the law of space appeared in his mind. Duanling Tian, Feng Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. At the same time, he probed his surroundings with his divine consciousness. Just as Feng Xiaoxiao's divine consciousness was about to sweep through a specific area nearby, a purple figure descended from the sky. The purple figure belonged to a handsome young man with a serene expression on his face. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was not in the mood to appreciate the young man's good looks, asked with a dark expression on his face, "You followed me all the way here?" Feng Xiaoxiao did not know much about Duanling Tian beyond what he had heard. Previously, he had taken a few more glances at Duanling Tian before entering Destiny Canyon. Feng Xiaoxiao had heard that Duanling Tian was a prodigy. He was a rudimentary emperor of gods who comprehended the law of space and the sword Dao. Most shockingly, he was able to kill advanced emperors of gods despite being only a rudimentary emperor of gods. There were people who said that he was almost as strong as an immanent supreme god. Feng Xiaoxiao did not take the rumors he had heard seriously. He felt that the rumors were exaggerated. However, his heart could not help but tremble at this moment, when he discovered that not only did Duanling Tian become an intermediate emperor of gods, but Duanling Tian also managed to keep up with him and followed him here. Feng Xiaoxiao had fled at full speed earlier. The advanced emperors of gods and even the immanent supreme gods could only watch as he fled. However, Duanling Tian managed to keep up with him. Not only that, but he also failed to discover Duanling Tian's presence. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian nodded indifferently in response to Feng Xiaoxiao's question. Without saying another word, he attacked Feng Xiaoxiao, who was trapped in the spatial prison. Clearly, he did not plan to give Feng Xiaoxiao any chance to escape. At this moment, in his eyes, Feng Xiaoxiao was no different from a rat caught in a trap. It had to be said that Duanling Tian was able to smoothly construct the spatial prison because Feng Xiaoxiao came to a stop to look at the earth-flaming Buddha lotus earlier. It was Feng Xiaoxiao who had presented him with a golden opportunity. Everything went really smoothly. After killing Feng Xiaoxiao, the earth-flaming Buddha lotus will be mine. Even Duanling Tian did not expect things to go so smoothly. Previously, he was not 100% certain that he would be able to obtain the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. Even if his speed was not any slower than that of Feng Xiaoxiao, he knew he would not have an easy time like Feng Xiaoxiao escaping from the others. Feng Xiaoxiao had the element of surprise and hid his strength well, which contributed to his success. Earlier, Duanling Tian continued to hide as he followed Feng Xiaoxiao. The others failed to notice him since they were completely focused on Feng Xiaoxiao. When Feng Xiaoxiao finally stopped running, he decided to make a move. Duanling Tian, you're just an intermediate emperor of gods. You can't stop me, Feng Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. After putting the earth-flaming Buddha lotus into his spatial ring, Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed the sword under his feet. The sword was a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The wind raged violently around Feng Xiaoxiao, causing the void to ripple. It looked as though thousands of swords were slashing at the void. He attacked the spatial prison as he deflected Duanling Tian's attack.
The spatial prison only shook slightly. It would not collapse so quickly since Duan Ling Tian was able to neutralize most of Feng Xiaoxiao's attacks. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed again upon seeing this. He no longer dared to hold back, and his divine energy burst forth completely. Following that, wind blades filled the spatial prison and slashed at the spatial prison fiercely, causing the prison to shake as though it was going to collapse. "Fool!" Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Following that, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand shook slightly before a colorful sword ray shot out. Not only did he cast the sword Dao, but he also cast the Mastery Dao to further strengthen his control over the surrounding space. As soon as he cast the Mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, not only did the colorful sword ray grow stronger, but the spatial prison that looked like it was on the verge of collapsing was immediately strengthened. "What is this?" Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed as his expression changed. After a beat, his eyes widened as he exclaimed again, You managed to master the Mastery Dao." "The Mastery Dao." Duan Ling Tian continued to attack while Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. His divine energy swept out like a tsunami. Perhaps Feng Xiaoxiao might have stood a chance against Duan Ling Tian, who had become an intermediate emperor of gods, if he was in peak condition. Alas, he had exhausted a tremendous amount of energy earlier. Although Duan Ling Tian had been following Feng Xiaoxiao earlier, the amount of energy he had used was much lower compared to that of Feng Xiaoxiao, who had to escape and also avoid the attacks of his pursuers. How could he have comprehended both the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao? I've never heard of anyone comprehending 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth in the history of the southern heaven continent. Comprehending only one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth is enough for one to be touted as the favorite of the god of creation. Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock inwardly as he continued to desperately defend against Duan Ling Tian's attacks and break free of the spatial prison. Alas, he quickly discovered that he had greatly underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Feng Xiaoxiao's divine energy was quickly depleting, but Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an inexhaustible source of divine energy. With his 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian could quickly mobilize his divine energy before imbuing his law of space, Sword Dao, and Mastery Dao with it to relentlessly attack Feng Xiaoxiao. Duan Ling Tian's relentless attacks proved to be too overwhelming, injuring Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's face was as pale as paper as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and bellowed, "Duan Ling Tian, if you kill me, my father definitely won't let you go." Faced with the threat of death, Feng Xiaoxiao did not hesitate to use his father, the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. "Fool." This was the second time that Duan Ling Tian called Feng Xiaoxiao a fool. He wondered inwardly, does he think I'm so gullible? Unless I admit to killing him, no one will know that I killed him. Swoosh! The 7-colored sword ray landed on Feng Xiaoxiao again, inflicting a heavier injury than before and pushing him to the brink of death. "No." Feng Xiaoxiao discarded his pride and began to plead loudly, "Duan Ling Tian, spare my life. I know of a great secret. If you spare my life, I'll tell you about it when we leave this place." Feng Xiaoxiao was trying desperately to preserve his life and did not hesitate to lie about knowing a great secret. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," Duan Ling Tian said before he ended Feng Xiaoxiao's life. After killing Feng Xiaoxiao, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath, "Your strength wasn't bad. In a normal fight, it'd be difficult for me to kill you even if I managed to trap you. As expected, a surprise sneak attack is the best tactic." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian collected Feng Xiaoxiao's prominent divine artifact and spatial ring, where the earth-flaming Buddha lotus was kept. The group of advanced emperors of gods should still be there. I should return and kill a few of the weaker advanced emperors of gods to earn more points and stabilize my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian decided to return to the place where the earth-flaming Buddha lotus emerged. During his journey, he encountered a few lone advanced emperors of gods, and he easily killed them. Streaks of light continued to flash as he attacked. When he finally arrived at his destination, he had killed almost 10 advanced emperors of gods.
At the same time, he saw a group of advanced emperors of gods still fighting fiercely, trying to kill to obtain more points and rewards. They fought in small groups of 2s and 3s. There are so many advanced emperors of gods here. I should earn more points before the inhabitants' rioting gets worse. Even if I can't catch up to 4th senior sister, I shouldn't fall behind too much. Otherwise, I'd look useless. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian flew toward the group of advanced emperors of gods. Since all of the imminent supreme powerhouses had left, he was easily the strongest among the advanced emperors of gods present on the scene. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has become an intermediate emperor of gods. Upon witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, many of the advanced emperors of gods tried to flee. Alas, they failed miserably. Duan Ling Tian had come prepared, making sure that no one would be able to escape. In the end, all of them died. I should enter closed-door cultivation in the heart of Destiny Canyon to stabilize my cultivation base with the rewards I just received now that inhabitants of the canyon are about to go on a rampage. I wonder if it's possible that I'm already at the heart of the canyon. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry about anything at all. The inhabitants of Destiny Canyon would go on a rampage. It would drive everyone to the heart of Destiny Canyon because the inhabitants would go on a rampage everywhere except for the heart of Destiny Canyon. It was said that this was a rule created by the god of creation as well. I gained a lot of energy from the rewards. It's only a matter of time before I stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. When Duan Ling Tian entered closed-door cultivation, the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon, which were mostly terrifying gigantic beasts, began to wreak havoc in Destiny Canyon. They filled the sky and the land as they attacked. There were also humans from the canyon who joined in the rampage. The earth-flaming Buddha lotuses have been taken away. We must kill those outsiders. The inhabitants of Destiny Canyon had been programmed to protect the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses in Destiny Canyon. As such, when the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses reached full maturity and were taken away, they would come together. The weakest among them were in the realm of rudimentary emperor of gods, while the strongest were almost as strong as imminent supreme gods. Although the participants, who were imminent supreme gods, were capable of killing the strongest inhabitants of Destiny Canyon, none of them dared to kill easily. After all, killing too many of the powerful inhabitants in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods would give birth to an inhabitant in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Following the trend, if the inhabitant in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god was killed, it would give birth to an inhabitant in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. As such, the participants were left with no choice but to head to the central area, the heart of Destiny Canyon. In the sky above a huge mountain range, a young girl who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes. She looked in the distance as she thought to herself, "The inhabitants have started to go on a rampage? How interesting. Killing too many inhabitants in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods will give birth to inhabitants in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. The rewards from killing advanced emperors of gods are useless to me now. I should aim to kill rudimentary supreme gods." At the end of her thoughts, she flew away. It did not take long for her to discover huge figures in the distance that belonged to various gigantic beasts and humans from Destiny Canyon. Their auras were terrifying, and it seemed as though they were able to crush anything or anyone who stood in their way. "I'll play with them." The young girl's body flickered before she appeared in front of the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. As soon as she appeared, the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon charged toward her immediately. However, they were clearly no match for her. Her divine energy surpassed all the inhabitants who were in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods. Based on this, those who were observant would be able to tell that the young girl was a rudimentary supreme god. During the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, participants who became rudimentary supreme gods in Destiny Canyon were prohibited from killing the other participants after their breakthrough. As such, they could only kill the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. Those who violated the rule would be instantly transported out of Destiny Canyon. Apart from that, there were also transportation formations that would bring these new rudimentary supreme gods out of Destiny Canyon if they wished to leave ahead of time. Boom! The young girl killed an inhabitant in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods with a palm strike before she easily killed another one. 2 beams of light shone down on her. Alas, the rewards were useless to her now that she was a rudimentary supreme god. After killing a few more inhabitants in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure looked like a dark knight riding in a chariot. He held a 7-foot-long jet-black spear in his hand. His entire person was hidden by black armor, and there was only a vertical opening where his eyes were. However, instead of his eyes, only dancing flames could be seen. The inhabitants of Destiny Canyon shuddered as soon as the Dark Knight appeared, and they retreated when they sensed the Dark Knight's destructive aura. "You're also an expert in the law of destruction?" The young girl did not seem to fear the Dark Knight at all. On the contrary, she seemed excited. "It seems like you're quite strong. You're the perfect opponent for me to test my strength. I've yet to fight a supreme god after becoming one myself," the young girl said with a smile before charging toward the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight imbued his long jet-black spear with the law of destruction before he charged out as well, looking like a tank. Following that, two humongous translucent figures appeared in the sky when the young girl and the Dark Knight simultaneously cast the Supreme God phenomenon. The translucent figure of the Supreme God phenomenon cast by a rudimentary Supreme God could grow to more than 10 meters tall, while the Supreme God phenomenon cast by an intermediate Supreme God was at least 100 meters tall. As for the Supreme God phenomenon cast by an advanced Supreme God, it was at least 1,000 meters tall. The Supreme God phenomenon. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. No wonder third senior brother vehemently refuted me when I said the Supreme God phenomenon was useless. I truly wasn't aware of its strength at all. The young girl was none other than Lang Chun Yuan. While Lang Chun Yuan fought with the Dark Knight, their respective Supreme God phenomena fought as well. Since Lang Chun Yuan had only become a rudimentary Supreme God recently, her Supreme God phenomenon was only slightly over 10 meters tall, while the Dark Knight's Supreme God phenomenon was nearly 20 meters tall. The duo's destructive energies were so fierce that some of the weaker inhabitants in the surroundings perished immediately. At this time, the Dark Knight suddenly roared. In just an instant, the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon and the surroundings seemed to have gone berserk as they rampaged toward the heart of Destiny Canyon and left, leaving only Lang Chun Yuan and the Dark Knight behind. The void shook violently, looking as though it was about to tear as the duo continued to fight. "It seems like I'm not very lucky," Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Before Duan Ling Tian could absorb all the energies from the rewards he received, he was disturbed by a huge commotion. The ground quaked continuously as though tens of thousands of beasts were stampeding across the land. The cave Duan Ling Tian was in shook violently as well, causing rocks to fall and stirring up dust from the ground. If Duan Ling Tian did not set up a formation to support the cave might have already collapsed. Duan Ling Tian did not need to guess to know that the commotion was caused by the rampaging inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. Let's see where they are coming from. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew up into the sky and looked in the direction of the commotion. He saw a huge dark mass approaching from the left. The birds that were startled by the commotion tried to take flight, but they were attacked by a terrifying energy and exploded into mists of blood before they were able to do so. It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill the inhabitants in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods now that my strength is comparable to an imminent supreme god or an imminent supreme god. However, if I kill too many inhabitants in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods, an inhabitant in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god will appear. I'm no match for a supreme god now. After confirming the direction that the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon were swarming toward, Duan Ling Tian turned to leave. He would be safe as long as he traveled parallel to them. Once he arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon, they would stop outside of it. So this is the way to the heart of Destiny Canyon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he followed the rampaging inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. With this, he also discovered that his previous location was not in the heart of Destiny Canyon. I'll likely run into many advanced emperors of gods during my journey to the heart of Destiny Canyon. It'll be easy for me to kill them in the beginning, but it'll become harder once everyone's gathered. I have limited time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. During his journey, Duan Ling Tian killed all the participants from the other divine kingdoms whom he ran into. Although he had yet to fully absorb the energies from his previous rewards, he could continue to accumulate rewards and absorb them when he had the time.
Unsurprisingly, all of the advanced emperors of gods were in shock before Duan Ling Tian killed them.
Duan Ling Tian. Why is he so strong?
Apart from being shocked, some of them also lamented their bad luck for running into Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian's points continued to rise as he traveled to the heart of Destiny Canyon. The difference between his points and those of the person in third place was huge, and he was about to catch up to the person in first place.
Many of the participants' points were rising as well, but their rise was not as drastic as that of Duan Ling Tian.
Similar to Duan Ling Tian, the other participants were also making their way to the heart of Destiny Canyon. They would kill weaker participants or inhabitants of the canyon they came across to accumulate points and rewards.
Alas, not all of them managed to survive before reaching their destination, killed by stronger opponents.
After killing another inhabitant in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the ranking.
Why aren't there any changes in 4th senior sister's points? Duan Ling Tian discovered that Lang Chunyuan's points had remained stagnant as he closed the gap between them. Currently, there were fewer than 1,000 points between them.
What's 4th senior sister doing?
I hope she's okay, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he frowned, worried about Lang Chunyuan. He knew that the advanced emperors of gods from the various divine kingdoms were no match for her.
The only threat to her was participants who became supreme gods in the canyon or inhabitants in the realm of supreme gods. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do for her except to pray for her safety.
Duan Ling Tian continued to move.
After a moment, bang, 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 bang.
A series of explosions rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears before he heard someone shouting. Lu Qi, we're both imminent supreme gods. If we continue to fight, both of us will end up injured. Aren't you worried about others taking advantage of the situation?
Another person scoffed before saying coldly, "Ha! Do you think I'll listen to you? Keep dreaming. You killed my son. I'll kill you even if it means I'll die or end up severely injured. You can only prepare to die if you're not going to go all out." The commotion grew softer and softer. Clearly, the fight was moving further and further away toward the heart of Destiny Canyon.
The man who had spoken first was trying to make his way to the heart of Destiny Canyon, but he was repeatedly stopped by the other man. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he followed the duo.
2 imminent supreme gods?
Is this a trap, or are they really enemies? Based on their words, it seemed like they were enemies since one of them killed the son of the other person. However, there was no guarantee that it was not a trap. Instead of searching all over the place, it was easier to cause a commotion to lure others into their trap.
Duan Ling Tian did not forget to hide his presence as he followed the duo. Meanwhile, it did not take long before the 2 imminent supreme gods were injured. The man who had spoken first finally gave up on leaving and confronted the other person. With this, Duan Ling Tian easily confirmed that it was not a trap. How lucky!
I managed to run into 2 imminent supreme gods, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a smile. It would be difficult for him to kill the duo if the duo was in peak condition. However, the duo was now injured and it would be easy for him to kill them with a sneak attack. He was not 100% confident he would be able to kill the duo if he openly attacked them.
Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared near the duo. Who is it?
The 2 imminent supreme gods retreated quickly when they sensed Duan Ling Tian's presence.
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of one of the 2 imminent supreme gods. Before the other party could react, he released a 7-colored sword ray. Swoosh! When the 7-colored sword ray entered the imminent supreme god's body, his body lit up before it exploded into tens of thousands of sword rays, causing him to die immediately.
Duan Ling Tian, the remaining imminent supreme god, exclaimed in shock at this moment. His expression changed as he tried to flee. However, in just a moment, a golden figure appeared, blocking his path.
Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He recognized the newcomer, also an imminent supreme god. The imminent supreme god was a mansion master in the soaring divine kingdom. He recognized the other party because when the people from the soaring diving kingdom and the Jade Bow divine kingdom met, He had told him through voice transmission that the other party was one of 3 imminent supreme gods among the people from the soaring divine kingdom.
Bang! The injured imminent supreme god was now caught between the newcomer and imminent supreme god in peak condition and Duan Ling Tian, who was staring at him menacingly. In fewer than 2 breaths, he was killed by the newcomer, an imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom.
He stole from me. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. In his opinion, he discovered the 2 imminent supreme gods first. After killing one of them, the newcomer made a move during the critical moment. Duan Ling Tian reacted very quickly. As soon as the second imminent supreme god died, he used his divine energy to separate the other party's prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul and spatial ring. Following that, he pretended to make a move to claim the prominent divine artifact. When the imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom saw this, his expression darkened before he made a move. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian suddenly teleported away and claimed the spatial ring instead. The imminent supreme god's expression worsened. He came to a stop and bellowed, "Duan Ling Tian, how dare you steal from me?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul.
In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the spatial ring and the prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul rightfully belonged to him.
Moreover, he felt that the imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom should be grateful that he did not intend to seek justice for killing the injured imminent supreme god. If the imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom refused to back down, he naturally would not back down as well. After all, now that he was an intermediate emperor of gods, he was confident about defeating an imminent supreme god.
Boom! Just as Duan Ling Tian reached out for the prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, the imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom made a move. He flew over and punched his fist out. At the same time, his prominent divine artifact shone with a dazzling golden light just like the sun as it swept toward Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian launched a 7-colored sword ray immediately, blocking the imminent supreme god's attack as he grabbed the prominent divine artifact and put it away.
"Duan Ling Tian, do you have a death wish?" the old imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom asked furiously. He cast his law of metal that shone as brightly as the sun and imbued it with his divine energy. His attack looked like the sun that could burn everything in its path.
"You showed disrespect first," Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. At the same time, his 7-colored sword ray shot toward the old man again. The 2 attacks seemed to be evenly matched when they collided.
The backlash from the collision forced Duan Ling Tian back a dozen steps while the old man was forced back 20 steps.
How can an intermediate emperor of gods be so powerful? The old man's face flushed red as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said angrily, "Duan Ling Tian, you stole my spatial ring and prominent divine artifact. Are you trying to provoke me?"
"Your spatial ring and prominent divine artifact?" Duan Ling Tian said with a scoff. "Old geezer, you know the truth. Stop yapping. Otherwise, I'll make you pay with your life."
Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent at the end of his words. The old man's expression changed drastically when he suddenly recalled that Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary emperor of gods capable of killing advanced emperors of gods before they entered Destiny Canyon. Now that Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate emperor of gods, Duan Ling Tian was as strong as an imminent supreme god. If Duan Ling Tian continued to grow stronger, it would be easy for him to kill an imminent supreme god.
The old man scoffed. To preserve his image, he feigned calm despite shuddering in fear inwardly. Before turning into a streak of golden light and leaving, he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I won't let this matter go."
"I won't let this matter go as well," Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer as he watched the old man flee. He decided to kill the greedy old man after he stabilized his cultivation base.
There were rules in Destiny Canyon, and Duan Ling Tian had learned about them from Yunhe before entering Destiny Canyon. One of the rules prohibited participants with the same strength from interfering with each other's fights unless one of the parties involved requested help.
It was only natural that the violation of this rule would breed enmity.
Duan Ling Tian felt that it was impossible for the imminent supreme god to be unaware of the rule. The imminent supreme god did not think twice about violating the rule because he thought that Duan Ling Tian was a pushover.
Perhaps he didn't expect my strength to be on par with his after I became an intermediate emperor of gods, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly.
Duan Ling Tian was right.
The expression of the old man, who was a mansion master in the soaring divine kingdom, was unsightly as he fled. I thought that he'd still be weaker than I am after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods. I didn't expect his strength to be on par with mine.
Once he stabilizes his cultivation base, he'll definitely be stronger than me.
It'll be easy for him to kill me at that time. Damn it.
I shouldn't have been greedy, the old man thought to himself with a sigh. I better report this matter to the Lord and resign from my position as mansion master. I'll go to the capital and serve as a guard for the royal family. With the Lord's decree, the Lord will be able to protect me in the soaring divine kingdom. No matter how monstrously strong Duanling Tian becomes, he and the supreme rank forces he joins won't be able to lay a finger on me.
With this thought in mind, the old man heaved a sigh of relief.
Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that the old man was terrified to the point where he decided to resign from his position as mansion master and serve under the Lord of the soaring diving kingdom as a guard.
He continued on his journey to the heart of Destiny Canyon, gaining a lot of rewards on the way.
A few days later, he discovered that the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon seemed to have stopped their rampage and slowly disappeared. With this, it was not difficult for him to guess that he had arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon.
I should find a place to settle down and absorb the energies I gained from the rewards. I have to stabilize my cultivation base as soon as I can. If I succeed, I'll be able to kill imminent supreme gods. After the confrontation with the imminent supreme gods from the soaring divine kingdom, Duanling Tian encountered a few more imminent supreme gods. Needless to say, they all tried to kill Duanling Tian but failed.
Even so, he was rather frustrated because he was unable to kill those people that provoked him. All he could do was defend himself and prevent them from killing him. When Duanling Tian entered closed-door cultivation, a commotion broke out among the participants in Destiny Canyon when they saw Duanling Tian's points had surpassed those of Lang Chunyuan by a few hundred points. He was now ranked first.
How did Duanling Tian manage to accumulate so many points? Lang Chunyuan is comparable to an ordinary supreme god, so it wasn't surprising that she was able to accumulate so many points. However, even if Duanling Tian is capable of killing advanced emperors of gods, he's still now comparable to imminent supreme gods, right? Is it possible that he had a breakthrough and became an intermediate emperor of gods? That's possible.
Many people were still unaware that Duanling Tian had become an intermediate emperor of gods. However, after he was ranked first in the individual ranking, many began to speculate that he had become an intermediate emperor of gods and was as strong as an imminent supreme god.
As time passed, a few imminent supreme gods who ran into Duanling Tian also confirmed the speculation, shocking everyone.
Duanling Tian just became an intermediate emperor of gods, but he already possesses the strength of an imminent supreme god?
He's a monster.
A monster is an understatement.
If you ask me, he's truly heaven-defying.
I didn't expect there to be a day where I'm afraid of an intermediate emperor of gods.
I'm actually praying that I don't run into him lest he kills me. While more and more participants arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon as they discussed Duanling Tian, Lang Chunyuan finally stopped fighting with the Dark Knight. You're nothing special, and you're no match for me. Alas, I can't kill you. Otherwise, an intermediate supreme god will appear after your death. I'm no match for an intermediate supreme god now, so goodbye, Lang Chunyuan said as she abruptly stopped the fight.
After bidding farewell to the Dark Knight, she quickly left and made her way to the heart of Destiny Canyon.
Although I can't kill the other participants now, I can still help Junior Brother if he needs help. Just because I can't kill them, it doesn't mean that I can't injure them. Lang Chunyuan could have left Destiny Canyon and quit the battle of the Divine Kingdoms after becoming a rudimentary supreme god. However, she did not do so because she wanted to help Duanling Tian to become an intermediate emperor of gods.
To her surprise, when she arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon, she learned that Duanling Tian had already become an intermediate emperor of gods. Then, when she checked the individual ranking, she was shocked again by Duanling Tian's points.
Junior Brother has surpassed me? Based on his points, he must have become an intermediate emperor of gods with all the rewards he received. How remarkable! His strength is now comparable to that of an imminent supreme god. He's even more talented than all of us. I believe even eldest senior sister wasn't as strong as Junior Brother when she was an intermediate emperor of gods.
Eldest senior sister and second senior brother will definitely like Junior Brother when they meet him.
A warm and gentle smile blossomed on Lang Chun Yuan's face as she continued thinking to herself, I wonder when eldest senior sister and second senior brother will return from the realm battlefield. The inhabitants of Destiny Canyon stopped rampaging as soon as all the participants arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon. Apart from that, before the rampage ended, they would not attack those who were already in the heart of Destiny Canyon. Since the heart of Destiny Canyon was small, the chances of the participants from the various divine kingdoms were rather high. As such, many of the weaker ones were killed. The competition between the participants was intense in Destiny Canyon. They could only rely on themselves to obtain treasures and rewards. As such, they could not even trust those who came from the same divine kingdom. Although they would not gain points from killing those from the same divine kingdoms, they would still be rewarded. Before the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon began to rampage, participants rarely killed each other. However, now that all of them were driven to the heart of Destiny Canyon, life-or-death fights were very common. At this time, a group of advanced emperors of gods from the same divine kingdom gathered discreetly before they began to discuss the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses. Someone from the fallen hero's divine kingdom obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus. He's an imminent supreme god. The prince of the wind chime divine kingdom, Feng Xiao, obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus as well. It's not surprising that an imminent supreme god from the fallen hero's divine kingdom obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus. However, Feng Xiao isn't an imminent supreme god, right? One of them sighed before saying, Feng Xiao hid his strength. I was there at that time when he snatched the earth-flaming Buddha lotus away. No one knew he was an imminent supreme god. As such, when he approached the lotus, the imminent supreme gods, who were fighting at that time, did not pay attention to him at all. They assumed the advanced emperors of gods in the surroundings would be enough to stop him. When he finally revealed his strength and escaped with his law of wind, which he had comprehended to a high degree, it was already too late. A few of them were surprised upon hearing this. If that's the case, Feng Xiao really hid his strength very well. It's definitely worth it for him to expose his strength in exchange for the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. It seems like the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom's royal family will soon have two supreme gods. At this time, one of them suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention, impossible? What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? The other advanced emperors of gods were curious. The advanced emperor of gods, who had exclaimed in shock, wore a strange expression on his face as he said, Hey, look at the individual ranking. Feng Xiao's name has disappeared from the list. The others' eyes widened in surprise before they quickly checked the individual ranking. One of them said, Did you overlook his name? Feng Xiao is an imminent supreme god. He comprehended the law of wind as well. Except for that demonic girl, it's unlikely that the others can kill him, right? That's right. Even so, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape from that demonic girl. After checking the list again, the group of advanced emperors of gods confirmed that Feng Xiao's name had indeed vanished from the individual ranking, indicating that Feng Xiao is dead. At the same time, members of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom also discovered Feng Xiao's absence on the individual ranking. Their expressions changed immediately. The prince is dead? Who killed him? Apart from Lang Chu Yuan from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, no one should be capable of killing him. Unless a few imminent join forces, it's impossible for anyone else to kill him. Apart from the people of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, everyone else was shocked when they found Feng Xiao, who had obtained the earth-flaming Buddha lotus, had died. Many of them began to speculate among themselves. They wondered if Feng Xiao died before or after he had consumed the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. They thought that it would be a waste and a pity if he had died after consuming the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. After all, if he did not die, he would surely become a supreme god. It did not take long before everyone stopped discussing Feng Xiao and shifted their attention to other matters. Many of them began to discuss Lang Chun Yuan, the advanced emperor of gods representing the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, who had strength comparable to a rudimentary supreme god. I witnessed Lang Chun Yuan killing about 30 advanced emperors of gods when they surrounded her. I didn't stay until the end, but I saw her cast a formation to trap the advanced emperors of gods before killing them. Lang Chun Yuan is a monster. She's everyone's nightmare.
I pray that we won't run into her.
Perhaps she has already become a rudimentary supreme god? If that's the case, she won't be able to kill us anymore.
You're right. Participants who become rudimentary supreme gods in Destiny Canyon are prohibited from killing other participants who are still emperors of gods.
It did not take long again before the topic switched to Duan Ling Tian. By the way, Duan Ling Tian, the rudimentary emperor of gods from the righteous divine kingdom, is also very terrifying. I saw him kill 2 advanced emperors of gods in a row. I heard about his heaven-defying strength as a rudimentary emperor of gods. Ha! Did all of you just come out from closed-door cultivation?
That's right. What's wrong? Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian has become an intermediate emperor of gods?
Yes. Duan Ling Tian is on par with an imminent supreme god now that he has become an intermediate emperor of gods. After arriving at the heart of Destiny Canyon, he killed many people. He's now ranked first in the individual ranking. Didn't any of you check the ranking?
Heavens! He's really ranked first.
What a monster! He's as monstrous as Lang Chun Yuan. No wonder those supreme rank forces were scrambling to recruit him. If nothing goes wrong, Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan will definitely join those supreme rank forces after leaving Destiny Canyon. While the participants fought and killed in Destiny Canyon, the 30 lords of the divine kingdoms waited calmly, unaware of what was happening in the canyon.
Not only were they unable to see what was happening in Destiny Canyon, but they were also unable to see the individual ranking and the divine kingdom ranking. They would only know the results after the battle of the divine kingdoms ended. When the battle ended, a mirror image displaying the individual ranking and the divine kingdom would appear in the sky above Destiny Canyon.
Some of them sat cross-legged with their eyes closed as they waited. It was difficult to tell if they were cultivating or resting. In any case, based on their past experiences, they knew the battle of the divine kingdoms should be ending soon. Time in the trial of gods flowed at the same speed as the real world. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed.
The Myriad Laws Academy seemed normal, but almost everyone was paying attention to the situation in the trial of gods. They were curious about the progress those who entered the trial of gods had made so far.
Over the past year, many soul pearls of those who entered the trial of gods had shattered, indicating their deaths.
In the independent realm of the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction,
a young man sat alone in front of a stone table as he drank wine. In just a blink of an eye, 4th junior sister and junior brother have already been in the trial of gods for a year. It feels strange that 4th junior sister isn't around. I wonder if she'll become a supreme god. She should be able to break through if nothing unexpected happens. Similarly, junior brother should be able to break through as well.
In the trial of gods, back in the southern heaven continent's Destiny Canyon.
Swoosh! A young girl appeared at the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. It was the deadliest place in the canyon because the core was guarded by 9 terrifying demon beasts on par with imminent supreme gods. Even then, these demon beasts might not be a match for imminent supreme gods since they did not possess prominent divine artifacts with complete artifact souls.
However, if the 9 demon beasts joined forces and formed a blood formation, even dozens of imminent supreme gods would not be a match for them. At this time, the 9 demon beasts had already killed a few imminent supreme gods.
Many people did not dare to come to this place, but the young girl did not seem worried at all. I can't kill the participants, but I can kill the inhabitants of the canyon. Rumor has it that the 9 demon beasts are stronger than ordinary rudimentary supreme gods once they join forces and form a blood formation. I wonder if they're stronger than that Dark Knight.
That Dark Knight is too weak. I could kill him within 3 moves. I hope the 9 demon beasts won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll bring junior brother here and sacrifice them as a gift to him.
The core region of the heart of Destiny Canyon was like a forbidden land to the participants from the various divine kingdoms.
However, at this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. A young girl was battling 9 demon beasts alone.
Some of the demon beasts had enormous wings, and some were as big as mountains. There was even a python that was 1,000 meters in length. Each of the 9 demon beasts had strength comparable to imminent supreme gods, and when they joined forces and formed the blood formation, They could even kill rudimentary supreme gods. Boom! 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 Not bad, not bad. The 9 of you are much stronger than that dark knight. At this time, divine energy surged from her body. Her divine energy had changed subtly. It was stronger now. The fortuitous encounter I had in the past helped me to completely stabilize my cultivation base when I was an advanced emperor of gods. However, it's different this time. After becoming a rudimentary supreme god, although my cultivation base has stabilized for the most part, it's not completely stabilized. I didn't expect that fighting with the 9 of you will help me to further stabilize my cultivation base. Come. Don't hold back now. Although the young girl possessed a petite figure, she seemed to possess godly strength as she fought the demon beasts, shaking the earth and overturning heaven. At the same time, people outside of the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon heard the commotion, but no one dared to venture into the core to have a look. After all, it would be tantamount to looking for trouble. What's happening? Is someone fighting in there? I can sense the 9 demon beasts' auras. Who in heaven can fight them for so long? In the end, they only tried to take a look from the distance before they hurriedly left. At this time, the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon had stopped rampaging, and the participants from the various divine kingdoms had also arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon, which indicated the end of the battle of the divine kingdoms was drawing near. There was not much time left. For the remaining time here, it's best for me to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. Even if my luck isn't particularly good, I should still be able to kill a few inhabitants of the canyon or participants from the other divine kingdoms. There's no need to provoke that girl, Lang Chun Yuan. If I encounter her, I should run. I'll be out of luck if she chases after me. It's the same for the other monster from the righteous divine kingdom, Duan Ling Tian. I'll try my best not to provoke him as well. There were quite a few imminent supreme gods who were unwilling to provoke Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was just a new intermediate emperor of gods. But he already possessed the strength of an imminent supreme god. Even if he could not defeat them now, the same could not be said for the future. He was young and his future was boundless. If they provoked or offended him, they would only be creating trouble for themselves in the future. As for Lang Chun Yuan, who represented the Jade Bao divine kingdom, not only were they unwilling to provoke her or offend her, but they even prayed fervently that they would not run into her. Most of them thought that it was likely that she had already become a rudimentary supreme god at this time. Even if she had not become one, she still possessed the strength of one, and killing them would be as easy as killing chickens. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion in the heart of Destiny Canyon. At this moment, he was immersed in absorbing the energies from the rewards he received to stabilize his cultivation base. He only opened his eyes when he finally stabilized his cultivation base. My strength has improved significantly. With this, ordinary imminent supreme gods are no longer a match for me. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet with a smile on his face. However, his eyes glinted coldly as the figure of an old man appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, "If I meet that old geezer before leaving the canyon, I'll definitely kill him." Duan Ling Tian was aware that it would be rather difficult for him to kill the old man after leaving Destiny Canyon. After all, there was no doubt that the soaring divine kingdom would protect the old man. I wonder how many days we have left here. It shouldn't be long before we're transported out of the canyon. I should try to gain as much as I can during this time. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew out. He did not bother to conceal his presence at all as he did so. In his opinion, the only person in Destiny Canyon who could suppress him now was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun Yuan. After all, even if there was an extraordinary imminent supreme god among the others, it would be easy for him to escape even if he could defeat the other party. No matter how strong imminent supreme gods were, they were still advanced supreme gods after all. It would be a different story if his opponent was a rudimentary supreme god. The realm difference alone would give the other party a huge advantage. Soon after, 6 people saw Duan Ling Tian flying past them. They looked at him with predatory expressions on their faces. "It's Duan Ling Tian. We have an imminent supreme god with us, and we have numbers on our side. On the contrary, he's alone. Why don't we make a move on him?" All right. The 6 advanced emperors of gods approached Duan Ling Tian and surrounded him. Duan Ling Tian was stunned upon seeing this. They actually took the initiative to send themselves to me. Do they have the confidence to kill me? The 6 advanced emperors of gods, one of which was an imminent supreme god, did not waste words and attacked immediately, making their intentions to kill Duanling Tian very clear. One of the advanced emperors of gods who comprehended the law of space quickly sealed the space to prevent Duanling Tian from escaping.
Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "Very well. Let me test your strength."
Following that, the space around Duanling Tian began to shake before 7 colored sword rays shot out and formed a spherical defensive barrier around him. Then, he wielded his sword and stabbed at the imminent supreme god. Boom! 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 Boom!
At this time, the attacks of 5 advanced emperors of gods shot over but were easily deflected by Duanling Tian's 7-colored barrier.
The strength of Huanger, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, had also improved significantly after Duanling Tian's breakthrough. She defended Duanling Tian with all her might, and the attacks of the 5 advanced emperors of gods were unable to touch Duanling Tian at all. How's this possible?
The expressions of the 5 advanced emperors of gods changed drastically and their eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. At the same time, Duanling Tian met the attack of the 6th advanced emperor of gods, an imminent supreme god. The imminent supreme god comprehended the law of water. He brandished the sword in his hand before waves appeared in the sky and formed a blue sword ray that shot toward Duanling Tian.
Red light gleamed on the surface of the imminent supreme god's sword, which was the artifact soul of the sword. Apart from that, dark mist swirled around the blade of the sword, making it look like a demonic weapon. The void around the sword began to ripple as the imminent supreme god seamlessly imbued his sword with the law of water. Swoosh! The sword ray flew toward the 7-colored sword ray from the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When they collided, they were stuck in a stalemate for a few breaths before they exploded.
Terrifying shockwaves swept out, causing the space to distort and tear.
At the same time, the other 5 advanced emperors of gods stood rather close to Duanling Tian since they had just attacked Duanling Tian. As such, they did not have time to react before they were struck by the shockwaves. Although they quickly resisted, they were still sent flying. One after another they spat out blood. Among the 6 people, only the imminent supreme god was unaffected. However, his expression at this moment was incredibly grim. At the same time, his heart shook as he thought to himself, "How is Duanling Tian so strong?
He easily defended against the other 5 and held his ground with me."
Following that, the imminent supreme god's expression changed when he recalled something. No!
Earlier, his sword soul was defending him and didn't take part in the attacks.
The imminent supreme god knew very well what this meant. It meant that once Duanling Tian's sword soul joined in the attack, Duanling Tian would be able to easily destroy his attack. Moreover, he was intent on killing Duanling Tian earlier, so he did not hold back when he attacked earlier.
I'm no match for him.
As soon as this thought appeared in the imminent supreme god's mind, the sound of a sword cry pulled him back to his senses. Following that, he saw a 7-colored sword ray flying out before killing his 5 comrades from the same divine kingdom. Run! The imminent supreme god's heart raced in his chest as he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Waves appeared beneath his feet, carrying him away. Alas, he soon saw a purple figure standing in his path. He instinctively turned to change directions, but he discovered that the space had been sealed. He could only give up on escaping to attack the sealed space. This was the only choice he had at the moment. He was still rational enough to know that fighting Duanling Tian would only increase the chances of him dying. "You're too weak," Duanling Tian said with a sigh before he flew closer to the sealed space. Then he waved his hand, sending the 7 orifices exquisite sword and Huanger into the sealed space.
In just 2 breaths, Duanling Tian killed the imminent supreme god.
"I'm quite lucky," Duanling Tian thought to himself after he received the rewards and continued on his journey. It did not take long before news of Duanling Tian's terrifying strength began to spread again.
The righteous divine kingdom's Duanling Tian has already stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. He's almost invincible now, slaughtering all the imminent supreme gods he encountered as though they were chickens.
News of Duanling Tian, a rudimentary emperor of gods who had become an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon, becoming almost invincible after stabilizing his cultivation base spread quickly. It seems like the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom's Lang Chun Yuan is the only one who can defeat him. That's only natural. To begin with, she already possesses the strength of a rudimentary supreme god. There's even a high chance that she's already broken through and become a rudimentary supreme god. If she has already become a rudimentary supreme god, it means that she can no longer kill the participants in Destiny Canyon. However, that doesn't mean she can't injure the participants. If I have Lang Chun Yuan's help, there won't be a need for me to fear Duan Ling Tian. Similar to the others from the various divine kingdoms, the participants from the righteous divine kingdom were shocked when they heard about Duan Ling Tian's strength. Not only did Duan Ling Tian become an intermediate emperor of gods, but he has also stabilized his cultivation base? Is this a joke? How did he do it? Duan Ling Tian broke through so soon? Most importantly, he's now stronger than an imminent supreme god. This is really shocking. Before entering Destiny Canyon, he can't even compare to imminent supreme gods. To think that he's now stronger than imminent supreme gods. Yun He, who was the most familiar with Duan Ling Tian among the people from the righteous divine kingdom, was also in shock and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian has grown so strong? Yun He had met Duan Ling Tian during the competition to select the interim mansion master of the Divine Spirit Mansion and had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's progress since then. Despite Duan Ling Tian's talent, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him when they entered Destiny Canyon. After all, his strength was almost that of an imminent supreme god. He really did not expect that after entering Destiny Canyon, Duan Ling Tian's strength would surpass his so quickly. Is the news reliable? Yun He wondered inwardly, feeling skeptical. However, his doubts were immediately dispelled when he checked the individual ranking list. Suddenly, Yun He, a figure flew over and appeared in front of Yun He in just a blink of an eye. Yun He's expression darkened immediately. He said, "Wang Chun-yi, why are you following me? We fought twice since we entered the canyon. There's nothing you can do to change things." Wang Chun-yi was an advanced emperor of gods from the Sedge Mountain Divine Kingdom who was on par with Yun He. After entering Destiny Canyon, the duo crossed paths and fought, but the fight ended in a tie. After arriving at the heart of Destiny Canyon, the duo met again. This time, the both of them were confident about the improvements in their strengths and were certain they could break the tie. Alas, when they fought again, the fight ended in a tie again. The duo's second fight took place only a few days ago. As such, Yun He did not think that Wang Chun-yi's strength could have improved enough to break the tie. He said, "Wang Chun-yi, why don't you stop wasting time and look for fortuitous encounters or treasures instead?" Wang Chun-yi smiled before he said, "Your words are not wrong if I came alone." Yun He's eyes widened and his expression changed as soon as he heard Wang Chun-yi's words. In the next moment, an advanced emperor of gods who comprehended the law of space appeared behind Yun He silently. Hubo. Yun He's heart sank immediately. Hubo is also from the Sedge Mountain Divine Kingdom. He was Wang Chun-yi's junior brother and was on par with Wang Chun-yi. Yun He was aware of Hubo's strength. Hence, he knew that he did not stand a chance if Wang Chun-yi and Hubo were to join forces. "I have to run." Yun He did not hesitate and tried to escape. Alas, he found that he was trapped by a powerful force. The restraining profundity. Yun He struggled to break free of the restraining profundity. In the past, he had heard that Duan Ling Tian had also used the restraining profundity from the law of space to prevent his targets from escaping. None of Duan Ling Tian's targets escaped, and they were all killed by Duan Ling Tian in the end. Yun He did not expect that he would face another person who used the same technique today. At this time, Hubo and Wang Chun-yi joined forces and attacked simultaneously, severely injuring Yun He's internal organs. "Hubo, do you think you can kill me using the restraining profundity? Do you think you're Duan Ling Tian?" Yun He said with a sneer. Following that, he flashed and vanished from his spot. Yun He's face was as pale as paper as he fled for his life. He did not stop moving even as he threw up blood. Upon seeing this, Wang Chun-yi said frostily before he chased after Yun He, "Get him! He can't escape from us." Hubo did not hesitate and followed suit. In another part of the heart of Destiny Canyon, an old man flew in the air with a dark expression on his face. Damn it! I can't believe that Duanling Tian managed to stabilize his cultivation base so quickly in the canyon. Greed made me provoke a monster. I shouldn't have interfered back then. The old man was none other than the imminent supreme god who was a mansion master from the soaring divine kingdom. Previously, he had interfered and tried to take advantage of the situation while Duanling Tian was in the midst of killing two people. Back then, the old man was able to escape since Duanling Tian was still not strong enough to kill an imminent supreme god. Nonetheless, he regretted his actions immediately. He knew then that Duanling Tian could kill him as soon as Duanling Tian stabilized his cultivation base. As such, he planned to resign from his position as mansion master to serve as a guard for the royal family of the soaring divine kingdom, hoping to obtain the protection of the lord of the soaring divine kingdom. However, he really did not expect Duanling Tian to stabilize his cultivation base so quickly. I can't leave Destiny Canyon ahead of time unless I become a supreme god. The only thing I can do now is to find a good place to hide. I only need to hide for a short time since we'll be transported out of the canyon soon. Duanling Tian comprehends the law of space. He's fast and he can use the restraining profundity. I won't have a chance to escape at all if I run into him. The old man thought to himself, feeling panicked. There was nothing he wanted more than to leave Destiny Canyon now. Alas, he could only try to find a good place to hide for now. His chances of survival would rise greatly as long as he was able to leave Destiny Canyon. Swoosh! After half a day, the old man spotted a mountain forest in the distance. His eyes brightened immediately. That forest there is a good hiding place. Duanling Tian won't be able to find me if I hide there. Ha! Duanling Tian, so what if you've stabilized your cultivation base and have become stronger than me? There's nothing you can do to me if you can't find me. Once I leave Destiny Canyon, you won't be able to lay a finger on me as well. The old man muttered with a smug expression on his face. At the same time, the purple-clad Duanling Tian flew past a mountain forest to a barren land.
There's such vast barren land in the heart of Destiny Canyon? Duanling Tian looked at the seemingly endlessly barren land in surprise.
I don't think there's anyone in such a desolate place. It's not an ideal hiding place. After all, Duanling Tian muttered to himself.
Just as his voice fell, Duanling Tian sensed someone's presence in the distance. He raised an eyebrow when he sensed the other party heading in his direction. Someone actually came to this place? He or she is unlucky to encounter me in this desolate place.
Subsequently, Duanling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity and appeared in front of the other person in just a blink of an eye. When he saw the other person, he was stunned. It's you. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he stammered, Impossible. How is it possible that you're here as well?
The old man reacted quickly and turned to flee without any hesitation.
At the same time, Duanling Tian made his move. He mobilized his divine energy through his 99 heavenly veins and cast the restraining profundity. The old man's expression changed again when he realized he was trapped. He quickly brought his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul out and attacked the barrier. Needless to say, it was futile. His attacks barely scratched the surface of the barrier.
Duanling Tian crossed his arms before he said with a sneer, "What a coincidence. We meet again. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. You won't be able to escape this time. Duanling Tian."
Finally, the imminent supreme god from the soaring divine kingdom stopped his attempt to break free of the restraining profundity. He knew his actions were futile. The old man was keenly aware that his life was at the mercy of the purple-clad young man in front of him. Hence, he did not hesitate to plead for his life. At the same time, he regretted provoking Duanling Tian again.
"I apologize for my previous actions.
I'll make it up to you. I'll help you kill an advanced emperor of gods. If that's not enough, how about 2 or 3? Apart from that, I'll owe you a favor as well. If you need my help in the future, I definitely won't refuse you. I'll do my best to return the favor."
Duanling Tian looked at the old man indifferently, ignoring the old man's pleas. "Do you think I need your help with killing advanced emperors of gods?"
I really didn't expect that I'll meet you again so soon. It seems like our encounter is destined. Not only that, but your death is also destined. Die. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he made a move. The old man quickly defended himself, but alas, he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. Unsurprisingly, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! A beam of light shone down on Duan Ling Tian after he killed the old man. Following that, Duan Ling Tian continued to wander the heart of Destiny Canyon. There was not much time left before the battle of the Divine Kingdoms would end. He wanted to make full use of his remaining time in the canyon, hoping to obtain as many rewards as possible. To return the favor to Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom, and Yun He, Duan Ling Tian decided not to kill the people from the Righteous Divine Kingdom. He naturally did not have such considerations for the participants from the other divine kingdoms. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, after all. Duan Ling Tian did not explore the barren land. Instead, he flew in another direction, a place parallel to the barren land that he had yet to explore. Soon after, he saw a man being chased by another two men.
Brother Yunhe? It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to identify the man being chased as Yunhe, the right-hand man of Zhu Yingjun. Yunhe was the one who brought him to the capital of the righteous divine kingdom. Duan Ling Tian had no impression of the two men chasing Yunhe at all and quickly deduced that the duo must be from another divine kingdom. Yunhe looked terrible as he struggled desperately to escape. He could tell the two men were quickly catching up to him, and he knew that it would be over for him once the two men caught up to him. The two men from the Sedge Mountain Divine Kingdom smiled contemptuously when they saw how helpless Yunhe was. Yunhe, you can't escape from us. Yunhe, you'll die today.
The duo mocked Yunhe, certain that they would be able to kill Yunhe. I didn't expect to die here. Yunhe thought to himself as he sank into despair. At least I didn't meet in vain. I managed to meet a monstrous talent like Brother Ling Tian in my life. It's a pity I don't have a chance to meet him again before I die. However, Yunhe's eyes soon widened in disbelief when he saw the purple-clad figure standing in the distance looking at him. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, to think that I'm hallucinating before my death. Yunhe was still very confident that he was hallucinating when he discovered Wang Chunyi and Hubo seemed to have frozen up.
Duan Ling Tian.
The duo looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. They did not expect to run into Duan Ling Tian. They had also heard the rumor of Duan Ling Tian stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods.
Most importantly, they also heard that Duan Ling Tian was now stronger than imminent supreme gods.
The duo looked at each other before they exclaimed in unison, "Run!" The duo cursed inwardly as they turned hastily and ran away. Damn it!
Why is Duan Ling Tian here?
Communication jades are useless in Destiny Canyon, right? How lucky is Yunhe for Duan Ling Tian to show up here? At this time, Hubo, who comprehended the law of space, tried to cast the teleportation profundity. He soon discovered that the space had been disrupted and that he could not teleport away.
Hubo and Wang Chunyi's expressions changed drastically as they struggled in futility to break free.
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian walked over and said to Yunhe teasingly, "Brother Yunhe, you don't look too good."
Yunhe naturally felt embarrassed. However, he quickly recovered and said seriously, "Brother Ling Tian, don't let them escape. They're advanced emperors of gods. You'll receive double rewards by killing them. Rest assured, Brother Yunhe. They won't be able to escape from me," Duan Ling Tian said before he glanced at the duo who was still struggling to break free of the restraining profundity.
Yunhe followed the line of Duan Ling Tian's sight and saw the duo attacking the space around them. No matter how hard they attacked, the space did not even ripple. Who knew how many times the duo had attacked before faint ripples finally appeared? Even then, Duan Ling Tian casually strengthened the barrier with his divine energy, and the faint ripples faded away immediately. The desperate duo finally gave up on attacking the barrier. Wang Chunyi inhaled deeply before he turned to look at Yunhe and said with a smile, "Yunhe, do you really think we were trying to kill you?
It was just a prank. We would have caught you in an instant if we didn't intentionally hold back earlier." Wang Chunyi did not hesitate to lie to save his life, trying to convince Yunhe that it was just a prank.
Hubo quickly recovered his senses and chimed in. That's right. Yunhe, it was just a prank. Don't take it so seriously. Yunhe scoffed. A prank? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think Brother Ling Tian is a fool? Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the trio's exchange at all. In his eyes, the duo was like walking double rewards. After a moment, he asked with a smile, Brother Yunhe, do you have any last words for them? Yunhe shook his head slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Wang Chun-yi and Hubo's expressions changed immediately upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's ominous words. Wang Chun-yi fell to his knees immediately and began to kowtow to Duan Ling Tian as he pleaded for his life. At the same time, Hubo claimed that he found a secret realm in the heart of Destiny Canyon. He said that he failed to open the secret realm and that only imminent supreme gods could open the secret realm. Unsurprisingly, he said that he would lead Duan Ling Tian to the secret realm if Duan Ling Tian spared his life. Alas, the duo did obtain the result they had hoped for. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian killed the duo without batting an eyelid. His robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air. He looked like a cold immortal, indifferent to the life and death of all living things. He could not help but gasp as he watched the scene in front of him. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to improve to this extent after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilizing his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon. Before entering the canyon, Brother Ling Tian has already said he would break through and stabilize his cultivation base. However, no one believed him at that time. He suddenly recalled that Duan Ling Tian had confidently told the people from the Supreme Rank Force who came to recruit him that he would be able to break through and stabilize his cultivation base in Destiny Canyon. At that time, everyone did not believe him and many even thought that he was just boasting. I wonder how those people from the Supreme Rank Force will react after Brother Ling Tian leaves Destiny Canyon. They'll have to fulfill their promises to him and help him become an advanced emperor of gods if they want him to join their force. Soon after, He's eyes widened as another thought appeared in his mind. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and thought to himself, does this mean that Brother Ling Tian is confident about becoming an advanced emperor of gods soon? At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at He and said, Brother He, I think you should find a safe place and hide now that everyone has arrived at the heart of Destiny Canyon. He was not offended that Duan Ling Tian suggested that he hid until the end of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. On the contrary, he was moved by Duan Ling Tian's concern for his safety. He did not even think about following Duan Ling Tian or asking for Duan Ling Tian's protection. Although they were somewhat familiar with each other, he was reluctant to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian. He recalled something at this moment and his expression turned solemn as he said, Brother Ling Tian, based on your current strength, not many people are a match for you in Destiny Canyon. However, please be cautious even if you're now ranked first in the individual ranking. The ranking doesn't reflect one's strength. You're definitely among the 3 strongest participants, but Lang Chun Yuan from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom is undoubtedly the strongest among all the participants. She hasn't even become a rudimentary supreme god, but she previously killed about 30 advanced emperors of gods and a few imminent supreme gods before obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. In my opinion, it's likely that she has now become a rudimentary supreme god. Even if she hasn't, I'm afraid she's still stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian. In He's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no match for Lang Chun Yuan now unless Duan Ling Tian became an advanced emperor of gods. He believed that Duan Ling Tian would be capable of killing rudimentary supreme gods once Duan Ling Tian became an advanced emperor of gods. Brother He, thank you for your kind reminder, Duan Ling Tian said. He was naturally unaware that Lang Chun Yuan was Duan Ling Tian's 4th senior sister. As such, he was also unaware that Lang Chun Yuan was no threat to Duan Ling Tian no matter how strong she was. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian continued to wander the heart of Destiny Canyon and killed almost everyone he encountered. The only exceptions were the people from the righteous Divine Kingdom. Many people from the righteous Divine Kingdom who witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength were shocked. At the same time, they were grateful that he did not make a move on them due to them representing the same Divine Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian has become so strong. He's a monster. He was not this strong during the banquet. At the same time, when the other participants checked the individual ranking, they were shocked when they discovered that he had accumulated more than 10,000 points. As a result of his massive contribution, the Righteous Divine Kingdom was also ranked first in the Divine Kingdom ranking. However, the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, which was now ranked second, was only 2,000 points behind the Righteous Divine Kingdom. This was because Lang Chun Yuan was also 2,000 points behind Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian has accumulated more than 10,000 points.
Not only did he break the previous record, but his record is far above the previous record. No wonder the Supreme Rank forces are so eager to recruit Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan. They're extraordinary. Previously, I felt rather dissatisfied that I wasn't recruited by the Supreme Rank forces, but now I understand why. They're truly monsters.
Since no one was aware that Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan were from the same force, they naturally did not think that the duo was familiar with each other. Moreover, there were even some people who anticipated a fierce fight between the duo.
The huge commotion from the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon has yet to stop. There are rumors that Lang Chun Yuan has become a rudimentary supreme god, and that she's there fighting the 9 demon beasts. Even a rudimentary supreme god might not be a match for the 9 demon beasts if the 9 demon beasts join forces. Some people tried to challenge the 9 demon beasts in the past. Alas, they couldn't even hurt the 9 demon beasts.
Perhaps they would stand a chance if all of them consume an earth-flaming Buddha lotus and become a rudimentary supreme god in the canyon before they join forces to fight the 9 demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversation of the group of advanced emperors of gods when he appeared. Before killing them, he learned that Lang Chun Yuan might be in the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, fighting the 9 demon beasts.
The 9 demon beasts' blood formation makes them stronger than an ordinary rudimentary supreme god? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a grim expression. He knew he was no match for the 9 demon beasts.
Moreover, if any one of the 9 demon beasts comprehended the law of space, he would certainly die since he would not even be able to escape.
I should go and take a look. If 4th Senior Sister is really fighting the 9 demon beasts, perhaps I can help her if she needs it.
With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, which was quite a distance away from his current location. In a valley near the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, an explosion rang in the air as a cave in the valley collapsed.
A figure hovered in the sky as a translucent figure about 10 meters was slowly taking form.
I, Yulin, have finally become a supreme god. The figure belonged to a tall and aloof young man. The hem of his black robe fluttered in the air although there was no wind. He was an imminent supreme god until he managed to obtain an earth-flaming Buddha lotus.
After consuming the lotus and entering closed-door cultivation, he successfully broke through into the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Now that he became a rudimentary supreme god, he could no longer kill the other participants and could only kill the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon.
I shouldn't leave yet.
Although He Yulin was free to leave Destiny Canyon, he chose to stay after becoming a rudimentary supreme god. He could still gain rewards from killing the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon after all.
Alas, I'm still no match for the 9 demon beasts in the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon once they join forces, He Yulin muttered as his eyes glinted. I wonder if there's anyone who has become rudimentary supreme gods in the core. Perhaps we can join forces to deal with the 9 demon beasts. It's said that the 9 demon beasts are the ultimate test in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Although killing them won't give us many points, we'll receive a handsome reward from the god of creation.
He Yulin's eyes brightened even more at the end of his words. All right, let's head to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. At the same time, there were another 2 rudimentary supreme gods who were also making their way to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon as well. Clearly, they shared the same thoughts as He Yulin. Similar to He Yulin, they had also become rudimentary supreme gods after consuming the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. The fact they successfully obtained the earth-flaming Buddha lotus showed how strong they were. If they had failed to break through and become rudimentary supreme gods, after being advanced emperors of gods for so long, their upcoming heavenly tribulation would have been deadly. While the 3 new rudimentary supreme gods were making their way to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, another person who obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus as well was in the midst of trying to break through into the realm of a rudimentary supreme god.
Each time the Destiny Canyon opened, 6 earth-flaming Buddha lotuses would appear. This time, among the 6 participants who obtained the lotuses, 3, excluding Lang Chunyuan, had become rudimentary supreme gods. This was not unprecedented in the history of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. In the past, 5 rudimentary supreme gods emerged after the end of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. When the 3 rudimentary supreme gods who were from different divine kingdoms arrived near the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, they encountered some of their comrades who came out of hiding after sensing the trio's respective auras. The trio was baffled when they saw their comrades hiding. "Why were all of you hiding? There are only a few days left before we'll be transported out of the canyon. Why are you hiding when you should be maximizing the use of your time? Are all of you waiting to leave the canyon?" The advanced emperors of gods who had just come out of hiding smiled wryly upon hearing those questions. "You're unaware of what has been going on. The righteous divine kingdom's Duan Ling Tian has stabilized his cultivation base and is stronger than an imminent supreme god now. He's been going around killing participants from the other divine kingdoms. Many of our comrades have been killed by him. We'll die for sure if we don't hide and run into him. We know that coming to Destiny Canyon is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but we're too afraid to wander around." The trio felt invincible after becoming rudimentary supreme gods. They were furious when they learned about how pitiful their respective comrades were. "Everyone, come with me. I want to see if Duan Ling Tian has the guts to make a move on you with me around. If he dares to make a move, I'll severely injure him and let you kill him." Since Duan Ling Tian was just an intermediate emperor of gods, the rudimentary supreme gods could not kill him due to the rules. However, they were not prohibited from injuring him. The eyes of the advanced emperors of gods lit up immediately. Although Duan Ling Tian was now stronger than an imminent supreme god, they did not think he was comparable to a rudimentary supreme god at all. With a rudimentary supreme god by their side, they naturally no longer feared Duan Ling Tian. The 3 rudimentary supreme gods brought their comrades as they headed to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. The 3 of them shared the same goal of joining forces to kill the 9 demon beasts to injure Duan Ling Tian if they ran into him so their comrades could kill him. Duan Ling Tian was unnaturally unaware that he was now the target of 3 advanced emperors of gods, who had become rudimentary supreme gods after consuming an earth-flaming Buddha lotus each. When he arrived at the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, he heard an earth-shattering commotion in the distance. The commotion grew louder and louder as he drew closer to that place. Although there's still a distance, the commotion is still so loud. Even a battle between 2 ordinary rudimentary supreme gods won't be so intense, right? I wonder who's fighting the 9 demon beasts. Is it really 4th senior sister? Only 4th senior sister has the means to do so once she becomes a rudimentary supreme god, right? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, if it's not 4th senior sister, it has to be a few people who became rudimentary supreme gods after consuming the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. At this point, Duan Ling Tian was not 100% certain that Lang Chunyuan was the person fighting the 9 demon beasts. As he made his way over, he encountered a few demon beasts comparable to imminent supreme gods, and he easily killed them. After Duan Ling Tian left the area, a few advanced emperors of gods came out of hiding. Duan Ling Tian is really as strong as rumored. He easily killed 2 demon beasts that nearly killed us with just a strike. It's hard to believe that he's just an intermediate emperor of gods. Well, there's no doubt that he's just an intermediate emperor of gods. I sensed his divine energy when he made a move earlier. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, his divine consciousness was still inferior to that of an advanced emperor of gods due to the difference between their cultivation bases. As such, it was almost impossible to discover their presence unless they were very close or if they probed him with their divine consciousness. Nonetheless, although Duan Ling Tian failed to detect their presence, he knew that there would be advanced emperors of gods hiding. He did not bother wasting time searching for them since he was anxious to find out who was fighting the 9 demon beasts. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the battlefield, 4th senior sister? The forest in the vicinity had been razed to the ground. The 9 demon beast strength that had been boosted by the blood formation caused Duan Ling Tian to shudder involuntarily. With this, he further confirmed that he was no match for the 9 demon beasts at all. At this time, Lang Chunyuan hovered in the air.
Her face was slightly pale. Clearly, she was not having an easy time. Nonetheless, she was still in better shape compared to the 9 huge demon beasts whose bodies were riddled with wounds. After a moment, Lang Chunyuan and the 9 demon beasts clashed again. Soon after, she quickly retreated. It was then that she discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Her eyes lit up immediately as she called out, "Junior brother? You came just in time. I need your help to restrain one of the demon beasts to disrupt their blood formation. At that time, I'll take the chance to kill one of them. As long as one of them dies, their strength will be greatly weakened." Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian flew toward the 9 demon beasts. As Lang Chunyuan made her move again, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. It glowed brightly before it shot toward one of the demon beasts that was the size of a small hill. Although the demon beast was enraged, it did not bother to deflect Duan Ling Tian. It knew that it could not be distracted at this moment. Otherwise, the blood formation would be disrupted. At that time, all the demon beasts would not be a match for Lang Chunyuan. Swoosh! Following that, the demon beast quickly used the law to form a shield around its body. The shield looked sturdy and impenetrable. "You're ignoring me? Very well, I'm going to kill you," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly, surprised by the demon beast's reaction. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand glowed and shot out with all its might toward the demon beast again. The void rippled in the wake of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. At this time, the demon beast finally sensed the huge threat coming its way. Its eyes widened in horror as it cried out for its companions. The other 8 demon beasts sensed the demon beast's crisis and turned around in unison. Their eyes shone murderously as they roared and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt overwhelmed by the 9 demon beasts' auras at this moment. He felt as though he was suffocating. However, he did not retreat under the immense pressure. Instead, he continued to attack the demon beast with his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Swoosh! At this time, a 7-colored sword ray shot out and penetrated the shield of the demon beast. "Die!" Duan Ling Tian roared inwardly. At the same time, the 7-colored sword ray, which had penetrated the demon beast's shield, grew even brighter than before. The demon beast screeched in pain, causing the advanced emperors of gods hiding in the distance to feel as though their eardrums were about to burst. The advanced emperors of gods looked at each other and saw the look of disbelief on each other's faces. Was that from a demon beast? Duan Ling Tian just went there not too long ago. This means he must have joined forces with whoever is there to fight the 9 demon beasts. Right? I wonder if one person or a few people were fighting the 9 demon beasts before Duan Ling Tian joined in the fight. Who knows? However, if only one person was fighting the 9 demon beasts before this, that person could only be Lang Chunyuan. It also means that she's now a rudimentary supreme god. I agree. If it's more than one person, then it's likely those who recently became rudimentary supreme gods in the canyon. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian hastily teleported away after delivering the blow. Unfortunately, it was too late. Among the 8 demon beasts, there were a few who comprehended the law of space, and they seemed to have anticipated this. They disrupted the space, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to cast the teleportation profundity. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian cursed inwardly as he backed away with a solemn expression on his face. At this time, the eyes of the demon beast that Duan Ling Tian attacked turned lifeless. In the next moment, its body exploded with tens of thousands of 7-colored sword rays. "Junior brother!" Lang Chunyuan cried out. She tried to save Duan Ling Tian, but she was a step too late. The 8 demon beasts charged over, and Duan Ling Tian was sent flying back like an arrow. He spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked. Fortunately, he managed to kill one of the 9 demon beasts, effectively disrupting their blood formation. Otherwise, he would have died. After all, with the blood formation, the 9 demon beasts were stronger than ordinary rudimentary supreme gods. Without the blood formation, the demon beasts were only comparable to imminent supreme gods even if they joined forces. Although Duan Ling Tian had hastily erected a barrier earlier, he was still severely injured from this blow. Nonetheless, he still sighed in relief after his close brush with death. That was close. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan's eyes turned red in anger as she cried out, "How dare you!" Lang Chunyuan's destructive aura and killing intent surged suddenly.
It was as though she had transformed into a bloodthirsty demon at this moment.
Duan Ling Tian watched as Lang Chun Yuan grew to about 10 meters tall before she killed one of the demon beasts with just a punch. Following that, she charged toward another demon beast.
Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly cried out, "Fourth senior sister, don't kill them. Stop them from escaping so I can kill them when I recover."
Lang Chun Yuan's eyes seemed to become less red when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. She nodded and said, "All right." Following that, Lang Chun Yuan stopped the remaining 7 demon beasts from escaping and pushed them to the ground. The 7 demon beasts were no longer a match for her at this time. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air and quickly consumed a bottle of healing divine pills before he recuperated, using the energy from the rewards he received. Although this was a waste, he was desperate to recover as soon as possible so that he could kill the remaining 7 demon beasts. He had previously heard that the 9 demon beasts were the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon. As such, those who killed the demon beasts would be greatly rewarded by the god of creation.
I need to recover quickly. This amount of energy is nothing compared to the reward I'll receive from the supreme powerhouses if I manage to kill the 7 remaining demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian could not wait to find out what reward for killing the demon beasts would be. In just a blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and Duan Ling Tian managed to heal about 50% of his injuries. Suddenly, Lang Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing something in the distance.
Swoosh! 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 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lang Chun Yuan, staring greedily at the 7 demon beasts that were restrained on the ground. The trio who had just arrived were the 3 participants from other divine kingdoms, who became rudimentary supreme gods after consuming an earth-flaming Buddha lotus each. At this time, the trio looked away from the 7 demon beasts that were restrained on the ground and surveyed their surroundings. They saw Lang Chun Yuan, who had restrained the 7 huge demon beasts, and Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air to heal his injuries. At the same time, the presence of the trio caused Duan Ling Tian to open his eyes.
Duan Ling Tian. The trio naturally recognized Duan Ling Tian easily. After all, Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy, was in the limelight before entering Destiny Canyon, and they had been paying attention to him.
Following that, the trio said almost simultaneously, "Everyone, come here."
As soon as the trio's voices fell, the group of people from the 3 divine kingdoms who had waited outside of the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon quickly entered the core with bright eyes.
They were only able to enter the core so fearlessly due to the presence of the rudimentary supreme gods from their respective divine kingdoms. The other people around them could only look at them in envy.
I didn't expect that those 3 would become rudimentary supreme gods after obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha lotuses. Since those 3 just arrived, then the person fighting the 9 demon beasts all this time must have been the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom's Lang Chun Yuan.
It also means that Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan joined forces to deal with the 9 huge demon beasts. I wonder what the situation is like in there. I really want to have a look.
Don't even think about it. If you go in there, they might mistake you for someone who's trying to take advantage of their weakened state and kill you.
Meanwhile, the 3 rudimentary supreme gods' comrades entered the core of Destiny Canyon and saw Duan Ling Tian, Lang Chun Yuan, and the 7 bound demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian.
Most of them kept their attention on Duan Ling Tian, who had slaughtered many people from their respective divine kingdoms. He had killed everyone he encountered. As such, his points had risen greatly and exceeded 10,000 points, breaking the highest record set by a participant from the past.
They looked at Duan Ling Tian boldly, bolstered by the presence of the 3 rudimentary supreme gods. "Scram!" Lang Chun Yuan said coldly as she swept her gaze across the 3 rudimentary supreme gods. She did not pay attention to the others at all. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 rudimentary supreme gods turned rather unsightly. They sneered inwardly, wondering if Lang Chun Yuan was unaware that they could tell she was already at her limit. After all, why did Lang Chun Yuan only restrain the demon beasts instead of killing them? They were confident that Lang Chun Yuan was only capable of restraining the demon beasts and was unable to kill the demon beasts. Not only that, but they were confident that they would be able to kill Lang Chun Yuan.
For now, they stared at Duanling Tian intently, deciding to kill Duanling Tian, who was still recovering, first.
Ignore her. Let's kill Duanling Tian first, He Yulin said frostily. You killed so many people from the Remo Divine Kingdom. Today, it's your turn to die.
Now that He Yulin was a rudimentary supreme god, even if Duanling Tian was in peak condition, he still would not fear Duanling Tian, let alone now that everyone with a discerning eye could see that Duanling Tian was injured. The other two rudimentary supreme gods were also staring at Duanling Tian coldly.
Duanling Tian, you must die today. Prodigy? Talented? In front of a powerhouse like me, you're nothing.
The trio completely disregarded Lang Chunyuan at this moment. They were certain Lang Chunyuan was already at her limits restraining the 7 huge demon beasts and as such was no threat to them unless she decided to let go of the 7 demon beasts.
However, even if she decided to free the 7 demon beasts, the demon beasts would definitely attack her as soon as they regained their freedom.
3 rudimentary supreme gods.
Duanling Tian stopped healing his injuries and rose to his feet. Although he had yet to fully recover, his current strength was still no weaker than that of an imminent supreme god. The emperors of gods the trio brought with them were no match for him at all.
Duanling Tian smiled as he asked, "All of you, want to kill me?" The trio looked at Duanling Tian with cold gazes while the emperors of gods they brought here sneered at Duanling Tian and mocked him. "Duanling Tian, you should be proud that you're still alive until now after killing so many people."
"That's right. Moreover, you should feel honored that 3 rudimentary supreme gods even deigned to make a move on you. Duanling Tian will be able to obtain rewards from you after the 3 rudimentary supreme gods injure you."
The eyes of the emperors of gods shone brightly with greed. Although there were nearly 20 of them, they would still gain a lot from Duanling Tian even if the rewards were divided because Duanling Tian had gained a lot from killing so many people.
At this moment, Lang Chunyuan said, "Since you refused to leave when I asked, don't even think of leaving this place today." Following that, Lang Chunyuan flew over. At the same time, she continued to restrain the 7 demon beasts. In the beginning, her speed was a little slow, but it did not take long before her speed picked up. When she arrived near the group of people, she moved at lightning speed. Every time she waved her hand, a flash of light would appear briefly before disappearing into thin air. When the 3 rudimentary supreme gods regained their senses, Lang Chunyuan had already returned to her original spot. In the next moment, she activated the formation that she had just set up with multiple formation compasses. As soon as the formation was activated, the surroundings seemed to restrict everyone. Following that, the void in the area in the range of the formation began to ripple. Those who comprehended the law of space soon discovered that they could not use the teleportation profundity. Apart from the 3 rudimentary supreme gods who felt that Lang Chunyuan was just putting on a show, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Previously, Lang Chunyuan had killed about 30 advanced emperors of gods after activating the trap formation. Moreover, at that time, she was just an advanced emperor of gods. Now, she was a rudimentary supreme god. At this time, He Yulin, the rudimentary supreme god from the Remo Divine Kingdom, said indifferently, "Lang Chunyuan, if you were in peak condition, the 3 wouldn't dare to say that we'd be a match for you even if we joined forces. Alas, you fought the 9 demon beasts and even have to restrain 7 of them now. Perhaps, Duanling Tian even snuck up on you earlier. Clearly, you're already at your limits. Otherwise, you would have killed the demon beasts by now."
The other 2 rudimentary supreme gods nodded in agreement.
"Don't worry, Lang Chunyuan. It'll be your turn after we kill Duanling Tian, unless you do the smart thing and leave Destiny Canyon now." One could leave Destiny Canyon after becoming a rudimentary supreme god. It was a rule of Destiny Canyon, and the trio was aware of it. Even then, the trio was not in a hurry to kill Lang Chunyuan. In their opinion, it was beneficial to them if Lang Chunyuan continued to restrain the 7 demon beasts. However, even if Lang Chunyuan decided to leave Destiny Canyon, it would not affect them greatly as well. They would still be able to kill the 7 demon beasts. They could no longer kill the other participants, but they could still kill the inhabitants of Destiny Canyon. "Fools!" Lang Chunyuan said icily after the 3 rudimentary supreme gods finished speaking. Following that, She released her hold on the 7 demon beasts and attacked the 3 rudimentary supreme gods.
A destructive energy swept out, shaking the sky as Lang Chun Yuan attacked.
The 3 rudimentary supreme gods' eyes widened and their expressions changed when they sensed the force of Lang Chun Yuan's attack. How's this possible?
It was beyond their expectations that Lang Chun Yuan possessed such strength. If she possessed such strength, why did she not kill the remaining demon beasts but only restrain them instead?
Although the trio was puzzled, they did not let their guard down. They hurriedly made a move against Lang Chun Yuan, who was so fearsome that they could palpably feel her oppressive aura. The trio soon discovered that even after joining forces, they did not have an easy time facing Lang Chun Yuan, who was a rudimentary supreme god like them. It did not feel like they were facing a rudimentary supreme god. It felt more like they were facing an intermediate supreme god. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also attacked the emperors of gods who followed the 3 rudimentary supreme gods here. Before they even regained their senses, 7 colored sword rays were already whizzing past them, easily killing 2 of them. When they regained their senses, their expressions changed greatly before they hastily attacked Duan Ling Tian.
Attack together.
Kill him. With so many of us, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Among the advanced emperors of gods who joined forces to attack Duan Ling Tian, there were 2 imminent supreme gods. This placed a lot of pressure on Duan Ling Tian. If he were not injured, he would have been able to easily defeat them. Alas, he was injured now. Due to his injuries, Duan Ling Tian did not fight them directly. He suddenly moved, and in just a blink of an eye, he reappeared near the 7 demon beasts. The eyes of the 7 demon beasts that were attacking the trap formation lit up upon seeing Duan Ling Tian before they pounced at him. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have already expected this. He spun around before he rushed toward the group of emperors of gods. Then, he nimbly avoided the attacks of the powerful emperors of gods and destroyed the attacks of the weaker emperors of gods. At this time, the 7 huge demon beasts that were chasing after Duan Ling Tian saw the group of emperors of gods who were standing in their path. They were chasing after the culprit who broke their blood formation, which resulted in the deaths of their companions. They were already enraged to begin with. Now that a group of people stood in their way, hindering their pursuit of said culprit, it was only natural that they grew even more enraged. As such, they ferociously attacked the people who stood in their way. The expressions of the emperors of gods changed drastically.
The 2 imminent supreme gods quickly moved out of the demon beast's path before they warned the others.
Get out of their way. Don't attack them. Their target is Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, the other emperors of God's speed was not as fast as the 2 imminent supreme gods. Moreover, since the 2 imminent supreme gods warned them against attacking the demon beasts, it made it even easier for the demon beasts to kill them. In the end, the 7 demon beasts killed 5 emperors of gods and severely injured the others before they continued to chase after Duan Ling Tian. Only the 2 imminent supreme gods were uninjured.
With this, the tragic smell of blood soon permeated the entire place.
Duan Ling Tian. At this time, the injured emperors of gods from the 3 divine kingdoms only looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although the 2 imminent supreme gods were uninjured, they did not chase after Duan Ling Tian. Similar to the others, they watched as the 7 demon beasts chased Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian did not confront the 7 demon beasts that were chasing him. Instead, he kept flying, evading the demon beasts and healing his injuries at the same time. He did not use much of his divine energy to do this. Even if he did, he could replenish them with the energies he obtained from the rewards by converting them to divine energy. Although it was quite a waste, he naturally did not care at this moment when using the energies from the rewards could save his life.
I need more time to heal my injuries. I can only kill the 7 demon beasts after I recover. However, I'm afraid I don't have enough time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he continued to evade the 7 demon beasts. At the same time, he glanced at Lang Chun Yuan, his 4th senior sister. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan and the 3 rudimentary supreme gods used their supreme powerhouse phenomena to fight. Her destructive energy was overwhelmingly strong that she was not at a disadvantage at all fighting the 3 rudimentary supreme gods who joined forces. The expressions of the 3 rudimentary supreme gods were unsightly at this moment. The emperors of gods were also shocked by Lang Chun Yuan's strength.
Lang Chunyuan is so strong?
As expected. After all, she was already as strong as a rudimentary supreme god when she was just an advanced emperor of gods. Now that she has become a rudimentary supreme god, she's able to fight 3 rudimentary supreme gods at the same time without losing the advantage.
It's not just that, but I feel like she's gaining the upper hand as well.
The emperors of gods, especially the 2 uninjured imminent supreme gods, began to panic when they saw Lang Chunyuan gaining the upper hand. They quickly shifted their attention to the trap formation, hoping to find a way to break the formation so they could leave.
The situation was growing more and more unfavorable toward them. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, the trap formation stood strong, showing no sign of collapse. The trap formation is connected to her divine energy. The trap formation won't break as long as her divine energy isn't exhausted and she's alive.
The 2 imminent supreme gods looked at each other in despair. They knew that it was over for them once Lang Chunyuan defeated the 3 rudimentary supreme gods.
Duanling Tian was also slightly surprised when he saw Lang Chunyuan gaining upper hand. After all, they were all rudimentary supreme gods, but the gap between the trio and her was so wide.
4th senior sister is so strong now? Lang Chunyuan had yet to master the Sword Dao and Mastery Dao like Duanling Tian. She had only mastered the rudimentary form of the Mastery Dao recently. Even then, her combat power was comparable to the strongest rudimentary supreme gods despite only becoming a rudimentary supreme god recently.
It's only a matter of time before 4th senior sister defeats them. I hope she ends the fight soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to use most of the energies from my rewards.
Duanling Tian's divine energy continued to deplete as he evaded the 7 demon beasts, and he had to replenish it using the energies from the rewards. Although the 7 demon beasts' divine energies were not endless, as the strongest in Destiny Canyon, they likely had a reservoir of energy from rewards to replenish their divine energies.
What a pity that I won't be able to obtain their rewards after killing them. It would have been a huge gain for me. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he glanced at the 7 demon beasts that were growing more and more energetic. One would not be able to obtain the rewards of the person one killed. One would only be rewarded for the kill and obtain the other party's points, provided the other party was a participant.
Inhabitants of Destiny Canyon did not possess points, so one would not be able to inherit points from them and would only be rewarded and obtain points from the kill. For example, Duanling Tian would only receive 100 points for killing a demon beast. However, if he killed an Emperor of Gods, not only would he receive points for the kill, but he would also obtain the Emperor of Gods points. Since Duanling Tian killed a lot of Emperors of Gods, his points quickly exceeded 10,000 points. About a quarter of an hour later,
"Die!" Lang Chunyuan cried out.
Then, Lang Chunyuan appeared behind one of the 3 rudimentary supreme gods before a wave of destructive energy swept toward the other party. She disregarded and avoided the attacks of the other 2 rudimentary supreme gods as she swiftly attacked her target. Just like that, she killed the rudimentary supreme god. Following that, a beam of light shone down on Lang Chunyuan from the sky. At the same time, Duanling Tian and the others watched as a burst of light appeared before a huge figure rose from the place where the rudimentary supreme god died. A roar filled with unwillingness rang in the sky before it fell to the ground heavily. Boom! After the figure fell to the ground, it exploded and a blinding light spread in all directions, covering most of the heart of Destiny Canyon before it disappeared. This scene was witnessed by almost everyone, participants and inhabitants alike, in Destiny Canyon. Isn't that heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared when a supreme god dies? A supreme god died.
Duanling Tian read some ancient books and learned about the phenomenon that would appear upon the death of a supreme god. It was his first time witnessing such a scene, so he was naturally shocked.
The phenomenon that appeared upon the death of a rudimentary supreme god is so eye-catching.
How much more grand would it be if an intermediate or advanced supreme god died? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. Just like that, a rudimentary supreme god died. He died before he even left Destiny Canyon. At this time, the 2 remaining rudimentary supreme gods did continue to attack Lang Chunyuan and retreated instead. They exchanged a look and saw the fear in each other's eyes.
He Yulin, now that Zhang Chun is dead, will die for sure if we continue to fight her. I think we should try to break the formation and leave.
I agree.
Let's try to break the formation together. The two rudimentary supreme gods had lost all will to fight after Lang Chun Yuan killed their comrade. They quickly and wisely reached an agreement and wasted no time in attacking the trap formation. Bang! Soon after the duo joined forces to attack the trap formation, a huge opening appeared. It was big enough for several people to leave at the same time. Let's go! The duo did not hesitate and prepared to leave. Suddenly, I'll say this for the last time. Don't even think about leaving since you refused to leave earlier. The duo, who was about to escape, watched as the opening suddenly disappear into thin air. What's happening? How's this possible? Look behind her. She moved the opening we created there. Damn it. I didn't expect her to be able to do that. After the opening moved behind Lang Chun Yuan, everyone watched as the opening shrank swiftly. In just a few breaths, the opening disappeared as though it was never there at all. All the openings created in the trap formation would mend themselves as long as Lang Chun Yuan, the person who set up the formation, did not die and did not run out of divine energy. He Yulin and the other rudimentary supreme god looked at each other and no longer wanted to test their luck. They came to a tacit agreement before their figures started to flicker. Following that, a black hole suddenly appeared and began to pull them over. Upon seeing this, the two uninjured imminent supreme gods wanted to seize the chance and follow the two rudimentary supreme gods, but they were ruthlessly blocked by the black hole. They could only watch helplessly as He Yulin and the other rudimentary supreme god were transported out of Destiny Canyon. After becoming a rudimentary supreme god, one could leave Destiny Canyon whenever one wanted with just a thought. However, most people would not leave the canyon immediately. After all, they could still benefit from staying in the canyon. He Yulin and the other rudimentary supreme god naturally wanted to stay in Destiny Canyon as well. As such, they tried to break out of the trap formation first instead of leaving the canyon directly. They left. Duan Ling Tian felt that it was a pity that the two rudimentary supreme gods managed to escape. However, he also knew that it was good enough that Lang Chun Yuan managed to kill one of them. However, why didn't that person leave before fourth senior sister killed him? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, puzzled. The others were puzzled as well. Only Lang Chun Yuan knew that she had used some technique to confuse her target at the critical moment, stopping her target from leaving Destiny Canyon. Now that one rudimentary supreme god died and two escaped, the two uninjured imminent supreme gods and the injured emperors of gods fell into despair. It's over. Boom. 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 At this time, Lang Chun Yuan quickly restrained the 7 demon beasts that were chasing Duan Ling Tian. Then, Duan Ling Tian, who was no longer being chased, stopped moving and looked at the two imminent supreme gods. He shook his head and said with a sigh, "You're too impulsive. Did you think you'd be safe just because of those rudimentary supreme gods? You could have continued to hide instead of sending yourselves to your deaths here." One of the two imminent supreme gods scoffed before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, do you think your outcome will be any better than ours? If she kills us, do you think you can live?" In his opinion, Lang Chun Yuan would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian after killing them. At the same time, the other imminent supreme god looked at the 7 bound demon beasts with a frown. A growing sense of unease appeared in his heart as he thought to himself, why isn't Lang Chun Yuan killing the 7 demon beasts? She won't be sent out for killing them since they're not from the divine kingdoms. Moreover, she's so strong that it'll be easy for her to kill Duan Ling Tian. Why did she allow Duan Ling Tian to heal his injuries instead of killing him?